George Katsiaficas' work presents an understanding how we of the New Left used our education as a practice of freedoms, confronting the racist, warmongering status quo with the objective of creative participatory democracy. As we continue to work toward cooperational humanism here at home and the world over, this insightful analysis provides a useful backdrop for social activism and the struggle for future democratic human rights. Bobby Seale, former chairman and co-founder of the Black Panther Party. The Global Imagination of 1968. Revolution and Counter-Revolution. George Katsiaficas. Preface by Kathleen Cleaver. Foreword by Carlos Mufiaz. Foreword by Carlos Mufiaz. Preface by Kathleen Cleaver. Introduction. Chapter 1. The New Left as a World Historical Movement. World Historical Moments 1848, 1905, 1968, Historical Overview. The New Left, a Global Definition. Chapter 2, A Global Analysis of 1968. The Tet Offensive. Chase-Foucault Theory. Student Movements of 1968. Asia. South Korea. China. Japan. The Philippines. Thailand. India. Pakistan. Bangladesh. Sri Lanka. Iran. The Arab world. Tunisia. 11 For Herbert Marcuse and Jang Du-Sok, my teachers, friends, and comrades. Foreword by Carlos Mufiaz. It is a pleasure to be part of the second edition of George Katsiaficas' book The Imagination of the New Left, a Global Analysis of 1968. I consider it to be a classic study of the social movements that became dramatically visible in what is widely considered the key year of the 1960s. During that era I became a leader of one of those movements that came to be known as the broader Chicano movement. Prior to the publication of the first edition of the book, it was an invisible movement because previous books on the New Left had ignored its existence. The Katsiaficas book was the first to acknowledge it. The book's focus on 1968 is personally very significant to me because I had a life-changing experience that year. I was a Vietnam War-era veteran attending college on the GI Bill and a first-year graduate student activist involved in the anti-Vietnam War movement. I was also president of the United Mexican-American Students and became one of the organizers of student walkouts to protest the racism Chicano students faced in the barrio high schools of East Los Angeles. The protest turned out to be the first major Chicano mass protest action against racism in U.S. history, and it ignited the emergence of the Chicano civil rights movement in the Southwest. Over 10,000 students walked out of their de facto segregated barrio high schools in East Los Angeles. The walkouts lasted a week and a half and practically shut down the schools. The major students' demands were that the school board fire all racist teachers and staff, hire Latino teachers and staff, teach courses about Chicano history and culture, and afford Chicano students the opportunities to enroll in college prep courses. At that time in history, Chicanos had the highest dropout rate in the city. The consequence was that instead of having the option to pursue a college education, many male students were drafted into military service. They suffered the highest casualties of any racial/ethnic group in the trenches of the Vietnam War. I had been one of those drafted a year out of high school but fortunately ended up serving in South Korea instead of Vietnam, where more than likely I would have been part of the casualty list. My life-changing experience occurred after the student walkouts ended. I was one of the 13 Chicano civil rights activists who had organized the student walkouts and were arrested after the Los Angeles grand jury charged us with conspiracy to disrupt the largest school district in the nation. I was thrown into an overcrowded cell with men who had been arrested on felony charges of murder, bank robbery, and rape. The county district attorney Everly Younger, who had previously been one of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover's top agents, had redefined organizing protest meetings as a conspiracy to commit misdemeanors and thus a felony crime. Each one of us faced 66 years in prison if found guilty. We did not know it at that time, but we were victims of the FBI counterintelligence program and were not granted our First Amendment rights. Perhaps J. Edgar Hoover thought Chicanos did not qualify for constitutional rights. In 1970, 2 years after our arrest, the California State Appellate Court ruled we were innocent by virtue of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. My imprisonment and the felony crime charges awoke in me the realization that we did not live in an authentic democracy. I therefore made a commitment to devote my life to the struggle for social justice, peace at home and abroad, and to contribute to the remaking of the United States into an authentic multiracial democracy. Like other activists who considered themselves part of the New Left, I was inspired by revolutions in the Third World, especially the Cuban Revolution. After becoming one of the leaders of the Chicano civil rights movement, I saw the connections between those revolutions and the struggles of Chicanos and other people of color in the United States. George Katsiaficas dramatically captured those connections. In particular, it was the first book that went beyond placing the U.S. social movements of the 1960s and 70s into the limited context of the black and white racial paradigm. It was also the first book to include analysis of the Chicano movement, the Asian American movement, and Native American movement. In this second edition, Katsiaficas continues to place the New Left in the context of a theoretical framework that captures both its positive revolutionary contributions and its failures. It is a critical analysis that makes clear why the legacies of our past collective movements should be honored by the youth of the 21st century as they engage in the struggle against the oppressive forces of the U.S. empire at home and abroad. Preface by Kathleen Cleaver. Rise of liberation struggles from European dominance and generations of anti-colonial warfare in Africa and Asia set the stage for the cluster of nationalist movements that erupted during the upheavals of 1968. Numerous peoples gained independence from Belgian, French, or British rulers in Asia, Africa, and the Caribbean. Black Americans for the first time saw African diplomats and heads of state on the world stage, such as Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah and the Congo's Patrice Lumumba. Their brilliant inspiration encouraged support and emulation among African Americans. This era saw thousands of American soldiers killed by the ill-fated U.S. Army campaign to retain Vietnamese submission to foreign rule in South Vietnam after North Vietnam under the leadership of Ho Chi Minh won independence from France. The amazing guerrilla war underway in South Vietnam sparked the rise of anti-racist and anti-imperialist movements around the world. George Katsiaficas points out that a world historical movement from 1968 to 1970 led to 40 nations becoming democratized from 1974 to 1991. He demonstrates how the Black Power movement in the United States was moving from a radical organizing project into low-intensity guerrilla warfare. During the mid-1970s, political and ethnic movements demanding empowerment expanded rapidly. This era he describes as invigorated by the Eros effect also witnessed women's activism explode across the developed world. The Tet Offensive the Vietnamese launched during 1968 proved to the world that the United States could never gain a military victory against the guerrilla fighters in Vietnam. Katsiaficas's analysis includes a gruesome military detail: the United States dropped more bombs on Vietnam than all sides did during the entire duration of World War II. The toll of destruction flaming through the villages and rice paddies of South Vietnam reached genocidal proportions. It is in this global context that Katsiaficas articulates his unifying concept of the Eros effect. This permits him to link worldwide opposition to the Vietnam War with popular support for challenges against colonial rule in Asia and Africa and social protest movements in Europe, South America, the Caribbean islands, and the United States. Also devotes significant attention to the movement inspired by the call for Black Power in the U.S., the Caribbean, and other English-speaking lands. Although antecedents during the Garvey movement of the 1920s and the socialist movement of the 1930s laid a foundation for the concept, the late 60s call for Black Power gained explosive impact given the international context of widespread opposition to the U.S. war in Vietnam. The energies of youth from high schools, colleges, and prisons propelled a tsunami of protests and fueled national liberation struggles on several continents and the dynamism of the Black Power movement both within and beyond the United States. Liberation struggles from Polynesia to Palestine, from Australia to Africa, gained support, and participants demonstrated creative challenges to established authority, including airplane hijackings. Katsiaficas concludes his book with a distinctive section devoted to a political event called the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention. At the time, I happened to be a guest of the government in Pyongyang, North Korea, representing the international section of the Black Panther Party. Although the radio reception was scratchy, I managed to hear part of the Voice of American report on the event. The Black Panther Party had organized the Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention taking place in Philadelphia, and Katsiaficas was a participant. His book's final section incorporates the workshop reports generated at the Constitutional Convention that demonstrate how the Constitution of the United States could be revolutionized. The current release of is timely. A new generation of readers attuned to the political crises of our day will find it a fertile source of ideas, historical accounts, and analyses to sustain their development. In the confusing world surrounding us, Katsiaficas's book will help readers develop a sense of continuity with those 20th century struggles that continue to enlighten us in the process of changing the world. Introduction. Unlike any year of the half-century preceding it, 1968 will be remembered for the worldwide eruption of social movements, ones that profoundly changed the world without seizing political power. From Paris to Chicago and Prague to Mexico City, unexpectedly popular struggles erupted in a global challenge to the established order. What did these movements want? Where did they go? What were their effects? What about the future? To answer these questions is the purpose of this book. The literature on the 60s is so vast that it would fill several libraries, yet there have been few attempts to answer the question, what did the insurgents want? In part, its reactive nature, its appearance as the Great Refusal accounts for this void. Indeed, what the movement aspired to create was scarcely known among many of its participants. Is it even possible to speak of a common vision? I selected the general strike of May 1968 in France and the crisis of 1970 in the United States as the focus for this book because the actions of millions of people during these situations concretely embodied their vision of a qualitatively different society. More than any individual speech or written narrative, the character of spontaneously generated forms of dual power and content of enunciated aspirations display the goals of popular movements. In my case studies, I emphasize the form and content of emergent forces during periods of social upheaval. Although there were many leaders, my analysis is focused on the praxis of social actors, millions of people who together generate a new dimension to reality by becoming a class for itself in word and deed. Millions of people not only imagined a new reality but lived one. Their day-to-day lives were based on international solidarity rather than nationalistic pride, on racial solidarity not division, on self-management of the factories, universities, and offices rather than top-down decision-making, on cooperation not competition. However briefly these moments existed, they offer a revealing glimpse of a possible future crying out to be realized. By focusing on these two profound crises, I hope to make clear the global imagination of 1968. 2. To deal with the May 1968 near revolution in France involved reading dozens of books and articles in French, German, and English, but when I turned to the US crisis of 1970, it was practically invisible. No one analyzed in depth the May 1970 national campus strike, despite it being the largest strike in American history and also one of its most political. The 5 months from May to September 1970 were the high points of a self-understood revolutionary uprising, when every subaltern constituency reached a climax of activism. The high point of this insurgency came in September at the Black Panthers' Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia, when thousands of us, despite threats of police attacks, drafted a visionary new constitution. Like the student strike, the RPCC has been a neglected moment in an otherwise heavily studied social movement, and my chapter on 1970 presents for the first time a comprehensive history that ties them together as the alpha and omega of the greatest U.S. crisis since the Civil War. Scholars have generally treated civil rights, feminism, and the gay movement as separate phenomena, drawing artificial lines that inhibit comprehension of one of their most important dimensions, synchronous interrelationships with each other. To be sure, each had its own autonomous organizations and beliefs, but my empirical evidence reveals an international movement from 1968 to 1970 that fused these seemingly separate insurgencies into a unified world historical movement. The imagination and aspirations of this historical force went beyond the needs and beliefs of any of its various component constituencies. In the period of the fusion of various national, ethnic, and gender movements into a world historical whole, the vision of a qualitatively different world system emerged. The fondest dreams of any individual genius fell far short of the global imagination of 1968. As eloquent and intelligent as King was, his individual dream concerned racially integrating the existing system. Although near the end of his life he articulated connections between the struggle for civil rights and the war in Vietnam, he did so long after Black Power advocates and radical Latinos like Corky Gonzalez had already taken even stronger anti-war stands. Like millions of others, Martin Luther King was transformed by the global insurgency of the 1960s. In the months before his assassination, he even began to discuss the idea of qualitatively restructuring the whole of American society. Black Panthers were also transformed by the global movement they helped so much to bring to life. When they convened their constitutional convention in 1970, the Revolutionary Workshop's proposals were far more visionary than the Panthers' reformist 1966 program. Because the movement's vision of a new society was not publicized nearly as much as King's eloquent dream or the Introduction 3. Panther program, it is often repeated that the New Left was simply a reactive social movement protesting perceived injustices, that it was a rebellious rather than a revolutionary social movement. For the most part, activists from the pre-1966 period of the U.S. movement have also been its historians, and their versions of events passionately chronicle their own experiences. After 1966, when the movement spread to working-class students and inner-city ghettos, activists adopted revolutionary ideas that went far beyond earlier reformism. The resulting situation has left the high point of the movement in 1970 largely unrecorded or, at best, remembered through the prism of personal experiences. Bourgeois accounts, memoirs, and biographical portraits focused on individuals thought to be at the center of world events remain essential to the history of 1968. Many such accounts forget to mention that solitary individuals, such as Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, were themselves historical products of the movements in which they participated. When the first version of this book appeared in 1987, it opened the door to comprehending the movement of 1968 as internationally united. Unlike dozens of previously published memoirs and studies, my analysis was not confined to one country. At a time when nationalistic versions of 1968's history were everywhere prominent, my book was the first to comprehend the movement as global. In my understanding, simultaneous and synchronously related global insurgencies were at the heart of 1968's dynamism. I named this phenomenon the Eros effect. In such moments, people's ties to each other become more significant than patriotic allegiances or class and racial identities. New norms and values are acted upon, and it seems the whole world is transformed. By introducing the notion of the Eros effect, I seek to universalize our understanding of the global imagination of 1968 within the framework of objective forces at work in the world system. I expend considerable effort in reconstructing specific events during uprisings because actions by hundreds of thousands of people speak eloquently to their needs and aspirations. As a researcher, I seek to make apparent the movement's vision, and as a participant, I share it in my heart, a coincidence that is a key reason for my ability to devote myself to the laborious construction of a global analysis. Without the advice of Herbert Marcuse and the confidence with which he showered me, I doubt I would have completed my international research. It is gratifying that even after the fall of the Soviet Union and integration of China into the realm of great power politics, my perspective remains accurate. In his History of the 20th Century, The Age of Extremes, A History of the World, 1914 to 1991, Noted author Eric Hobsbawm called this book a well-informed survey of the global New Left of 1968. In the intervening years, I've lived as a citizen of the world and written 2 other books dealing with 4. Revolutionary movements, the subversion of politics, and the 2-volume Asia's Unknown Uprisings. Despite its apparent failure, the movement of 1968 continues to define the contours of subsequent insurgencies, structured as they are by the same grammar of direct democracy, autonomous self-organization independent of political parties, and global solidarity. In the 1980s and 1990s, young activists often complained to me that the 1960s movements were a weight on their shoulders overshadowing their daily struggles. In part, this is due to the mainstream media making the 1960s into a spectacle, turning them into something larger than life, while by comparison, subsequent protest movements are made into parodies or ignored entirely. Besides undercutting contemporary activism, the mythology of 1968 has been used to bring former protesters into the very establishment they once opposed. Only after years of encouragement from Ramsey at PM Press did I finally agree to produce this new edition. In 1987, my book discussed movements in 17 countries within a global framework. The present volume expands my analysis to more than 50 countries by adding many places in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. New sections on Latino activism, the women's movement, and artists have been woven into the rich tapestry of the international uprising. In addition, the U.S. crisis in 1970 is now portrayed as lasting from May to September. Although I use 1968 as a shorthand to refer to the global insurgency, movements in the Americas peaked in 1970, an understanding lost by Eurocentric histories. I've deleted portions of my original monograph, especially the last 2 chapters with theoretical critiques of sociology, systems analysis, and Soviet Marxism, but these parts are available at http://eroseffect.com. This book changed my life. After Lee Jae-won found it in a library and translated it into Korean, I journeyed there and have never looked back. In preparing this new version, I would like to acknowledge the help of Richard Cambridge, Eddie Yoon, Alda Blanco, Jack Hipp, John Hansen, Dan O'Connell, Beth Vargas, Thomas, and Dalil, Park Mi-ok, and Jonathan at PM. I owe an unspoken debt to dozens of 1960s activists who remain incarcerated in the dungeons of the belly of the beast. Kevin Rashid Johnson and Shaka Zulu's fortitude continually inspires me. Cassandra Wildheart's editing and enthusiasm comforted me as I labored at my table, my hands aching from pounding the computer, my shoulders stiffening, my eyesight blurring. Whoever thinks that intellectuals do not work with their hands simply has no clue. To Kathleen Cleaver and Carlos Mufiaz, unquestioned comrades and friends for decades, and I hope for decades yet to come, thank you for your contributions to this project. We have come a long way from the global optimism of the 1960s. Our vision of a world of peace and harmony, forever memorialized by John Lennon's Introduction 5. Song Imagine, hardly seems relevant in a world perpetually at war, where millions of human beings perish needlessly every year, and where the planet is being devastated. Everywhere, we are compelled to work more hours, for more years, for less money. One realistic theme in 1968 France was that working a few hours a day should suffice for all to prosper. Young people today are forced to spend their youth preparing to make a living as opposed to living. Many young Americans today graduate from college buried under a mountain of debt. Where we once hoped to uproot the world system and its enslaving mentality, the triumph of capitalism may reward many of us with consumer goods, but the system costs us dearly in terms of the impoverished quality of our society. 50 years later, the movement's vision of freedom continues to inspire. Loss of hope today is one reason why the imagination of 1968 is so important. Ocean Beach, California. January 2018. Chapter 1. The New Lert as a Wordplay Historical Movement. The nature of spirit may be understood by a glance at its direct opposite, matter. As the essence of matter is gravity, so, on the other hand, we may affirm that the substance, The essence of spirit is freedom. G.W. E. Hegel. Worldwide episodes of revolt in 1968 have generally been analyzed from within their own national contexts, but only in reference to the global constellation of forces and to each other can these movements be understood in theory as they occurred in practice. Particularly since World War II, it is increasingly difficult to analyze social movements from within the confines of a nation-state. The events that catalyze social movements are often international ones. The May 1970 nationwide university strike in the United States is remembered mainly because of the killings at Kent State and Jackson State universities, but it was enacted in opposition to the U.S. invasion of Cambodia as well as to repression of the Black Panther Party. The international connections between movements in 1968 were often synchronic, as television, radio, and newspapers relayed news of events as they occurred. In May 1968, when a student revolt led to a general strike of over 9 million workers in France, there were significant demonstrations of solidarity in Mexico City, Berlin, Tokyo, Buenos Aires, Berkeley, and Belgrade, and students and workers in both Spain and Uruguay attempted general strikes of their own. Massive student strikes in Italy forced Prime Minister Aldo Moro and his cabinet to resign. Germany experienced its worst political crisis since World War I, and a student strike at the University of Dakar, Senegal, led to a general strike of workers. These are instances of what sociologists have called contagion effects. They remain to this day understudied, a moment of neglect which stands in inverse proportion to their significance. It was not by chance alone that the Tet Offensive in Vietnam occurred in the same year as the Prague Spring, the May events in France, the student rebellion in West Germany, the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., the 8th takeover of Columbia University, riots at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and the pre-Olympic massacre in Mexico City. These events were related to one another, and a synchronic analysis of world social movements in 1968 validates Hegel's proposition that history moves from east to west. Global oppositional forces converged in a pattern of mutual amplification. The whole world was watching, and with each act of the unfolding drama, new strata of social actors entered the arena of history, until finally an internationally synchronized insurgency against war and all forms of oppression emerged. In 1968 and 1970, crises of revolutionary proportions were reached in France and the US. These climactic points involved intense struggles between uprisings and reaction, a pivot around which protests ultimately lost momentum as repressive tolerance shed its benign appearance. Looking back half a century later, we can say that 1968 signaled an enormous historical transition. The world today is changing faster than ever before in a dizzying process seemingly without outline. Yet 1968 gave us unusual clarity. As one observer put it, history does not usually suit the convenience of people who like to divide it into neat periods, but there are times when it seems to have pity on them. The year 1968 almost looks as though it had been designed to serve as some sort of signpost. There is hardly any region of the world in which it is not marked by spectacular and dramatic events which were to have profound repercussions on the history of the country in which they occurred and, as often as not, globally. This is true of the developed and industrialized capitalist countries, of the socialist world, and of the so-called Third World, of both the Eastern and Western, the Northern and Southern hemispheres. Prior to 1968, no one knew and few could have guessed what was in store for world history. Without warning, worldwide movements spontaneously erupted. At the beginning of the year, President Charles de Gaulle hailed France as an infallible beacon for the world, but within months the country teetered on the brink of revolution. If he had known what kind of beacon France would be in 1968, he might never have delivered his New Year's address. After weathering the revolutionary crisis 2 years later in the United States, President Richard Nixon in his State of the Union address in January 1971 called for a new American revolution, as profound, as far-reaching, as exciting as that first revolution almost 200 years ago. While some people scratched their hands in bewilderment, many more understood Nixon's Orwellian universe to mean peace was war, and revolution was counter-revolutionary repression. 9. Without warning, global turmoil of 1968 erupted against both capitalism and real-world socialism, against authoritarian power and patriarchal authority. The New Left opposed both state socialism and American democracy. In its best moments, the movement challenged the entire universe of capitalist patriarchy and in doing so, gave future generations an enduring vision of freedom. Although 1968 is often used as shorthand for the New Left, insurgencies were not confined to 1 year. The 1955 bus boycott in Montgomery, which catapulted Martin Luther King to national attention, did not consider itself a New Left movement, but in essential aspects, it certainly was. The 1980 Gwangju People's Uprising took place long after the New Left was supposed to have died, but it too carried New Left features. There was a self-described New Left in France as early as 1957, and a New Left insurrection in Sri Lanka in 1971. Despite its brief appearance in history, the New Left regenerated dormant traditions of self-government and international solidarity. In Europe and the United States, after decades of cultural conformity, the possibility of revolution once again was widely discussed and acted upon. At the same time, the meaning of revolution was enlarged to include questions of power in everyday life as well as the quality of power won by past revolutions. If the idea of revolution in an industrialized society was inconceivable for 3 decades prior to 1968, the kind of revolution prefigured in the emergent praxis of the movement was unlike previous ones. The goal of revolution was redefined to be decentralization and self-management of power and resources, destruction, not seizure, of militarized nation-states embedded in an international web of war and corporate machinations. By enunciating the desire for a new world society based on cooperative sharing of international resources, on a communalism based upon enlarged social autonomy and greater individual freedom, and a way of life based on a new harmony with nature, the New Left defined a unique stage in the aspirations of revolutionary movements. A new set of values was born in the movement's international and interracial solidarity, in its rejection of middle-class values like the accumulation of wealth and power, in its fight against stupefying routines and ingrained patterns of patriarchal domination, and in its attempt to reconstruct everyday life, not according to tradition or scientific rationality but through a liberated sensibility. In crises generated by insurgencies in 1968 in France and 1970 in the United States, these values were momentarily realized in spontaneously produced forms of dual power. The tempo of modern history has been so rapid that what was new in 1968 seems to be as far away from us today as all the rest of history. Although no obvious trace of the movement seems to survive, once we review key events. 10. Of 1968, it should become clear that, far from ending in failure, the New Left's very success contributed to its disappearance. To give just one example, in the 1960s, only a few people supported the right of South African blacks to rule their country. Today apartheid is a distant memory. World historical movements. Periods of crisis and turmoil on a global scale are relatively rare in history. Since the French and American revolutions, it is possible to identify less than a handful of such periods of global eruptions: 1848 to 49, 1905 to 7, 1917 to 19, and 1968 to 70. In each of these periods, global upheavals were spontaneously generated. In a chain reaction of insurrections and revolts, new forms of power emerged in opposition to the established order, and new visions of the meaning of freedom were formulated in the actions of millions of people. Even when these movements were unsuccessful in seizing power, immense adjustments were necessitated both within and between nation-states, and the defeated movements offered revealing glimpses of the newly developed character of society and types of class struggles that would follow. Throughout history, fresh outbreaks of revolution have been known to conjure up the spirits of the past to their service and borrow from them names, battle cries, and costumes in order to present the new scene of world history in this time-honored disguise and this borrowed language. The movements of 1968 were no exception, activists self-consciously acted in the tradition of past revolutions. Public statements issued by French insurgents during the May events invoked the memory of 1789, 1848, the 1871 Paris Commune, and the Russian Soviets of 1905 and 1917. Outsiders confirmed what seemed like the collapse of time. In the Paris of May 1968, innumerable commentators, writing to celebrate or to deplore, proffered a vast range of mutually exclusive explanations and predictions. But for all of them, the sensibility of May triggered off a remembrance of things past. By way of Raymond Aron, himself in touch with Tocqueville, readers of Le Figaro remembered February 1848, by way of Henri Lefebvre, French students remembered the proclamation of the Commune in March 1871, as did those who read Edgar Morin in Le Monde. French workers listened to elder militants who spoke of the occupation of factories in June 1936, and most adults, whether or not they had been in the resistance, relived August 1944, the liberation of Paris *. Such periods of the Eros effect witness the basic assumptions and values of a social order being challenged in theory and practice by new human standards. The capacity of millions of people. 11. To see beyond the social reality of their day to imagine a better world and to fight for it demonstrates a human characteristic that may be said to transcend time and space. During moments of the Eros effect, universal interests become generalized at the same time as dominant values of society are negated. As Herbert Marcuse so clearly formulated it, humans have an instinctual need for freedom, something we grasp intuitively, and it is this vital need that is sublimated into a collective phenomenon during moments of the Eros effect. Degree dimensions of the Eros effect include the sudden and synchronous emergence of hundreds of thousands of people occupying public space, the simultaneous appearance of revolts in many places, the intuitive identification of hundreds of thousands of people with each other, their common belief in new values, and suspension of normal daily routines like competitive business practices, criminal behavior, and acquisitiveness. Though secular, such moments metaphorically resemble the religious transformation of the individual soul through the sacred baptism in the ocean of universal life and love. The integration of the sacred and the secular in such moments of political eros is an indication of the true potentiality of the human species, the real history which remains repressed and distorted within the confines of prehistoric powers and taboos. Degree the reality of Paris at the end of May 1968 conformed less to the categories of existence preceding May than to the activated imaginations of millions of people who moved beyond a mere negation of the previous system by enacting new forms of social organization and new standards for the goal determination of the whole system. Modes of thought, abolished in theory by empiricists and structuralists, emerged in a practical human effort to break out of antiquated categories of existence and establish non-fragmented modes of being. Debate ceased as to whether human beings were capable of such universal notions as justice, liberty, and freedom. Rather, these abstractions, concretized in the actions of millions of people, became the popularly redefined reality. The May events, like the Paris Commune, Gwangju Uprising, and other moments of revolutionary upheaval, established a new reality where living human energy and not things was predominant. From this perspective, they can be viewed as a taste of the joy of human life, which will be permanently unleashed with the advent of a new world system qualitatively different than anything that has ever existed. With the end of prehistory and the beginning of human history, human imagination will be freed to take giant steps in constructing a better world. All power to the imagination, written everywhere. 12. In May 1968, will become inscribed in the lives and institutions of future generations. 2 years later, the United States underwent its most significant crisis since the Civil War. While a majority of workers did not join, a rupture even more acrimonious and violent than in France took place. U.S. geographical size and the racial fragmentation of its citizens contributed to obscuring the magnitude of 5 months of climactic confrontations. Beginning in May with a university strike of more than 4 million people, a simultaneous battlefield revolt incapacitated the U.S. military, the first gay pride marches openly dared to take public space, women organized a general strike, Latinos mobilized in the streets as never before, and a rainbow alliance of about 10,000 people responded to the call by Black Panthers and assembled in Philadelphia, despite police terror, to write a new constitution. Insurgents' visions of freedom are contained in their actions, yet the Black Panthers' Revolutionary People's Constitutional Convention also gave explicit details of the conscious outline of a free society. With hindsight, we may debate today whether May 68 and May-September 70 were revolutionary crises, pre-revolutionary situations, or simply moments of madness, but in both cases self-understood revolutionary movements involving hundreds of thousands of people mobilized millions of supporters who decisively fought to overthrow the establishment. In the US, unlike France, the forces of order used murderous force to crush the insurgency. Historically speaking, it has often been the case that a particular nation has experienced social upheavals at the same time as order reigned elsewhere. Coups d'état, putschs, and armed takeovers of power within the confines of a particular nation are to be expected. In 1968, there were seldom successful seizures of power despite the movement's global character. Nonetheless, social convulsions in these periods profoundly redirected world cultures and political trajectories. Spontaneous chain reactions of uprisings, strikes, rebellions, and revolutionary movements signaled massive proliferation of movement ideas and aspirations, a crucial aspect of their world historical character. Registered some epochs of class struggle are world historical and others are not, a distinction noted by Antonio Gramsci, who used the terms organic and conjunctural to describe the difference. The apparent climax and disappearance of the New Left led many observers to conclude it conformed to what Gramsci called conjunctural, arising as a unique product of the post-World War II baby boom, the injustice of Jim Crow segregation, or the prolonged intensity of the war in Vietnam. In the 21st century, with international acceptance of feminism's goal of gender equality, a global consensus against racism, and growing insurgencies against capitalist inequality and environmental devastation, the organic character of 1968 is evident. 13. Even in failure, world historical movements define new epochs in cultural, political, and economic dimensions of society. They present new ideas and values that become common sense as time passes. They qualitatively reformulate the meaning of freedom for millions of human beings. Massive and unexpected strife and international proliferation of new aspirations signal the beginning of epochal change. During the dramatic outbreak of revolts and reaction to them, new aspirations are passionately articulated and attacked, and progress occurs in weeks and months when previously it took decades and half-centuries. History does not unfold in a linear direction or at an even pace. As Marcuse observed, there is no even progress in the world. The appearance of every new condition involves a leap, the birth of the new is the death of the old. He forgot to add that the birth of the new, after its period of celebration and youth, moves into maturity and then decays. In order to appreciate this, let us review what is meant by world history. Hegel measured the development of world history through emergence of individualized inward subjectivity. Such a transposition of the individual for the species as agent and outcome of world history thoroughly conformed to the ideology of the ascendant bourgeoisie. Limitations of Hegel's outlook are apparent in his conclusion that history culminates in Germany and in his legitimation of the Prussian state. In contrast to Hegel, it is my view that history is nothing but the development of the human species and is not measured through flowering of the individual in isolation from others but in the unfolding of human collectivities and of an individuality that surpasses bourgeois individualism. Moreover, what for Hegel was a dialectic of mind is analyzed here as a dialectic of praxis, of the consciousness in action of millions of people. The history of modernity, from struggles for national independence and parliamentary democracy to liberation of oppressed classes and managed masses, follows a logic similar to that uncovered by Hegel, a dialectical framework within which potentialities of the human species as a species being unfolds. The logic of world history carries an irony which turns everything upside down, not only posing the new against the old, but simultaneously transforming what was once new and revolutionary into its opposite. In the past 200 years, we see this in the history of the United States. From challenging and defeating the forces of divine right, the world's first secular democratic state has long since degenerated, whether in bloodily invading Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, or in abetting one of the world's last states founded on a notion of divine right, a religious state whose technological weapons of genocide are provided by the United States to forestall the realization of its own ideal foundation, a secular, democratic state for people of all religions, but this time in Palestine. 14. But of course, to see the contradictory character of history, we only have to look at the important role of slave owners within the American Revolution of 1776, at the acceleration of genocide against Native Americans after it, and at U.S. refusal to support the Haitian Revolution. Is it surprising that the new republic annexed Texas in 1844 and northern Mexico 4 years later? Are we amazed by contemporary U.S. support for the Saudi monarchy and for every variety of dictator on our side? So much for what can become of world historical leaps when left adrift in the world of the survival of the fittest. Let us return to their moments of joyful infancy, to the attempts made by human beings to leap beyond the dead weight of the past. In the 20th century, the essential indication of these leaps, the signal for a whole epoch of class struggles, was recognized to be the general strike. Such strikes are not cleverly orchestrated by a small group of conspirators or world historical individuals, but involve the spontaneous and conscious actions of millions of people. As Rosa Luxemburg pointed out, political and economic strikes, mass strikes and partial strikes, demonstrative strikes and fighting strikes, general strikes of individual branches of industry and general strikes in individual towns, peaceful wage struggles and street massacres, barricade fighting, all these run through one another, run side by side, cross one another, flow in and over one another. It is ceaselessly moving, a changing sea of phenomena. In a word, the mass strike is not a crafty method discovered by subtle reasoning for the purpose of making the proletarian struggle more effective, but the method of motion of the proletarian mass, the phenomenal form of the proletarian struggle in the revolution. General strikes not only sum up new historical epochs of class struggle by revealing in utmost clarity the nature of the antagonists, they also indicate future directions of movements, their aspirations and goals, which, in the heat of historical struggle, emerge as popular wishes and intuitions. General strikes create a new reality, negating previous institutions, rupturing the hegemony of the existing order, and releasing seemingly boundless social energies that normally remain suppressed, repressed, and channeled into more proper outlets. In contrast to what has become a commonplace alienation from politics, these moments are ones of the eroticization of politics, as portrayed by the May 1968 slogan, "The more I make revolution, the more I enjoy love." Registered drudgery becomes play as imagination replaces practicality, and human competition and callousness are replaced by cooperation and dignity. During the Paris Commune of 1871, the streets were safe for the first time in years, even 15. With no police of any kind. As one communard said, "We hear no longer of assassination, theft, and personal assault. It seems, indeed, as if the police had dragged along with it to Versailles all its conservative friends." Registered. The 1980 Guangzhou Commune was an absolute community of love based upon the act of recognizing a value larger than individual life. The liberation of life instincts in these moments creates unique qualities of social life. In 1848, 1905, and 1968, for example, anti-Semitism was a recurrent public theme, and international solidarity momentarily outweighed patriotic sentiments. Asterisk. Such spontaneous leaps are certainly products of long-term social processes in which organized groups and conscious individuals prepare groundwork, but when political struggles come to involve tens and hundreds of thousands of people, it is possible to glimpse a rare historical occurrence, the emergence of the Eros effect, the massive awakening of the instinctual human need for justice and for freedom. When the Eros effect occurs, it becomes clear that the fabric of the status quo has been torn, and the forms of social control have been ruptured. This break becomes clear when established patterns of interaction are negated, and new and better ones are created. In essence, general strikes are the emergence of humans as a species being, the negation of the age-old survival of the fittest through a process by which nature becomes history. The international impact of revolutionary movements that succeed in seizing state power is widely recognized. Few people would question the profound and long-lasting repercussions of revolutions in 1776 in the United States, 1789 in France, or 1917 in Russia. The ruptures of social order in 1848, 1905, and 1968 may not have toppled the dominant institutions, but they marked the emergence of new values, ideas, and aspirations that became consolidated as time passed. These intense periods of class struggle were important to the self-formation of the human species. They dramatically changed human beings. The new realities created by the Eros effect changed the conversations. They were not limited to elite regime change, but transformed entire populations, revealing new needs and higher aspirations of millions of people. Experiences accumulated from political praxis are a significant historical legacy that imbues future struggles with a higher consciousness. Whether in intuitive terms, directly intergenerational, or obtained from the study of history, human beings are transformed by social movements, and the self-formation of the species remains the innermost meaning of history. If history teaches us anything, it reveals the process through which the human species becomes conscious of its own development, an awareness that takes shape with utmost clarity during moments of the Eros effect. Thomas Jefferson observed this phenomenon in his analysis of the global impact of the American Revolution. 16. As yet that light has dawned on the middling classes only of the men of Europe. The kings and the rabble, of equal importance, have not yet received its beams, but it continues to spread, and it can no more recede than the sun return on his course. A first attempt to recover the right of self-government may fail, so may a second, a third, etc. But as a younger and more instructed race comes on, the sentiment becomes more and more intuitive, and a fourth, a fifth, or some subsequent one of the ever-renewed attempts will ultimately succeed. American revolutionaries of Jefferson's day were hemispheric. Beginning in 1776, the brothers Carteret protested uninterruptedly against the abuses of authorities in Che and Tat. On November 16, 1780, Tupac Amaru proclaimed liberty of slaves during an uprising joined by Creoles, Spanish, Africans, Mestizos, and Native Americans. Riding his famous white horse, Amaru led an insurrectionary army of as many as 20,000 fighters in 14 provinces. He exhorted his compatriots to realize that they were all born in our lands and from the same natural origin, all of whom have been oppressed by European tyranny. By the time the rebellion reached its zenith, it affected a generalized uprising from Buenos Aires to Chile, Quito, New Granada, and Venezuela. Far from being the result of any single event, abolition of European colonialism and feudalism was a process that required centuries of struggle. Uprisings and revolutions accelerated the birth of a new social formation as part of a process that occurred on many levels. In retrospect, we can observe today that 1848, 1905, and 1968 marked the first acts of the emergence of new social classes on the stage of world history. Despite defeat in their first experiences in the class struggle, these failed movements had their moments of success even if incomplete in subsequent epochs. Within the context of the world system's escalating spiral of expansion, fresh social movements take up where previous ones leave off. The failed social movements of 1848, 1905, and 1968 connected the emergent subjectivity of millions of people over more than a century. The world historical movements of the working class of 1848, the landless peasantry of 1905, and the new working class of 1968 provide a glimpse of the essential forces that have produced and are products of the movement of history. Although each of these periods of upheaval revitalized social movements, Differing economic conditions precipitated the storms. The revolutions of 1848 were preceded by the prolonged economic slump of 1825–48, and the movements of 1905 were also preceded by severe hardships following the worldwide slump of 1873–96. The 2 decades prior to 1968, however, were ones of immense global economic expansion before the world economic downturn of the 1970s. 17. Despite differing precipitating conditions and historical epochs, striking similarities can be found in cultural contestation of rules governing everyday life in 1848, 1905, and 1968. As initially pointed out by Alexis de Tocqueville, the first revolution against boredom was in 1848. He makes it quite clear that in the established political life, there reigned nothing but languor, impotence, immobility, boredom, and that the nation was bored listening to them. When he turned to the poet Lamartine, Tocqueville commented, "He is the only man, I believe, who always seemed to be ready to turn the world upside down to divert himself." If 1848 was, at least partially, a revolution against boredom, the May events in France were even more so. As the situationists put it, "We do not want to exchange a world in which it is possible to die of starvation for one in which it is possible to die from boredom." Shortly before May 1968, the front page of Le Monde ran the headline "France s'ennuie," and Goddard's Film Weekend had expressed a similar message. In the United States, Abbie Hoffman's Revolution for the Hell of It sold out as quickly as it was printed. Leading up to the cataclysmic events of 1848 in Vienna, Jesuit priests were handed control of nearly all the high schools, and when they forbade the old and joyous custom of nude bathing in the river, the first sparks of student protest began to fly. From these small beginnings emerged the revolutionary student brigade that became the government in Vienna for months. In 1968, at Nanterre University on the outskirts of Paris, a few men who had spent the night in the women's dormitory to protest sexual segregation and parietal hours were chased by police into a crowded lecture hall where scores of students were then mercilessly beaten. So began the escalating spiral of the May events. Berlin in 1848 had a reputation of being gay in every way. Berliners adored picnics, bonfires, parades, and festivals, but one of the many prohibitions included a ban on workers smoking in the public gardens, the Tiergarten. After the first round of barricade fighting in March, a crowd carried some of the 230 dead civilians to the palace, and someone called out loudly for the king to come and see the flower-covered corpses. His Majesty appeared on the balcony and took his hat off at the sight of the dead while the queen fainted. In this delicate moment, Prince Lichnowsky addressed the crowd, telling them their demands were granted. No one moved. Suddenly someone called out, "Smoking too." Yes, smoking too. Even in the Tiergarten. You may smoke in the Tiergarten, gentlemen. With that, the crowd dispersed. The fact that another Prussian, Prince zu Hohenlohe-Ingelfingen, questioned whether it was tobacco or some other concoction that workers were smoking provides another aspect of cultural affinity between the movements of 1848 and 1968. Such parallels might be regarded as trivial ones, but their significance should not be disregarded unless one refuses to contemplate the need of the established order to control leisure time and the aspirations of popular 18. movements to transform everyday life. Precisely because these movements were rooted in the popular need to transform power structures in everyday life are they world historical. The birth of the women's movement in 1848, its revival after 1905, and its re-emergence in 1968 are further indications of the organic awakening in these years. 1848, 1905, 1968, Historical overview. These three world historical movements emerged at different historical conjunctures, and they were composed of differing social classes. Although many groups participated in the revolutions of 1848, these events marked the entrance of the working class on the stage of world history. On February 22 to 24, 1848, the workers of Paris rose up and toppled the monarchy, sending the king into exile and sparking a continent-wide movement for democratic rights, the end of the monarchies, and economic justice. The French uprising had an enormous international impact in part because of the country's new telegraph system. In March, a bloody uprising in Vienna defeated the army and led to a new constitution. As the fighting spread to Berlin, Bavaria, Baden, and Saxony, the King of Prussia formed a new government and promised a democratic constitution. In Sicily, the Bourbon dynasty was overthrown, and the revolt spread to Naples, Milan, Venice, and Piedmont. The Poles rose against their Prussian rulers, and 2 nights of bloody barricade fighting broke out in Prague. Altogether there were some 50 revolutions in Europe in 1848, and these movements converged in their demands for republics and in their tactic of building barricades for urban warfare. In June 1848, a new round of insurrections began when the working class of Paris seized control of the city. In 4 days of bloody barricade fighting, thousands of people were killed. After the revolt, the army held more than 15,000 prisoners, many of whom were later executed. Despite their defeat, the workers of Paris catalyzed a new wave of armed insurrections in Berlin, Vienna, and Frankfurt, and vast movements emerged among the peasantry. A revolutionary army appeared in Hungary, where Lajos Kossuth eloquently exhorted people to rise up for self-government and social revolution. The Pope fled Rome as the Republican movement won control from the French army. If the Hungarian Revolutionary Army had been able to reach the insurgents in Vienna, a Europe-wide revolution might have consolidated. Instead, counter-revolution reigned as order was brutally restored. The Holy Alliance may not have been shattered in 1848, but Metternich himself was forced to flee Vienna, and greater liberties were won within the confines of existing states. Rebellion in 1848 swept the distant island of Sri Lanka, and British imperialism was also opposed in the Punjab. Sri Lankans were aware of 19. The uprisings in India and around the world. One British observer noted that, intelligence from Europe arrived of the revolution in France, and the disturbances in other European countries, and almost simultaneously with that there arrived intelligence of disasters to our army in India. 1 am assured by intelligent Kandyans that those 2 circumstances had a very material effect on the minds of the Kandyans. And improper use of those circumstances was made by the local press. For the first time in Sri Lanka, in 1848, rural protesters united with the urban intelligentsia. Although the revolt was mercilessly crushed, the system of compulsory labor was brought to an end, and the colonial governor was recalled to England. The controversial poll tax levied on Buddhist monks was also withdrawn. From 1845 to 1864, in a fusion of Christianity and Eastern philosophies, the Taiping Rebellion led to civil war in China in which some 20 million people were killed. Ruling a vast liberated territory from their capital in Nanjing for 11 years, the Taiping were ultimately defeated by the Manchu Qing dynasty. Although defeated, Taiping notions of communal property and complete equality of men and women subsequently reappeared. Only after World War I would the Kaiser, the Tsar, and the Habsburgs be permanently dethroned, but after the storms of 1848, modern political parties, trade unions, and democratic rights emerged as bourgeois society was consolidated. The defeats of the insurrectionary governments of 1848 throughout Europe led to a period of stagnation for revolutionary movements. As Austria and Germany became more autocratic, more than 1 million Germans emigrated. For Emanuel Wallerstein, 1848's failed revolutions created a left ideology that broke decisively with feudal conservatism and centrist liberalism, thereby paving the way for a long-term socialist organizing project that culminated in the 1917 Russian Revolution. Registered although challenged in the streets in 1848, centrist liberalism went on to become the dominant geoculture of the world system founded on formal democracy and material improvements for the vast majority of citizens. In the 25 years after 1848, free enterprise experienced some of its most dynamic years. For the first time, industrialization took root in France, Austria, Hungary, Poland, and Russia. Germany quickly developed into a major industrial country. New economic masters whose program of industrialization necessitated freeing the slaves conquered the United States. During this period, there was another wave of global expansion of European powers, the Syrian expedition, Anglo-French war against China, French conquest of Indochina, Maximilian's dispatch to Mexico, and conquest of Algeria and Senegal. There were also wars between capitalist powers, notably those in the Crimea and the Franco-Prussian War. 20. Global expansionism after 1848 accelerated accumulation of vast wealth in industrialized nations, and concomitant harnessing of science to production and new mass production techniques further intensified the system's tendency toward global expansion. The whole world became divided into oppressor and oppressed nations as free trade led to imperialist conquest. Nearly 70 years after the emergence of the working class as a class for itself, the peasants and natives of the periphery, increasingly denied land and liberty by the expanding imperial system, emerged as a force in their own right. At the beginning of the 20th century, global networks of communication and transportation were limited compared to today, but nonetheless they helped synchronize world movements even more than in 1848. Beginning with Korea, Cuba, and the Philippines, uprisings and movements for national independence appeared throughout the world. From 1904 to 1907, significant social movements erupted in India, Indochina, Madagascar, Angola, Portuguese Guinea, Egypt, Crete, Albania, Serbia, Poland, Guatemala, and Peru. A protracted guerrilla war against German colonial rule in Namibia cost the lives of 100,000 Africans, and the Zulus in Natal rose against their British rulers. The 1905 defeat of Russia, a great European power, by Japan, then a small Asian sovereignty, helped precipitate this global wave of revolutionary activity. At one end of Asia, Sun Yat-sen declared, "We regarded the Russian defeat by Japan as the defeat of the West by the East." Similarly, Jawaharlal Nehru described how Japanese victories stirred up my enthusiasm. Nationalistic ideas filled my mind. I mused of Indian freedom. At the other end of Asia, a British diplomat in Constantinople reported to London that the Japanese victory made every fiber in Turkish political life tingle with excitement. 3 years later, the Young Turk revolt led to an insurrection in Salonika, and a constitutional government was quickly won for the entire Ottoman Empire. In China, the 1911 nationalist revolution led to the end of the Manchu dynasty and the emergence of modern Chinese political parties. Korean righteous armies rose against their Japanese rulers. Popular movements erupted among miners and railroad workers in Germany, England, France, and the United States, and among farm workers in Italy and Galicia. The praxis of the working class movement from 1900 to 1905 was a demonstration of the historically new tactic of the general strike. In this period, there were general strikes in Russia, Bohemia, Spain, Sweden, and Italy, strikes modeled on the first general strike of 1877 in St. Louis, Missouri. Between 1900 and 1905, there were massive strikes by miners in Pennsylvania, Colorado, Austria, and France, a general strike of all production workers in Barcelona, and strikes for universal voting. 21. Rights in Sweden, Belgium, Prague, Galicia, and Austria. Although no movement came to power, organizations of farm workers in Italy and Galicia were strengthened, the Wobblies came to life in the United States, and in Belgium, Austria, and Sweden, universal suffrage was enacted. In Persia, general strikes and the emergence of Soviets precipitated a constitutional revolution that ultimately deposed the Qajar dynasty. In the course of these struggles, Persian women played an integral role. Organized into secret societies, masked women carried out armed actions while others published feminist newspapers and organized discussion groups. Although these actions achieved only minimal legal change in the status of women, there was a more significant transformation of the social attitude toward women, a change that established the cornerstone for future feminist movements there. Further to the north, in Russia, the mighty Tsar was nearly overthrown. The massacre of hundreds of peaceful marchers in St. Petersburg on Bloody Sunday precipitated a general strike coordinated by spontaneously formed Soviets. Only after thousands of workers were killed during months of strikes did the movement temporarily abate. The revolution of 1905 transformed Russian politics by illuminating the brutality of Tsarist rule at the same time as it indicated the popular movement's strength. As previously disenfranchised workers and humble peasants found themselves rallying the country to their cause, women of Russia became activated. There had been no specifically feminist movement in Russia before this time, but there were obvious feminist implications in the idea of universal suffrage. And they encouraged the faint beginnings of a movement that now began to pick up a following. Although the movement did not seize power, the Tsar was forced to grant limited democratic reforms, the Duma was created, and Russian workers won a shorter working day and the right to organize. The spontaneously generated movement of 1905 permanently changed the common sense of Russia, and over the next 12 years, there was a growing wave of strikes that culminated in the reappearance of Soviets and overthrow of the Tsar in 1917. Russia's defeat in World War I left a vacuum of power. 8 months later, the Bolsheviks seized the state amid an uprising they orchestrated. The Bolsheviks' success helped to catalyze council movements in Germany, Austria, and Hungary, movements of workers and peasants which led to the end of the Austrian and German empires, even though the insurgents were unable to remain in power. From the March 1, 1919, Korean independence uprising to the May 4 movement in China, from the Egyptian revolt to massive strikes in the United States and Great Britain, international repercussions of the Russian Revolution were enormous. 22. In the decades following 1917, the working class and its peasant allies were successful in a host of countries as the locus of revolutionary movements shifted away from Europe to the world system's periphery. Within industrialized societies, overproduction led to a worldwide depression beginning in 1929, and working class movements were temporarily revived in the Popular Front government in France, the Spanish Republic, the San Francisco General Strike, the Battle of Minneapolis, and the Great Sit-in movements and factory occupations. Of course, the Comintern played an overdetermining role in many popular struggles of the 1930s. More often than not, it diffused vital energies of insurgent movements. Although the generation of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade demonstrated remarkable proletarian internationalism, it was nearly extinguished in the struggle against the fascism that filled the political void in old Central European empires. In the United States and Western Europe, struggles of the 1930s won trade unions new legitimacy, and the working class emerged from these struggles with a new sense of dignity. As one participant explained, he was fortunate enough to be caught up in a great movement of millions of people, literally changed not only the course of the working man, but also the nature of the relationship between the working man and the boss, for all time. In the first half of the 20th century, although social movements came to power in Russia and China, global expansion of capitalism accelerated in the other half of the world. The origins of the world economy date well before the 20th century, but in the latter half of the century, transnational corporations have centralized the world's productive capacity under their supervision. Monopoly production has moved from a national to an international level, and modern technology has revolutionized production through cybernetic control. In 1968, the Third Industrial Revolution announced itself with the publication of the double helix, marketing of the first microcomputer, and Apollo 8's rounding the moon. Modern space-age production, made possible by global centralization of resources and modern technology, has engendered an increasingly complex division of labor, and, in 1968, new oppositional forces emerged in the most developed capitalist countries, the new working class. As the first industrial revolution produced the working class and the second a landless peasantry, so the third created the new working class. The rapid growth of universities necessitated by high technology, internationalized division of labor, and consolidation of consumer society all converged to create the new working class. In 1968, Their aspirations for a decentralized and self-managed global society transcended previous calls for liberty, equality, and fraternity in 1789, for jobs, trade unions, and employment security in 1848, and for land, peace, bread, and voting rights from 1905 to 1917. 23. As we will see, the New Left enriched traditions of revolutionary organization and tactics, from insurrectionary parliaments and barricade fighting in 1848, to Soviets and general strikes in 1905, to vanguard parties and insurrections in 1917, and finally to decentralized, self-managed councils and popular contestation of public space in 1968. The New Left merger of culture and politics created situations in which contestation of public space was neither an armed insurrection nor a military assault for control of territory. Aspirations of the New Left in the advanced industrialized countries were decidedly not a dictatorship of the proletariat, but power to the people and all power to the imagination. In 1968, issues raised by the movement, like racism and patriarchy, were species issues, and at the same time, a new we was concretely defined in self-management which sprang up at the levels of campus, factory, and neighborhood. The chart below summarizes the New Left's relationship to previous world historical movements. The development of world historical social movements. Ascendant 1778 to 1789. Insurrectionary action. Emergent representative parliaments, Soviets / SIF 7 vanguard party committees / organization assemblies and political councils, collectives, parties. Organized contestation of revolutionary popular tactics, general strike, seizure of public space / war, insurrections, power, everyday use. The New Left, a global definition. Unlike the centrally organized Communist International, the New Left's international political unity was not mandated from above but grew out of needs and aspirations of popular movements around the world. That is why the New Left can simultaneously be regarded as one insurgency and many social movements. 24. Despite attempts to construe the New Left as tied to the Soviet Union, communist parties globally opposed the movement. For its part, the New Left did not regard communist parties as friends. As an observer in Italy put it, the fight of the New Left in Italy is taking place on two fronts, on one side against conservative forces and on the other against the traditional left. One often gets the impression that the conflict with the old left is the predominant element in the choice of criteria for action by the New Left, since the target they set for themselves is to unmask the traditional left as being non-left, as aiming at no more than an infiltration of the capitalist system in order to reform it. This they regard as a non-alternative, in fact as strictly organic and functional to the authoritarian and repressive system. Italy was not the only place where emergent movements opposed Soviet communism. In 1953, 1956, 1968, and 1970, uprisings that erupted in Eastern Europe against Soviet regimes displayed remarkable similarities to their counterparts in the West. In some cases, they self-consciously identified themselves as New Left degree and in almost all cases, activists in the West spontaneously welcomed them as part of a larger international movement. Despite their international unity, it would be a mistake to equate all movements of 1968. Freedom from foreign domination and freedom from one's own government's attempts to dominate other nations may become the same struggle in the practicality of world events, but they are different freedoms, carrying within them different meanings. More importantly, movements in economically advanced societies must deal with qualitatively different objective conditions and with different immediate goals than those on the periphery of the world system. Despite obvious differences, participants did not act in isolation from one another. When yippies brought panic to the New York Stock Exchange by throwing money on the floor, when Dutch provos wreaked havoc on rush hour traffic in Amsterdam by releasing chickens into the streets, and when Strasbourg's Situationists issued their manifesto denouncing boredom, they were using methods obviously different than those of liberation fighters in Vietnam. Despite their tactical differences, all these groups enunciated similar goals: a decentralized world with genuine human self-determination, and they increasingly acted in unison. Uneven development in the world system conditioned the diverse composition of the New Left as a world historical movement. Vietnam was fighting for national liberation 2 centuries after the American colonies broke away from England. The Vietnamese modeled their struggle, at least in part, on that. 25. Of the United States, even adopting word for word part of the U.S. Declaration of Independence. Similarly, their organization was modeled on the Bolshevik Party. The global movement of 1968 was composed of many components, newly emergent social actors, as well as one's continuing unfinished struggles of previous epochs. The complete success of all these struggles would be a global revolution, the first truly world historical revolution. Such a revolution would necessarily involve the radical transformation of the world system from within its core countries. Successful 20th century revolutions, however, have been confined to the periphery of the world system, a situation that resulted in the disappearance of the idea of a world historical revolution, at least until 1968. My analysis of social movements focuses on the core of the world system to illuminate the possibility of such a world historical revolution. Taken as a whole, the New Left was a global movement that sought to decentralize and redistribute world resources and power at a time when their centralization had never been greater. Of course, the movement developed within nation-states, not by people's own choosing but because of national organization of political power. Around 1968, however, the growing feeling among activists in Vietnam, Cuba, Latin America, Africa, and even in the United States and Europe was that they were all engaged in the same struggle. As Marcuse pointed out in that year, the theoretical framework of revolution and subversive action has become a world framework. Just as Vietnam is an integral part of the corporative capitalist system, so the national movements of liberation are an integral part of the potential socialist revolution. And the liberation movements in the Third World depend for their subversive power on the weakening of the capitalist metropolis in the 1970s. International solidarity and coordination between radical movements in the core and periphery became even more intense than in 1968. Thousands of young Americans went to Cuba as part of Vence Ramos brigades, helping cut sugarcane during the harvests, building schools and houses, and planting trees. In February 1972, the Indo-Chinese liberation movements hosted a world conference in Paris, and representatives of solidarity groups from 84 countries attended. A carefully prepared global action calendar was formulated, and on March 31, the same day that worldwide demonstrations were to begin, a major offensive was launched in Vietnam that included the surprising appearance of tanks among the guerrillas. International coordination of the world movement had never been as conscious or well synchronized. Since 1972, 5 other internationally synchronized mobilizations have taken place, all of them emanating from the grassroots. 1 disarmament movements of the late 1970s and early 1980s, which helped to end the Cold War. 26. 2 Asian uprisings from 1986 to 1992, which overthrew 8 entrenched dictatorships in 6 years. 3 Turmoil in Eastern Europe that ended 7 established Soviet governments. 4. Alter globalization mobilizations from Seattle 1999 to February 15, 2003. 5. The Arab Spring, Spanish Indignados, Greek anarchists, and Occupy Wall Street in 2011. The New Left's world historical character is revealed by insurgency's recurrent patterns of independence from political parties, autonomous self-organization, direct democracy, and global solidarity. The global movement is increasingly self-conscious of its international synchronicity. In 1972, the Vietnamese Revolution provided a centralized organizing group for the world anti-war offensive. Subsequent waves of protests emerged spontaneously from the grassroots without any central organization. Rather than interpreting the New Left nationalistically, organizationally, or ideologically, I locate it in the praxis of millions of people. A universal definition of the New Left cannot merely be based on organizational ideology, that is, that it developed outside or in opposition to the old left, nor can we clarify what it was in terms of specific organizations or theorists. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the Black Panther Party, the March 22 movement in France, the Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund in Germany, and the Students for a Democratic Society in the United States were all New Left organizations. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Herbert Marcuse were New Left theorists, but the movement extended beyond these organizations and theorists. They were all part of but not equivalent to the movement. The primary defining characteristics of the global New Left include opposition to racial, political, and patriarchal domination, as well as to economic exploitation. The movement sought to overthrow the economic exploitation that the Old Left had opposed, but activists' anti-authoritarianism also opposed cultural and bureaucratic domination. Movements for national liberation and civil rights, the primary basis of global turmoil in 1968, ensured that racism would be a central concern. Women's liberation challenged patriarchal domination, and gay movements questioned established gender identities. There may be an analogy between the development of Christianity and that of secular liberation. From this perspective, the New Left began a reinterpretation of the scope of freedom in much the same way that the Protestant Reformation redefined the individual's relationship to God by making the Church 27. An unnecessary vehicle for salvation and affirming the sanctity of individual subjectivity. The universe of freedom spontaneously envisioned and practiced in 1968 included individual liberty within a framework of social justice and equality. New Left activists were concerned not only with economic and political issues, but also with domination in everyday life. Called into question were bureaucracy, economic exploitation, oppression of women, repression of children, homophobia, and racism, all aspects of capitalist patriarchy. Attempts to transform everyday life and to politicize taken for granted models of interaction, particularly in the practice of women's liberation, rest on a belief that economic and political structures are reproduced through the daily acceptance of predetermined patterns of life, a belief that stands in sharp contrast to the Old Left's economic determinism. In a reworking of the psyche and human needs, the Cultural Revolution lays the groundwork for a new type of revolution, one that does not culminate in the political sphere but that would move the realm of politics from the state to everyday life and transform politics from elite administration to self-management. Through its universal realization, politics would cease to exist as we know it today. Nationalization of the economy and decision-making do not define a free society as envisioned by the New Left. Forms of freedom in 1968 included decentralization of decision-making, international sharing of resources, socialization of ecologically sustainable industry, worker and community self-management, and extension of democracy to all aspects of life. In slogan form, the New Left's "All Power to the People, Not the Dictatorship of the Proletariat" stood as a political guide to freedom. All this should not be interpreted to mean that the New Left never reproduced racist, patriarchal, bureaucratic, or exploitative characteristics of the system from which it originated. As offspring of the society they opposed, the movement was stamped with birthmarks of the old order. Despite many shortcomings, when taken as a whole, the movement was profoundly universalistic in its consciousness of oppression, and its theory and practice attempted to transform all its forms. A concept of freedom as not only freedom from material deprivation but also freedom to create new human beings. Compared with previous social movements, the New Left did not arise primarily in response to conditions of economic hardship but to political and cultural/psychological oppression. The need to change daily life was evident in Che Guevara's New Socialist Person, and it applies equally well to Martin Luther King's New Negro, the subsequent self-definition of Americans of African descent, the emergence of Latino and Chicano as ethnic markers rather than Hispanic or Spanish, and the new self-definitions of women, gay people, 28, transgender people, and students. Asian Americans insisted they no longer wished to be called Orientals. The movement opposed cultural imperialism and consumerism at the same time as it sought to build people's culture, Black culture, women's culture, Chicano culture, gay culture, and youth culture. Insurgent cultures were based on new norms and values developed from a critique of generally accepted patterns of interaction. In retrospect, cultural precursors of the movement stand out aesthetic and philosophical qualities that found popular embodiment in the 1960s. Existentialism and Godard films in France, the Kafka revival in Czechoslovakia, jazz, blues, rock, pop art, and the theory of the Frankfurt School all contributed to the creation of a social soul which became manifest in political form with the New Left. The massive fusion of culture and politics defined the New Left's uniqueness. As a social movement, the New Left represented the political emergence of many of the same human values and aspirations that gave rise to modern art and philosophy. Spontaneity, individual autonomy amid community, and the subversion of bureaucratic as well as economic domination were all values and ideals shared by artists and the movement. By 1968, the art world's happenings, process art, action painting, kinetic art, pop art, op art, new realism, minimal art, environmental art, and Tachism had long challenged limits of what was considered possible. If 60s movements experimented with new forms of street protests and created communal spaces at be-ins and love fests, these innovative happenings were anticipated by artists already in the 1950s. Contemporary art's lack of coherence and frequent formless tendencies anticipated the New Left's rejection of organizational structure in favor of spontaneity and self-organization. While destroying boundaries between music and performance, Nam June Paik's humanization of technology paved the way for movement attempts to reconstitute social order beyond established borders. Conceptualism similarly questioned the boundaries of art. By prioritizing language over visual relevancy, it helped to create new vehicles for protest. Anticipating the subsequent merger of disparate political movements into a coherent whole, aesthetic streams of imaginative appropriation of technologies congealed under the name of Fluxus, which even before its 1962 Festum Fluxorum galvanized openness and cross-pollination of traditionally separate domains. Visual artist Joseph Beuys was attracted to Fluxus because he wanted to create a theory that would go beyond the idea of actions and happenings. Musician Wolf Vastel was lured by its way of looking at things that went from action music, to life music, thought music, decollage music, and behavior music, and finally right down to invisible music. Action poet Robert Fillier refused to be colonized culturally by a self-styled race of specialists in painting, sculpture, poetry, music, etc. This is what La Revolte 29. Mediocres is all about. With wonderful results in modern art, so far. Tomorrow could everybody revolt? Long anathema to artists' creativity, nationalism was explicitly negated by international identities such as Cobra. Cobra attempted to include Czechoslovakia but was prevented from doing so by Cold War politics. In contrast to rigid aesthetic formalism, post-war artists emphasized play, fun, imagination, and politics, creating new forms of expression that ran parallel to New Left innovations. Spontaneity, festivities, and play were deemed more important to human nature than work, thought, and vacation. European culture is sick, going to die, screamed the Situationists in 1961. They felt it would not be sufficient to have a social and political revolution if this reorganization does not go hand in hand with a similar qualitative reshaping of culture. Autodestructive art completed the visual task of negating the dominant industrial system at the same time as it undermined the commodity form, which reified art as consumer objects. Dematerialization of the art object followed as another way to negate capitalist intrusions. In conjunction with the Spur Group, the Situationist International clashed with consumerism. They demanded utopia as a dialectical combination of art and life, with professional amateurs helping to make everyone an artist of their own life. They believed that coffee cups can be more beautiful than fancy sculptures. A kiss in the morning can be more dramatic than a drama by Mr. Fancy Pants. The sloshing of my foot in my wet boot sounds more beautiful than fancy organ music. At the same time as the United States was the bête noire of world events, overthrowing governments, assassinating political leaders, and conducting genocidal wars, American culture had an undeniable magnetism and attraction. The contradiction between embracing the culture that gave the world nuclear bombs and protesting it did not prevent young British artists from created graphic designs and effective poster art for the anti-nuclear weapons movement, especially the Committee for Nuclear Disarmament, while emulating U.S.-based artists' use of industrial materials, American pop culture, and abstract expressionism. Collage artist Richard Hamilton attended an Easter protest march carrying a life-sized image of Marilyn Monroe * when sculptor Anthony Caro was asked how his trip to America had affected his art. He replied, "I realized I had nothing to lose by throwing out history here. We are also steeped in it anyway. There's a fine art quality about European art even when it's made from junk. America made me see that there are no barriers and no regulations. They simply aren't bound to traditional or conventional solutions in their art or anything else." Through such actions, artists embodied the creation of a new planetary culture and liberated human beings. 30. As anticipated by Herbert Marcuse's Eros and Civilization, the body's liberation became a recurrent theme in visual arts and ultimately in radical politics as well. Marcuse called on us to make the human body an instrument of pleasure rather than labor. The body as art object was central to Yoko Ono's 1964 performance titled Cut Piece, in which she invited members of the audience to snip off her clothes. Ono's piece has been hailed as a forerunner to feminism, as was Shigeko Kubota's vagina painting a year later. Attempts to bring the erotic to consciousness and to thematize the unconscious include Paik's performance pieces, especially his then notorious 1967 opera Sextronique. Marcuse's rethinking of humans' place in the cosmos found similar resonance. Buies' performance of How to Explain Pictures to a Dead Hare came 3 years before the Yippies ran a pig for president in 1968. The Living Theater included members of the audience in their performances, thereby helping to break down the distance between audience and actor, a transformation highly valued by both aesthetic and political movements. An early example of how to shatter viewers' distance from art can be found in Buies' picking up an axe at Paik's exposition of music electronic television and destroying one of Paik's pianos in 1963. The situationist critique of the Society of the Spectacle followed in 1967. As artists became politically active, the first demonstration at the Museum of Modern Art in New York took place on January 3, 1969, when sculptor Takis removed his own work. Later he broadcast the message, "Our group has become much bigger," and taken the name of the Art Workers Coalition. Art workers. The time came to demystify the elite of the art rulers, directors of museums, and trustees. With Takis's action, artists moved from constituting avant-gardes in the autonomous domain of culture to themselves joining protests. Little more than a year later, the New York art strike in 1970 seemed to affect the whole art world. The counterculture that avant-garde artists helped to nurture and develop would, in turn, profoundly influence culture in the 1970s. Rock music and the rise of gay and feminist political cultures are sometimes seen as opposed to each other, but they all arose in the same period of time. Extension of democracy and expansion of individual rights, not their constraint. Strict principles of democracy were the norm, and bottom-up participatory democracy defined the process of interaction from the largest general assemblies to the smallest action committees. Although the media often focused 31. on specific individuals, the movement generally avoided selecting leaders, and anyone with major responsibilities was often subject to immediate recall. Important positions of responsibility were rotated. Even among some armed movements in the Third World, extension of the democratic process occurred. In Vietnam, guerrilla units would, when possible, meet before their attacks to discuss tactics and options. In some cases, full-scale models of targets were constructed, and simulated attacks rehearsed with members rotated from one specific task to another until each could function best. Commanding officers for the actual attack were then democratically elected. Once the real attack was launched, of course, orders had to be followed without hesitation. Among Tupamaro fighters in Uruguay, strict democratic decision-making was also practiced. Democratic process was manifest in self-management as represented in consensual decision-making at general assemblies involving hundreds of people, in autonomy of black and women's liberation, in aspirations for self-determination for oppressed nations, in calls for community control of police and neighborhood development, and in self-management of factories, schools, and cities during New Left strikes. In contrast to monolithic Old Left organizations, many tendencies coexisted within New Left organizations, from Maoism to feminism, anarchism, democratic socialism, and common sense. Enlarged base of revolution. At the same time as the movement sought to enlarge the scope of freedom, its praxis involved an enlarged constituency. Its historical experiences transcended a static model of class struggle developed from previous revolutions. The legacy of the New Left is enrichment of that tradition, a practical wealth often obscured by the Old Left's labor metaphysic and base superstructure orthodoxy. In 1968, oppositional forces emerged whose existence could not be contained within the existing typology of class struggle modeled upon previous occurrences. In 1968, it was not predominantly the working class and their parties which rose to challenge the existing social order, but groups normally considered marginal, students, young people, national minorities, women, and the lumpenproletariat. By occupational categories, large numbers of factory workers helped lead workers' insurgencies as part of the overall movement, but the main oppositional constituencies originated in the urban underclass and the new working class. Particularly in France, the participation of the new working class in the radical movement was an important defining contour of the New Left, perhaps as important as the hostilities of the Old Left Communist Party. As the quantitative growth of the new working class has proceeded through intensification of world industrialization, so the practice 32 of the New Left has demonstrated the proletarian aspect of these middle strata. Part of the reason for the inability of the left to comprehend the meaning of 1968 lies in the differing roles played by the middle strata, students, and the lumpenproletariat in other times and places. In 1848, the lumpenproletariat of Paris was wined and dined by Louis Napoleon Bonaparte so that it would fight for him against the proletariat. Indeed, it was Napoleon III's ability to use these gangsters, thugs, and hoodlums to maintain order that eventually won him the mandate needed to rule France. More recently, in places like Guinea-Bissau, Algeria, Angola, and Greece, the lumpenproletariat has played reactionary roles as well. In the 1960s, in the United States, when the civil rights movement entered its second phase by moving north, the black lumpenproletariat became the catalyst and leadership of the radical movement. Inspired by the example of Malcolm X, former criminals and drug addicts changed their lives and rebelled en masse against the conditions of their existence. During the 1980 Gwangju uprising, lumpen were among the most dedicated freedom fighters. The middle strata formed the social basis for the Nazi regime and played a distinctly reactionary role in Allende's Chile, but in the core of the world system in the 1960s, middle-class people, particularly women and young adults, were progressive forces. To be sure, there are economic reasons for the changing political role of the middle strata and for the enlarged base of revolution. In our rapidly changing world, farmers increasingly are made landless, proletarianized, and urbanized. Millions of office workers not directly involved in material production are increasingly seen as part of the working class. Colonization of everyday life means the realm of the cash nexus has been enlarged to include production and consumption, work, and leisure. Women's liberation arose concomitantly with massive entry of females onto the labor market. Universities have taken on an enlarged and more central role. When Clark Kerr compared the economic importance of the nation's universities in the last half of the 20th century to that of automobiles in the early 1900s and railroads in the late 1800s, he made, if anything, an understatement. In the 1960s, there were more students than farmers in the United States, more students than miners, and more people enrolled in formal studies than working in construction, transportation, or public utilities. The new structural position of the universities within the modern world system gave rise to a student movement unlike ones of the past, a movement tied neither to adult nor parent organizations nor to the nation-state. Similarly, urbanization of African Americans and their central position in the inner cities, the 33. Military and industry were conditions for the emergence of the Black Liberation Movement. An emphasis on direct action, whether observed in the formation of the March 22 movement at Nanterre or as early as the July 26 movement in Cuba, the New Left was characterized by the belief that action in itself was a solution. Through direct action, activists believed that the movement would become quantitatively larger and qualitatively stronger. The actionism of the New Left was not merely a reversion to pure and simple spontaneity but a new method for the integration of theory and practice, a form of conscious spontaneity. Sit-ins and building occupations, even teach-ins can be seen as a form of the actionization of theory. The New Left's reliance on direct experience and the empirical evaluation of immediate events represented a negation of the Old Left's overemphasis on centralized organization and the primacy of the role of the conscious element. Although resulting in increased repression and premature armed struggle tendencies within the movement, the New Left's actionism did not culminate in attempted coups d'état from above. The New Left continually maintained that society could be genuinely revolutionized only from the bottom up by the vast majority of people. Guerrillas in Guinea-Bissau actually delayed the seizure of state power in order to continue building popular power from below. In the industrialized societies, New Left forms of action from sit-ins to university takeovers and freeway blockades were spontaneously developed in accordance with the military and political possibilities of 1968 to 1970. In the epoch after 1968, popular movements have reproduced the New Left tactic of massive occupations of public space as a means of social transformation. This tactic's international diffusion can be seen in Oaxaca's Commune, Cairo's Tahrir Square, Istanbul's Taksim Square, Athens' Syntagma, and among Spanish indignados. As cultural and economic integration of the world accelerates, the significance of the Eros effect and the importance of synchronized insurgencies will only grow in importance. In 1848 and 1905, limited communication and economic ties existed, and movements were relatively undeveloped in their spatial and historical integration. Movements in 1968 exhibited remarkable international consciousness and interconnectedness, and their meteoric appearance and disintegration is a reflection of the rapid pace of change in the modern world. As a world historical movement, the insurgency of 1968 forms the contours of subsequent insurgencies, which similarly will develop in unexpected, globally synchronized explosions. Chapter 2. A Geological Analysis of 1968. The past is never dead. It's not even past. William Faulkner. ORLD Historical social movements erupted in nearly every country in 1968, but the focus of world attention was on Vietnam. If anyone embodied the zeitgeist of 1968, it was the Vietnamese people, whose resistance to foreign domination catalyzed the entire global movement. Having defeated France at Dien Bien Phu in 1954, they faced a new threat to their independence, the world's most powerful empire. The prolonged intensity of their struggle against genocidal U.S. violence shattered the illusion of the democratic content of Pax Americana, giving rise to movements in the industrialized societies aimed at transforming the system that killed millions of human beings in unnecessary wars. At the same time, Vietnamese battlefield victories inspired anti-imperialist movements throughout the Third World. Before the first month of 1968 had come to an end, the Tet Offensive made it clear that the National Liberation Front held the upper hand. 500,000 U.S. soldiers and billions of dollars worth of the world's most technologically advanced weapons were unable to defeat a tiny peasant nation's aspirations for independence. Like so many people, Jean-Paul Sartre was amazed. Who would have thought that 14 million peasants would be able to resist the greatest military and economic power on earth? And yet, this is what happened. Tracing the origin of the most famous slogan of the May 1968 French uprising, "Imagination in Power," Sartre said it came to us from Vietnam. Because of the worldwide importance of the Tet Offensive, it is there that any analysis of 1968 must begin. The Tet Offensive. In the early morning hours of January 31, 1968, the third day of Tet, guerrillas launched synchronized attacks throughout southern 37. 38. Vietnam. 5 of 6 major cities, 39 of 44 provincial capitals, 71 district capitals, and nearly every U.S. base in Vietnam simultaneously became scenes of vicious fighting. Over 500 Americans, and many more Vietnamese, lost their lives each day of the uprising. In 2 months of fighting from January 29 to March 31, 1968, at least 3,895 U.S. soldiers and tens of thousands of guerrillas were killed. As the offensive began, a squad of guerrillas penetrated the grounds of the newly constructed U.S. Embassy in Saigon. At the same time, 11 NLF battalions suddenly surfaced in Saigon. They captured the government radio station and surrounded the presidential palace. The fight for the capital city lasted fully a week. The Battle of Hue, the old imperial capital in central Vietnam and epicenter of Buddhist and student revolts in 1963 and 1966, was even more intense. A unified revolutionary power was established, and Revolutionary Hue held out for over 3 weeks. Only after bloody house-to-house fighting and massive bombing was the NLF flag no longer flying. As a result of the offensive, 600 rural villages enacted self-government. After Hue was retaken, Western media abounded with stories of the bloodbath supposedly perpetrated by the NLF against its people. A year and a half later, secretly posing as an ordinary professor, CIA-paid Douglas Pike was 39. Quoted in the Los Angeles Times of December 6, 1969, as having conducted an intensive investigation of events in Hue in which he concluded communists had slaughtered almost 6,000 civilians for political purposes. This figure was double all previous ones quoted in the mass media. I mention this because the Hue massacre was such a prominently used attack on the NLF, when, in fact, the vast majority of the civilian deaths were caused by U.S. aerial bombardments. The mass graves found later had been dug by the NLF and were necessary because of the casualties caused by U.S. bombs. The lies surrounding events in Hue were part of a campaign of deliberately perpetrated misinformation designed to intensify the war against Vietnam at a time when anti-war sentiment was growing by leaps and bounds. From fabrication of the 1964 Gulf of Tonkin incident to continual promises of quick victory, President Lyndon Johnson systematically misled public opinion in order to expand his military adventure. In a move designed to coincide with the beginning of the election year primaries in the United States, the offensive's timing was so precise that the attack on the U.S. Embassy came early enough in the day for U.S. network news to carry same-day coverage. The fortress-like embassy had huge symbolic meaning. It was a place that the American public could understand, unlike Khe Sanh or Hue. With the embassy grounds in the hands of guerrillas, the public could summon a mind's-eye picture of the place and understand that the war was being lost. Vietnamese were well aware that theirs was the world's first televised war. Their massive offensive purposely did not attack power stations, telephones, or telegraphs so the press would be able to wire out reports more or less normally. Although elaborate planning for the offensive had taken years, the U.S. had no clue that it was coming, at least not in the form it took. When intelligence reported that something big was going to happen, they concluded it would be at Khe Sanh, a remote outpost where thousands of U.S. troops were cut off and surrounded. Worried that another Dien Bien Phu was in the offing, a defeat so large it could not be hidden, the Pentagon dropped the equivalent tonnage of 5 Hiroshima bombs in and around Khe Sanh. The use of tactical nuclear weapons came under consideration as well. We know today that the Khe Sanh battle was waged by the Vietnamese as a huge diversionary attack to provide cover for the offensive in the cities. For Vietnamese, the Lunar New Year is the most important holiday, so nearly all Vietnamese troops fighting for the U.S. were given leave to go home. The guerrillas were thereby able to fight American troops directly. Tet also marked the anniversary of Quang Chung's 1789 surprise attack on Hanoi. 40. Defeat Chinese invaders. an epic event in Vietnamese history. 5 days before the 1968 Tet holiday began, the General Association of Students in Saigon University celebrated Quang Chung's 1789 victory by recreating it on stage. At an assembly attended by thousands of people, many of the songs and speeches carried anti-American overtones. When the offensive seemed over, General William Westmoreland, the commander of U.S. forces in Vietnam, claimed a major victory, asserting that the enemy had failed to achieve its goals. Westmoreland's pronouncement was as wrong as his now infamous light at the end of the tunnel speech. The U.S. had clearly suffered a major defeat on the ground in Vietnam, so much so that its war plans were turned around, and it began to take measures to withdraw. On March 9, as guerrilla attacks continued, Westmoreland publicly asked the president for 206,000 additional soldiers to protect the more than 500,000 already in Vietnam, a request that was turned down. As Noam Chomsky's reading of Pentagon documents revealed, one of the factors that concerned the Joint Chiefs of Staff was that if they sent more troops into Vietnam, they might not have enough for domestic control. They knew that sending more troops to Vietnam or invading northern Vietnam would cause even greater disruption at home. Registered all at once, the bottom had fallen out of the U.S. attempt to control Vietnam. For nearly a year before the Tet Offensive, Ambassador Ellsworth Bunker and General Westmoreland had insisted that the NLF was exhausted, played out, and all but finished off, but the intensity of the Tet attacks had quickly made it clear that the official reports were far from true. As Frank McGee put it on the NBC Sunday News of March 10, it is a new war in Vietnam. The enemy now has the initiative, he has dramatically enlarged the area of combat, he has newer, more sophisticated weapons, he has improved communications, he has changed his tactics. In short, the war as the administration has defined it is being lost. 2 days later, on March 12, Eugene McCarthy, standing on an anti-war platform and aided by thousands of student volunteers who went clean for Gene, polled 42% of the votes in the New Hampshire primary, only 7% behind Lyndon Johnson. In the same month, a Gallup poll showed that for the first time, more Americans were against the war than were for it. Finally, on March 31, Lyndon Johnson delivered his most famous speech, the one in which he announced a limitation on the bombing of northern Vietnam, eventual withdrawal of troops, and a promise not to run for re-election. President Johnson's withdrawal from the elections was immediately hailed as a major political victory by the Vietnamese as well as by anti-war activists in the United States. The dramatic turnaround in U.S. public opinion concerning 41. P.E. Photographer unknown. Vietnam after Tet was due both to the battlefield success of the Vietnamese and the firm articulation of anti-war sentiments at home. In the midst of the Tet offensive, the National Council of Churches opposed the assertion that peace could be won by military might, and PAX took a similar stand by adopting 2 resolutions addressed to the Catholic hierarchy. Registered calls for peace now quickly caught on with the American public, but those who directed the war machine had little intention of leaving gracefully. Instead, they clung to the twisted logic exemplified in the words of an American officer who told an Associated Press reporter as they surveyed the ruins of the town of Ben Tre, "We had to destroy it in order to save it." The 42. Whole of Indochina came under intensified attacks. On March 16, 1968, hundreds of defenseless women and children at My Lai were brutally murdered by U.S. troops under the command of William Calley. A 20-month cover-up temporarily concealed this massacre from the American public, but an even bigger massacre, an automated air war, was already well underway. By the end of 1968, the United States had dropped more tonnage of bombs on Vietnam than it had used in all of World War I. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people were killed and wounded, and millions more were made refugees. The killing became increasingly indiscriminate and genocidal. During the Tet Offensive, the Vietnamese may have freed large parts of their country, but these liberated zones were then targeted for Agent Orange and cluster bombs, for the CIA's Phoenix program, which murdered more than 25,000 local leaders. When the war finally ended, the total firepower used by the United States and its allies in Indochina had exceeded the total firepower used in all other wars in history combined. The Pentagon would count 57,661 American dead and at least 300,000 wounded. At least 2 million Vietnamese were killed, and 5 million more were wounded or made into refugees. At the Pentagon protest in 1967, protesters put flowers into gun barrels, an action still in use. Paul S. Conklin. Despite heavy losses, the Vietnamese resistance moved from the strategic defensive to the strategic offensive after Tet. By the end of the year, 14,500 of the 550,000 U.S. troops in Vietnam were dead, nearly as many as had died in all. 43. The previous years combined, and the total number of American aircraft shot down was in the thousands. With each day that the war continued, polarization within the United States became more bitter and antagonistic. At the same time as the circles of the anti-war movement widened, the African American movement became more militant. Martin Luther King Jr. was one of those who became radicalized by the brutality of the Vietnam War, a radicalization evident in his call for the civil rights and the peace movement to unite and in his denunciation of white colonialism. Vietnam provided a clear dividing line between those who were part of the problem and those who were part of the solution. The war dramatized the gap between the deeply ingrained notion that the United States is a free country and the all too evident reality that the government was committing genocide. This moral contradiction broke apart families and churches, led to the disruption of higher education, and eventually found its way into the highest ranks of the rich and powerful. In the aftermath of the Tet Offensive, tens of thousands of demonstrators regularly appeared in cities throughout the world, and U.S. embassies and information offices came under attack. The high visibility afforded radicals in the industrialized West encouraged their counterparts in the socialist East and vice versa. The rising of Vietnam helped catalyze oppositional forces in the industrialized North, forces that in turn sparked new strata of rebellion in the South, like the student movement in Mexico. As the Eros effect operated on a global level, so it did within each nation. In the United States, opposition to the war against Vietnam quickly became part of an emergent youth culture. The war crystallized a political dimension to the generation gap, and the movement's cultural politics intensified both opposition to the war and disgust with the politics and lifestyle of what became known as America. The growing African American liberation movement had long opposed the war. In 1966, Julian Bond was denied his elected position in the Georgia legislature for his public opposition to the draft, and in 1967, Muhammad Ali was stripped of his world heavyweight boxing title for the same reason. By 1968, the combination of the Tet Offensive and the Black Power movement had radicalized tens of thousands of black youth at the same time as campus protests mounted. The women's liberation movement re-emerged in 1968, as women articulated their need for autonomy from male militarism and sought to define their own lives and identities, thereby deepening the movement's scope and widening its public and private impact. Altogether then, the energies of 1968 galvanized millions of Americans into a movement that posed a revolutionary challenge to the establishment in 1970. The world historical convergence of radical oppositional movements was not entirely spontaneous and unconscious. A careful reading of the internal 44 documents of the National Liberation Front of Vietnam reveals a high level of consciousness in relation to the potential worldwide effects of its planned offensive, particularly during an election year in the United States. Asterisk on the other side, many activists in the United States fully understood that their country was wrong and that they could not, in Camus's words, love their country and freedom too. Theirs was not a passive understanding of freedom, but an active opposition to their country's government. As the gap widened between the official U.S. version of the war and its reality, hundreds of thousands of Americans even went over to the side of Ho Chi Minh and the NLF. The fact that so many Americans embraced their government's official enemies as friends and viewed their own government as their enemy is one of the clearest examples of the internationalism of the New Left and its break with established politics and culture. The victorious resistance of the Vietnamese gave the international movement a basis for its unity. The militant demonstrators who marched in the streets of Paris, Prague, Chicago, and hundreds of other cities in 1968 were all carrying the same flags, not only the red flag of revolution and black flag of anarchism, but the red, yellow, and blue flag of the NLF. In London, one observer described the situation this way. The reports of the Tet Offensive had a powerful effect on British campuses where meetings called by local groups of the Vietnam Solidarity Campaign with national speakers could assemble 1,000 students within hours. The intense debate inevitably spilled onto the streets where, aside from dozens of local demonstrations, there were two significant mass demonstrations. On March 17, some 30,000 confronted police horses and drawn batons in Grosvenor Square in front of the Fortress United States Embassy. That night, 246 demonstrators were in police cells and 117 policemen in London hospitals. In Rome, some 3,000 people attacked the U.S. Embassy, and 10,000 people peacefully marched in West Berlin. Throughout the world, protesters went into the streets with the chants, Ho, Ho, Ho Chi Minh, NLF is going to win, and 2, 3, many Vietnams. The latter slogan was derived from a speech Che Guevara gave to the Organization of Latin American Solidarity shortly before he left for Bolivia to open another front. In his view, that was the best way to act in solidarity with the Vietnamese. Che was captured and murdered in 1967, but guerrilla movements in Venezuela, Colombia, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Bolivia, and Peru took up his call to arms. Mistakenly or not, they modeled their armed struggle on his A5. Foucault theory. Armed liberation movements in Eritrea, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, the Philippines, Thailand, and many other nations intensified their actions in this period, so many that Fidel Castro named 1968 year of the heroic guerrilla anti-imperialist military coups made their appearance. In Peru, a 1968 coup led to one of the most far-reaching agrarian reform programs ever directed from above, mandating the end of feudalism. In Ireland, massive marches and the founding of the People's Democracy Party in October 1968 marked the renewal of the struggle for independence. In the Middle East, the defeat of the Arab regimes and the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza by Israel in 1967 led to the reorganization of the Palestine Liberation Organization and a new chairperson, Yasser Arafat. There was an upsurge of PLO guerrilla attacks, the first airplane hijacking, the defeat of Israeli troops at Karamat, and massive demonstrations, some led by women, against the Zionist occupation of Jerusalem. The Eros effect swept the Arab world, galvanizing an Arab New Left that identified with the Cuban and Vietnamese revolutions at the same time as it saw through the bankruptcy of the progressive Arab regimes and criticized the Soviet Union and Arab Communist parties for their rigid and fossilized leadership. In more than 10 Arab countries, a New Left developed, stressing popular struggle and, in some cases, cultural revolution, the need for autonomy from world superpowers, and the significance of the upsurges in Poland, France, and Italy, as well as the Black Revolt and student anti-war movement in the United States. The year 1968 was also when Khomeini published a collection of essays on Islamic government, a Republican government was won in South Yemen, and a July coup brought the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party to power in Iraq. In short, the balance of world power shifted in 1968, a change obvious as early as January of that year, when the USS Pueblo and its crew were captured by North Korea after the intelligence-gathering ship wandered into its waters. In the 1950s, the United States had been able to impose the division of Korea and install friendly governments in Iran and Guatemala, but in 1968, the Tet Offensive signaled the end of the epoch in which the United States would be unchallenged in its capability to impose its will unilaterally. As Vietnam inspired the global movement, the theories of Che Guevara helped direct its energies. His strategic outlook differed from that of the communist parties in several respects. These differences merit close attention since they provided a strategy quite different from Moscow's. Che's Foucault theory. The call for armed struggle to be undertaken in the countryside by the FOCO, a small and dedicated group of guerrillas, as a way of setting a popular movement in motion, constituted a strategic alternative to the communist strategy of 46. Building an urban vanguard of the working class. If the communists sought to build their base within the most advanced sectors of production, the guerrillas located themselves among the peasants as far as possible from the military political economic concentrations of the establishment. If communist parties sought to work whenever possible within the established political process and believed in the possibility of peaceful change, the guerrillas wanted only to overthrow governments. In broad terms, the communist parties argued for a gradual transition to socialism by continually emphasizing that conditions favorable to revolution were not present, and guerrillas sought to create these conditions by setting in motion the big motor of the mass movement through the small motor of the FOCO. Although the implementation of Che's FOCO theory was notably unsuccessful in Bolivia, Colombia, and Venezuela, it proved of value to the Nicaraguan Revolution. Attempts to duplicate the success of the Cuban Revolution by adopting its strategy were not confined to Latin America or to the Third World. Many organizations such as the Weather Underground and Black Liberation Army in the United States, the Irish Republican Army, the Red Army faction in West Germany, the Red Brigades in Italy, the Front de Libération du Québec in Canada, Yucatí ta Ascatasuna in Spain, and Gauche Proletarian in France carefully studied Che and Debré and successfully or not put the strategy that had led to victory in Cuba into practice in their own countries. Creation of a Guevarist wing within radical movements sparked major splits between the radical left and Soviet communists. As early as 1961, Brazilian communists divided into pro-armed struggle and parliamentary factions. Around the same time, similar divisions occurred within movements in Bolivia, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, and Colombia. Years later, the same split tore apart the Black Panther Party. Besides differences over strategy and tactics, there was another dimension to the gap between Soviet communism and the New Radicalism, a difference summed up in Che's call for transformation of human beings for the creation of a new socialist human. Soviet Marxism has long regarded transformation of basic structures of society as inevitably and automatically leading to cultural and social transformation. The New Radicalism demanded a simultaneous transformation of politics, economy, and culture, of social structure and individual subject. Abstractly, refusal to passively accept non-revolutionary objective conditions as unmodifiable is analogous to the New Radicalism's refusal to accept delaying transformation of everyday life until after the revolution in calls for direct action and cultural political revolution, guerrillas in the Third World and radical movements in the core. 47. Were intimately tied together in theory, and in practice, they forged a unity against a common enemy and a common rival. Although Cuba subsequently developed enormous economic ties to the Soviet Union, its revolutionary movement was neither communist-led nor tied to the Soviet Union until after the U.S. invasion and economic blockade, and Cuba provided a powerful impetus for the New Left. When Fidel Castro's speeches were published in the United States, their North American editor explained, "The example of Cuba gives the New Left inspiration. It is living proof that a determined people and strong leadership can defeat the most powerful military forces in the world." Fidel's speeches, with their emphasis on struggle and their vision of a new society and a new man, speak not only to the Cuban people but also to the youth of America today. The same book's dedication was unabashedly optimistic in its understanding of the historical possibilities. This book is dedicated to the Cuban and the Vietnamese people who have given North Americans the possibility of making a revolution and to the young North Americans who have taken advantage of that possibility. Student movements of 1968. If 1968 was anyone's year, it was the year of the students. From Peking to Prague and Paris to Berkeley, students sparked the movements of 1968. More than any other group, it was their international practice that made protests in 1968 a global movement. In conjunction with movements for national liberation. 48. Particularly in Vietnam, the student movement became a force in international relations, compelling world policy makers to modify and in some cases to cancel altogether their grandiose plans. Soon after Richard Nixon was elected to his first term as president, he threatened Vietnam with use of nuclear weapons on Hanoi if they did not immediately surrender. Hundreds of thousands of predominantly student demonstrators marched in cities across the United States in October and November 1969, causing Nixon to modify his choice of weapons. 6 months later, the 1970 nationwide campus strike compelled him to limit the U.S. invasion of Cambodia and helped provide the Black Panther Party with some protection from police and FBI attacks. Within movements for national liberation, students have long played a significant role both in sparking popular mobilizations and in forming revolutionary organizations. In Cuba, the student movement and army overthrew the Machado regime in 1933. When Batista and the army deposed the constitutional government in 1952, it was again students who initiated armed struggle against him. After his regime brutally suppressed the National University strike of 1955–56, students massively dissented. In Vietnam, students played an important role in sparking oppositional movements in cities. As early as 1949, they began to demonstrate against U.S. involvement in their country, and in the early 1960s, their actions helped isolate the Diem regime. In January 1965, together with organized Buddhists, the student movement appealed for a general strike in Hue, and once the strike broke out there, it quickly spread to Da Nang among workers at the U.S. Air Base. As the situation grew more desperate, police fired on demonstrators in Hue and Dalat, wounding 4 students. Police and paratroopers in Saigon wounded 30 more people a few days later. As disturbances continued, the military staged a coup d'état, and 10 days later the United States began its bombing of northern Vietnam. Students in Vietnam continued their opposition to foreign domination through general strikes from March to May 1966, and again in the spring of 1970, when more than 60,000 students participated. In 1960, C. Wright Mills noted the new role of students. The signs were clear enough. Students in South Korea caused the downfall of Syngman Rhee. In Turkey, student riots led to a military coup d'état. Massive Japanese student riots against the Treaty of Mutual Cooperation and Security between the United States and Japan compelled President Eisenhower to cancel his visit. In Taiwan and Okinawa, Great Britain, and the United States, students were showing signs of becoming, as Mills put it, real live agencies of historic change. International connections among student movements were forged as they heard of one another's existence. In describing the origins of the awakening of black students in the United States, for example, Claiborne Carson noted the influence of African movements. The African independence movement, led A9 by college-trained activists, also affected black youths. Students who later took part in the sit-in movements heard reports of the African independence struggle, a few weeks before the initial Greensboro sit-in. Even the most unintellectual black students were envious of the African independence movement and vaguely moved by it. In 1960, signs of awakening were present, but few people expected that by the end of the decade, the actions of students would precipitate a near revolution in France or help bring about the greatest crisis since the Civil War in the United States. Inspired by Vietnam and activated by the global Eros effect, anti-imperialist student movements erupted throughout the world in 1968. In Ethiopia, Ecuador, India, Thailand, Peru, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, Venezuela, Brazil, Argentina, Indonesia, Pakistan, Greece, Turkey, Panama, Mexico, Italy, Spain, Japan, Belgium, France, West Germany, and the United States, these movements spontaneously acted in solidarity with one another. Even the most conservative observers were compelled to acknowledge the international character of the movement. With no formal international federation of student radicals, in 1968, campus movements seemed to be synchronized among different countries and uniform in content and technique. Degree Seymour Martin Lipset, a specialist in the study of student movements, observed in 1968. Anyone who attempts to interpret the revival of student activism in recent years must face the fact that he is dealing with a worldwide phenomenon. Wherever one looks, at stagnant underdeveloped countries like Indonesia, at rapidly expanding, economically successful ones like Japan, at right-wing dictatorships like Spain, at communist systems such as Czechoslovakia and Poland, and at such Western democracies as Germany, France, Italy, and the United States, one finds aggressive student movements that challenge their governments for not living up to different sets of social ideals. The international character of the student movement has long been one of its defining contours, providing a reference point within which its theory and practice were articulated. In 1968, however, television, radio, and traveling spokespersons spread the movement around the world as never before, synchronizing its actions and making the political generation of 1968 truly international. Eric Hobsbawm understood the material basis of the global revolt. The same books appeared, almost simultaneously, in the student bookshops in Buenos Aires, Rome, and Hamburg. The first generation of humanity to take rapid and cheap global air travel and telecommunications for granted. The students of the late 1960s had no difficulty in recognizing what happened at the Sorbonne, in Berkeley, in Prague, as part of the same event in the same global village. It is quite apparent that the chain reaction of protests operated on a global level because so many of the significant outbursts of student protest were related to one another. In February 1968, for example, students in France were heard chanting solidarity with SDS, the new left organization in Germany that was under attack. The next month, 400 German SDS members formed a prominent contingent at a demonstration in London. After French students erupted in May, police battled 5,000 students in Rome who gathered to burn de Gaulle in effigy. In June and July, there were 4 days of street fighting in Berkeley when police attacked demonstrations in solidarity with the striking workers and students of France. On June 15, 10,000 Japanese students blockaded the center of Tokyo to show their solidarity with French students. In Santiago, Chile, hundreds of students attacked the U.S. Embassy on October 4 in support of students in Mexico and Uruguay, who themselves identified with the May 1968 student-led revolt in France. Seldom in history has such an international general will been formulated in spontaneously generated confrontational movements. In neighborhoods, factories, and offices, day-to-day stories of class struggle seem to be much more concerned with immediate material issues. The transformation of economic struggles into political ones of self-interest into universal interest occurred globally in 1968 and was obvious for all to see. In Scandinavia, for example, what had been student politics characterized by an extraordinary tranquility and a virtual absence of mass activism in 1967 suddenly became remarkably militant and internationally focused activism in 1968. In Turkey, there were suddenly sit-ins, boycotts, and militant confrontations in 1968, although between 1961 and 1968, press statements, meetings, and occasional demonstrations had been the norm. In both core and periphery, East and West, the student movement spontaneously generated coherent global aspirations, which stood in sharp contrast to established reality. From France to Tunisia and Yugoslavia to Mexico, students broke with traditional political parties and developed new forms of organization and practice. Their unified actions and emergent aspirations were a product of centuries of centralization of the world economic system, but at the same time, they helped define new dimensions to global culture. At their best moments, students defined their particular interests as exactly those of the most oppressed members of the world system, thereby negating entrenched values such as nationalism, elite rule, and the global boundaries of privilege. More than 2,000 students sacrificed their lives for their beliefs, as tabulated below. Counting articles in Le Monde dealing with student protests statistically demonstrates the incredible extent to which students became mobilized in 1968, particularly in the period from May 3 to June 18. It should be remembered that these numbers refer only to student protests that were reported in the pages of Le Monde. Actual numbers were much higher. If the actions of students in 1968 were directly political, the impact of their actions was felt on other levels as well. They stimulated a worldwide cultural awakening that accompanied and outlasted the global political revolt. In many countries, the student movement built cultural bases outside universities and established semi-liberated territories in places like San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury, in Berkeley, Madison, and Cambridge, in Amsterdam in the period of the Provos, Kabouters, and the Orange Free State, in Berlin's Kreuzberg, in Nanterre, and other parts of Paris, and in London's Notting Hill. Free schools, food co-ops, radical bookstores, communes, and collective coffee houses were established as focal points of this emergent counterculture. New values within these communities could not be extinguished after the political turmoil subsided. In Zurich, 10,000 people demonstrated for an autonomous youth center at the end of June 1968, and the police mercilessly attacked marchers. 12 years later, in 1980, a new generation successfully used tactics like nude marches and roller skate demonstrations and temporarily won an autonomous youth center. As a general pattern in the 20th century, students and youth have been in the forefront of those who would end wars and establish a new system of international cooperation. From the May 4th movement in China to the May events in France, students have been a blasting cap capable of detonating upheavals throughout society. Although there have been important exceptions, notably fascist students of Hitler, Tojo, and Mussolini, students have generally been pro-liberty and anti-war. They have marched peacefully, demonstrated militantly, and formed their own international associations. In terms of massive upheavals, however, the student generation of 1968 was the first since 1848 to erupt globally with such numbers and enthusiasm. How do we account for the new role played by students around the world in 1968? There are many factors underlying their activism: their youthfulness, their segregation on campuses, the relatively free nature of universities in terms of both exchange of ideas and leisure time, and, last but not least, students are supposed to study social issues. While the above factors may account for student activism, they do not explain why international events catalyzed eruptions on campuses in 1968 or why the vision and demands of the students were international ones. After World War II, the quantitative expansion of universities and increasing interpenetration of national economies in a world economy occurred at a dizzying 57 rate. Far from remaining marginal institutions reserved for training new elites, universities moved to the center of the global system of production. Tens of millions of college students in 1968 represented the ascendant new working class upon whom the functioning of the global system increasingly depends. Not only were students in a central position in a global system undergoing rapid technological changes, they were also one of the weakest links in such a system. As Ernest Mondale put it in 1968, a new social group has emerged from the very vitals of capitalism, from all that it considered its essential achievement, the higher standard of living, the advances in technology and the mass media, and the requirements of automation. There are 6 million university students in the United States, 2.5 million in Western Europe, and over 1 million in Japan. And it proved impossible to integrate these groupings into the capitalist system as it functions in any of these territories. What the student revolt represents on a much broader social and historic scale is the colossal transformation of the productive forces. The reintegration of intellectual labor into productive labor. Following Clark Kerr's observation that universities stand in relation to the latter half of the 20th century as railroads did to the 19th, then the student movement of 1968 stands historically in line with militant railroad workers of 1905, whose strikes and struggles met with apparent defeat, but whose goals of an 8-hour working day, universal suffrage, and trade unions were realized decades later. Not only were students in the forefront of others, their numbers were so swelled that they were themselves a force. While many student protests began from campus issues like tuition, poor food, and unsatisfactory instructors, what is striking about 1968 student movements is the degree to which their actions escalated to focus on national and international political issues. In Belgium, Flemish students at the Roman Catholic University in Louvain rioted for 3 weeks in January after the French-speaking faculty announced that they planned to remain at the university. Even with a purely educational focus, the student movement had political repercussions. Tensions over the Louvain University disturbance contributed to the collapse of the government of Premier Paul van den Boeynants in February. Students' international significance was understood by the CIA and the KGB, both of whom organized their own international student associations in attempts to gain control of the movement. In Santo Domingo in 1967, the CIA went as far as organizing an entire counter-university. *58. Coupled as it was with a diffuse cultural revolt, the student movement was controlled neither by outsiders nor by its own hastily organized groupings. The international similarities of student movements in 1968 are evident in the following global review of events. Asia. From one end of Asia to the other, students profoundly challenged the existing social order. In South Korea and Thailand, they overthrew governments at the cost of dozens killed. In Sri Lanka, a Guevarist uprising in 1971 left more than 1,200 students dead. South Korea. In South Korea in 1960, fraudulent elections sparked a massive popular uprising against U.S.-backed dictator Syngman Rhee. As soon as voting results were announced, Rhee claimed 90%. Immediately, people mobilized peacefully, but murderous violence greeted them in Masan on March 15, where protests and police attacks continued for a month. On April 19, thousands of students took to the streets of Seoul. By the time they approached the presidential palace, their ranks had swelled to as many as 100,000 people. For the first time, students found massive support among the general public. During the march, some students chanted, "Let us destroy communism by getting our democracy right." Degree here was an early indication of what would become the global New Left's opposition to dictatorships of both communist and capitalist varieties, of a gut-oriented intuition of freedom that cared little for the ideology of governments that unnecessarily limited it. At the presidential palace, the massive crowd demanded to see Rhee. They were answered when palace guards opened fire, killing at least 20 people in the first volley. Remarkably, students fought back, refusing to be intimidated by clubs and guns. They regrouped and spontaneously formed small action teams that destroyed the headquarters building of Rhee's Liberal Party as well as that of the Anti-Communist Youth League, the editorial offices of the government newspaper, and 5 police substations. Protesters burned houses belonging to Rhee's high-ranking subordinates, wrecked City Hall, and attacked dozens of other buildings linked to Rhee and his party. Throughout the country, thousands of high school students mobilized, especially in Incheon, Jeonju, Mokpo, and Daegu. In Gwangju, high school students demanding new elections surged downtown. Organizers sent runners to visit every school in the city, and thousands of high school students surged into the streets. Police and firefighters fired water laced with red dye but failed to disperse demonstrators. Unpaved roads provided plenty of rocks for ammunition to fight back. Throughout the 59 night, the battle continued and protesters controlled the streets. In Busan, protesters set fire to many government buildings. Before violence ended, gunfire on Bloody Tuesday had claimed dozens of lives. In Seoul alone, more than 100 people were killed and over 1,000 wounded. Ultimately, martial law was declared, the army called out, and a curfew strictly enforced. Remarkably, the army did not open fire. General Song Yo-chan ordered his troops not to shoot, and soldiers and students reportedly shouted to each other, "We are brothers." The army refused to fight the 1960 uprising in South Korea. Photographer unknown. The next day college students massively mobilized. For 7 consecutive days, there were major demonstrations in Seoul. On April 24, as the entire country appeared to reject election results, Vice President-elect Lee Ki-bung publicly declared he would not accept office. He and his family subsequently committed suicide. On April 25, Some 258 university professors gathered at Seoul National University and issued a message proclaiming that student demonstrations are the expression of justice. They marched through the city to demand Ri's resignation, as well as those of the nation's Chief Justice and the Speaker of the National Assembly. By the time they arrived at the capital, more than 100,000 people were with them, and people listened intently as professors announced a 15-point declaration. This event was significant for many reasons, not least because it marked the first time in Korean history that professors as a group had entered the struggle against tyranny. The spontaneous gathering of so many people was unprecedented in a society where dictatorships had ruled for so long. After the rally at the National Assembly, some 50,000 protesters attacked Vice President Lee Ki-bung's empty house, placing his elaborate 60 furnishings on the street to be photographed so all could see the wealth he had accumulated. People proceeded to burn them before demolishing the house. Their message was clear: not only must Ri go, so must his entire administration. Evidently, the massive outpouring of anti-government sentiment and the capacity of people to act despite deadly police violence convinced the U.S. to support Ri's departure. Without American backing, he would never have been able to become president or to remain in power. On Friday, April 26, the U.S. ambassador offered him the same means of transportation back to the U.S. that had been provided in 1945 to bring him to Korea, a U.S. military aircraft. Ri announced his resignation and boarded a plane bound for Hawaii. Joyful gatherings suddenly cropped up everywhere. Thousands of arrested students were released, and police withdrew from public view. Students directed traffic on city streets and took over many police stations. All over the country, as they swept the cities clean of the debris left behind from their hard-won victory, young people proudly stepped into positions of authority amid public acclaim. With the army in the streets, raucous celebrations transpired, spontaneous and joyful expressions of hope for the future of democracy. The success of the uprising in winning power surprised everyone, most of all those who had been at the center of organizing it. Decades of pent-up grievances were suddenly possible to discuss in public. As one observer described it, the April Revolution was a giant social revolt. The students touched off a general revolt in society. The people revolted against the government. The young revolted against the old. In many schools, students revolted against their teachers. In some government ministries, junior civil servants revolted against senior civil servants. In a more serious vein, some 8 lieutenant colonels revolted against some generals, requesting that the army be cleared of corrupt elements. People paid a high price for their victory. When the dead were identified and totaled, they numbered 186. At least 46 were high school students, and the majority were teenagers. An additional 6,000 people had been injured. The success of Korean students inspired others around the world. Newspapers reported that protesting students in Turkey bowed their heads to show respect to their counterparts in Korea. U.S. activist Tom Hayden, main author of the Port Huron Statement, the founding document of Students for a Democratic Society, remembered his feelings when he first heard the news from Seoul. 61. I was exhilarated when I saw young people our age overthrow the dictator Syngman Rhee. Through that movement, I learned the history of the Cold War for the first time. Those events challenged our naive belief that our parents were fighting for a free world. I can tell you that movement helped inspire SNCC and the Black movement in the South. 2 days after Syngman Rhee's forced resignation, SDS held its first meeting. Korea's newly founded popular democracy would last little more than a year, until AU.'s backed coup on May 16, 1961. Students' euphoric belief in their autonomous power after they had overthrown Rhee led them to intensify their initiative to reunify the country. 4 days before a scheduled North-South student conference in Panmunjom, a small coterie of former Japanese officers, led by Park Chung-hee, seized control of the government. Koreans would be forced to persevere through 18 years of Park's dictatorship. During his rule, protests continued, especially from 1964 to 1965, when 3.5 million people demonstrated against the U.S. brokered Korea-Japan Treaty. On June 3, 1964, martial law was declared in Seoul, during which the treaty with Japan was signed, followed by dispatch of 20,000 Korean troops to fight for the United States in Vietnam. Korean students would continue to be among the world's most advanced activists. Numbers alone fail to account for the central role of universities and high school students. Afforded great respect in the world's most Confucian society, Korean intellectuals and students remain capable of detonating widespread social explosions. In 1980, students sparked the historic Gwangju Uprising. Soon after Park was assassinated in 1979, students in Gwangju refused to accept continuing dictatorship. The military pulled thousands of paratroopers off front lines with North Korea and dispatched them to suppress protesting students. Remarkably, Gwangju citizens fought back with clubs and bamboo spears against machine guns and flamethrowers. At a critical moment, transportation workers took the lead and helped to defeat the army and win control of the city. A general assembly spontaneously organized itself downtown, and citizens converged daily in direct democratic discussions to make decisions. All the while, their citizens' army continued to fight the army on the city's outskirts. Like the 1871 Paris Commune, there was no looting, and citizens united with each other. Learning about the Gwangju Uprising's direct democracy, community of love, and self-formation of fighting units are mind-expanding experiences. China. Beginning in 1966, the Cultural Revolution strove to accomplish some of the same goals articulated by the New Left: abolition of the superiority of mental. 62. Over manual work, consideration of the political implications of purely technical questions, overthrow of bureaucratic domination, and greater democracy. Public debate on these political issues in China began innocently enough. Students initiated a poster campaign denouncing teachers and admissions policies that favored the children of the Communist Party and the well-to-do. Grassroots calls to revitalize China's revolutionary power were endorsed by Mao's famous big character poster, which he personally attached to the door of the Central Committee to which he belonged: "Open fire on headquarters." Beginning on August 18, 8 mammoth rallies in Tiananmen Square involving 11 million Red Guards marked the entry of youth into the revolution. Mao called for students to radically change society by a path that had never been explored and to give those who had made mistakes a way out that will allow them to reform and to become entirely new men. He predicted that the Cultural Revolution in China would have a significance that will exceed that of the Paris Commune itself. Within 4 months, the Cultural Revolution's objectives changed into seizure of power largely because of intransigent opposition to revolutionary reforms. On February 5, 1967, the Shanghai Commune was proclaimed with members elected by the revolutionary masses according to the principles of the Paris Commune. In April, revolutionary committees were created throughout the country with executive committees that included many revolutionary. Chairman Mao Zedong autographs a book of his quotations for American activist Robert F. Williams in Beijing, 1967. Photographer unknown. 63. Activists. Chinese official media gave abundant praise to world revolutionary movements in Vietnam, Burma, Thailand, Malaysia, the Congo, Colombia, and India, and to student movements in Western Europe and the United States. Revolutionary leaders from around the world were regularly invited to Beijing and received by high party officials. For example, Mao greeted African American civil rights leader Robert F. Williams personally. When the Soviet Union invaded Czechoslovakia in 1968, Premier Zhou Enlai sternly opposed the Russians. The enthusiasm of Chinese youth ran to excesses. Although Mao had initially encouraged the Red Guards, soon no one controlled them. Violent confrontations on campuses could not be quieted, even after the army halted battles between factions in the fall of 1967. On February 8, 1968, Western news reports gave Maoists control of half of all 26 Chinese provinces. In pitched battles in Guangzhou on February 21, more than 100 students were killed. In March, rival groups of thousands of armed Red Guards continued to fight each other. One faction disrupted the railroad line carrying arms to Vietnam and used the weapons to seize much of southern China. At the center of the revolt at Beijing's Tsinghua University, students battled each other for control of the campus using homemade cannons, tanks, hand grenades, spears, and Molotov cocktails. Even when thousands of well-organized workers marched from their factories to the campus gates and demanded that all violence cease, students would not relent. They attacked the disciplined throngs of workers, killing 5, wounding 731, and capturing 143. 4 days, 30,000 workers stood their ground surrounding the campus as they attempted to convince the students to lay down their arms. It was only after Mao's personal intervention that the barricaded students finally relented. In July, thousands of soldiers took control of China's high schools, colleges, and universities. By the fall, thousands of students had been sent into the countryside to empty cities of warring factions. Despite dispersal of the Red Guards, experiences gleaned during years of struggle helped in the formation of subsequent opposition movements, notably in 1989, when tens of thousands of students took over Tiananmen Square, sparking a national uprising that was bloodily suppressed. Japan. In Japan, a militant but controlled use of violence, a great deal of it appearing as play, was initially coupled with a rejection of ideologies from Europe and Asia. The Japanese student movement was the first massive student movement to reject both capitalism and communism, and as they denounced both the 64 United States and the Soviet Union, they were in turn vehemently criticized by pro-American, pro-Soviet, and even pro-Chinese observers. Like its counterparts elsewhere, the Japanese student movement was conditioned by the rapid expansion of higher education. In 1940 there were only 47 universities in Japan, but by 1960 there were 236 four-year universities and an additional 274 colleges. In 1948, representatives of over 300,000 students from 145 universities created the All Japan Federation of Student Self-Government Associations, or Zengakuren, as it became known. One of the first spokespersons of the Zengakuren declared that both capitalist and communist governments were enemies of peace, democracy, and student freedom, and asserted that if not for the world's superpowers, the innate good sense of ordinary people would make it possible to have minimum control by the government. Despite their hostility to Moscow, the Zengakuren cooperated with Japanese communists in 1960, and massive demonstrations forced President Eisenhower to abandon his plans to visit Japan. Although the Zengakuren began as a member of the Comintern-dominated International Union of Students, a split in 1958 created two autonomous groups that claimed the support of almost 300,000 members. Hardcore Qatars were believed by the CIA to number about 2,000. In 1960, Tokyo had a student population of 300,000, one-third of whom were Zengakuren members, and student demonstrations could draw anywhere from 10 to 25,000 on any given day. Thousands of people continually protested against American nuclear submarines in Japanese ports. When the government attempted to give police increased powers, militant protests killed the bill. As the movement deepened both in experiences of activists and their impact on Japanese society, the theory and practice of the worldwide movement was embraced. A few months after the free speech movement in Berkeley, 12,000 students at the University of Keio in Tokyo unanimously voted to strike for democratization of the campus. The Commune of Keio, as the movement became known, won student power, temporarily quieting the nation's campuses. By the fall of 1966, the Chinese Cultural Revolution had electrified the Japanese left, and with the escalation of the U.S. war against Vietnam in 1967, students again mobilized. They attacked U.S. bases in Japan and confronted Prime Minister Sato when he attempted to board a plane to Saigon, and again when he went to the United States. Trade unions quickly joined the anti-military movement, although workers and students were unable to unite at critical moments. On March 10, 1968, thousands of people attacked police formations using 6-foot-long wooden poles. Hundreds were arrested and about twice that number injured. On March 15, high school students protested the U.S. 65. Clashes between protesters and Japanese riot police. Bruno Barbie/Magnum photos. War. 10 days later, more than 1,000 students demonstrated against a new American military hospital for soldiers wounded in Vietnam. More than a dozen students were injured by police and 179 were arrested. On June 7, there were anti-American protests in more than 50 cities. After railroad workers alerted students to the path of a train carrying ammunition bound for Vietnam, 9 hours of street fights were needed to clear the train's path. By June 1968, a giant poster of Mao complete with his words, "It is right to rebel," adorned the entrance to Todai University. The medical school there is the most prestigious in Japan, but it was also one of the most authoritarian and feudalistic. According to one observer, Herbert Marcuse's books were then more popular in Japan than in Europe. When a strike at the medical school finally broke out in August, it was to dislocate the imperialist University of Tokyo. Students called on their peers to become proletarian intellectuals, not slaves of the technocratic industrial complex. All through the fall, occupations and protests continued. On October 8, fights broke out in 18 cities as students commemorated the death of a student at Tokyo Airport a year earlier. Campus struggles ignited activism among artists. The Japanese movement had long been militant and well organized, but the months-long occupation of the medical school proved to be one of its most violent and tenacious struggles. It ended 7 months later in January 1969 after a massive and bloody 3-day battle involving thousands of police. Although the movement quickly became depoliticized, the struggle for Narita Airport, which began in 1968, lasted over 10 years, one of the longest struggles of the global movement. From 1969 to 1970, campus riots and fights with police continued, resulting in arrests and injuries widely covered on front pages of national newspapers. On Anti-War Day, street fights with students throwing Molotov cocktails ended after 1,221 arrests. On June 23, 1970, the largest street demonstrations of the post-war period in Japan involved more than 1 million people in 1,345 cities and towns. As the popular movement declined, its radical fringe became increasingly militant in such groups as the Red Army, which self-destruct in violence among its own members. The Philippines. As in nearly every country in the world, student protests rocked the government in the Philippines, where 60s unrest became known as the First Quarter Storm. On January 30, 1970, named Black Friday by Senator Benigno Aquino, 6 people were killed in cold blood as they rushed to escape a police onslaught on a demonstration at the Mendiola Bridge approaching Malacanang Palace. From torture and disappearances to long prison terms, dictator Ferdinand Marcos gave dissidents little choice but to go underground. Scion of one of the country's leading families, firebrand orator and teenage Korean War photographer for the Manila Times, Senator Aquino soon became President Marcos's chief nemesis. Instead of running for president as he hoped, Aquino found himself serving hard prison time. When his health deteriorated, he was released to the United States, where he and South Korean dissident Kim Dae-jung became colleagues at Harvard University. Aquino returned, but as soon as his plane landed at Manila Airport, he was gunned down, setting off a series of massive protests that ousted Marcos in 1986. The Reform the Armed Forces movement, the spark that ignited the 1986 uprising, was also a product of the First Quarter Storm. During years spent preparing to overthrow Marcos, they studied Egyptian officers who overthrew King Farouk in 1952 and reviewed the history of social movements in many countries, in particular Gandhi's work and people's experiences in Czechoslovakia and Hungary. Before RAM took over bases in central Manila in 1986, they contacted civil activists to organize flower brigades designed to block roads into Manila and prevent troops loyal to Marcos from coming to his rescue. They modeled these flower brigades on those the American youth movement of 1968 had used to disarm troops breaking up demonstrations against the Vietnam War. 67. In her 1986 presidential campaign against Marcos, Mrs. Cory Aquino ran under the banner of Laban, or Power of the People, a phrase amazingly similar to the Black Panther Party's All Power to the People. While the phrase's exact origin lies in the flux of popular creativity that congeals in social movements, its common usage speaks volumes about these movements' intuitive ties to each other. Thailand. Although it blossomed later than most of the world's student movements, Thailand's was among the most successful, almost single-handedly overthrowing a military dictatorship in 1973, albeit at a high cost. The global wave of youth protests in 1968 had greatly affected the country. As a rear base for the American soldiers fighting in Vietnam, the country was inundated with countercultural music, art, philosophy, and books. Students returning from studies abroad, especially in Berkeley, became active in protests. Translations of Herbert Marcuse's writings and articles about the Black Panther Party helped inform the new generation's sensibility. The May 1968 near revolution in France also infused people's consciousness with the power of activism, as did an earlier generation of Thai intellectuals. By 1968, illegal student-led demonstrations in Bangkok had succeeded in getting martial law lifted in the capital, and in 1969 students won a brief struggle against a hike in bus fares. From these humble beginnings, a movement for a democratic constitution swept the country. On October 5, 1973, 11 students were arrested as they handed out anti-dictatorship leaflets. Concerned about the safety of the arrestees, Thammasat University's student union called an emergency meeting that afternoon, and an open mic around the Bo tree in a back courtyard began a public conversation by a few dozen people. The participatory assembly, in which people could openly respond to each other, spawned many ideas and actions, including an initiative by 60 faculty representatives to visit the detained students. When professors arrived at the jail, however, authorities turned them away. Before leaving, they signed the visitor's log, adding, "We shall overcome." For days, people remained peacefully in conversation around the Bo tree. Like similar gatherings around the world, the site became a place where deliberative democracy encouraged popular actions and helped activate the Eros effect. By October 9, as many as 2,000 students were involved in discussions. On October 10, the meeting grew so large that it moved to the nearby football field. Buddhist monks arrived as part of a continuing stream of thousands of people to support the students. From everywhere, food and flowers were delivered. Within days, the assembly mushroomed in size to more than 100,000 people. The coordinating group publicly empowered the General Assembly as the final decision-making body. By autonomously 68. Organizing themselves, students revealed their own capacity to manage society far better than the generals who had usurped power. That was one reason why so many different segments of society joined them. Exactly at noon on October 13, a procession of about 1 million people left the university to demand constitutional government. Praying, singing the national and royal anthems, and swearing allegiance to the nation, religion, king, and constitution, the huge crowd was immaculately organized. Scouts were sent ahead to clear the route. At the front were commando units with grappling hooks, followed by an all-female contingent carrying flowers, Thai flags, and a Dharma Chakra banner, all organized in rows of 5. The procession included groups clustered by school as well as by function: first aid, food, coordination, and commando. Thousands of smiling young students, many carrying portraits of King Bhumibol, made this remarkable display of unity the Day of Joy, as people referred to it. At 8 p.m., even though government radio announced acceptance of students' demands, few people left. Rumors spread that nothing had changed, that their representatives had been killed or fooled. After a peaceful night in the streets, people tried to disperse, but police blocked exits. In the ensuing scuffles, police opened fire with tear gas and bullets. People responded with Molotovs. Machine gun fire scattered the crowd, but many people stayed in the streets and fought back. At about 8 a.m., a fire engine near Thammasat University was commandeered, and Metropolitan Police Headquarters was attacked. As citizens joined the students, the government brought in army tank units to assist the police. For 36 hours, fighting raged in the streets. Some people used pistols, while others took over buses and used them to charge police positions. Small groups of demonstrators carefully selected symbolically important targets, like the Public Relations Building. People swarmed into the building, took firearms, and set it on fire. The Revenue Department building and National Lottery were burned down. The army attacked with tanks and helicopters. Only too happy to be seen as the nation's savior, King Bhumibol went on the airwaves to announce the government's resignation. He promised a new constitution. Military leader General Thanam also took to the airwaves, but he attempted to remain in power. Elements of the military and the Royal Thai Navy openly supported the students, as did some Army and Air Force officers. Registered student teams formed to assault police headquarters. A new battle ensued, and fighting lasted into the following afternoon. Led by a group of engineering students with Molotovs and wearing yellow headbands, the Yellow Tigers' repeated assaults were launched on police headquarters. At 1 a.m., about 400 engineering students fought their way to Panfak Bridge, but they were driven back by machine gun fire. The bloodiest fighting took place. 69. In front of Kalerm Thai Theatre. All the while, some 30,000 people huddled around Democracy Monument. The next morning, banks and government offices remained closed. As students in outlying areas mobilized, localized uprisings broke out. In Bangkok, police stations continued to be attacked. Soldiers rounded up and brutalized anyone they could find. Elsewhere in the capital, students and Boy Scouts directed traffic. As fighting raged, Bhumibol demanded Thanam and his two top aides leave Thailand, at which point the three ruling generals complied. Government forces withdrew from Bangkok's streets. A palpable sense of victory was felt everywhere, and mourning began for the dead. At least 77 citizens had been killed and 857 wounded. Dozens more were missing and would never be found. A turning point in Thailand's political development, the democratic breakthrough gave birth to one of the nation's freest periods of time. During the post-uprising surge, as hundreds of thousands of workers and farmers mobilized, many student activists remained intensely involved in democratic struggles. A new constitution was drafted by a wide array of citizens groups, including the women's movement, which emerged from within the democratization impetus as well as from Maoist influences. Approved in 1974, the new constitution addressed gender issues and contained an equal rights protection clause for the first time in Thai history. Sweeping changes were promised in women's opportunities to become judges and prosecutors, and equal wages were promised for equal work. The victory won by Thai students electrified insurgent movements all over the world. A month after the uprising, Greek students rose against the Papadopoulos dictatorship at Athens Polytechnic. As in Thailand, the military mobilized tanks against students and killed 34 on November 15. Before the tanks crashed through the Polytechnic's gate, Greek students had chanted praise of their Thai counterparts' successful overthrow of the dictatorship. The U.S. anti-war movement drew inspiration, while the CIA worried that Burmese students might become activated. In neighboring Indochina, Saigon was liberated on April 30, 1975, and the Cambodian and Laotian royal families were soon overthrown. As economic problems began to mount with the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Thailand, the king permitted dictator Thanam to return. In 1976, Thammasat University was invaded by a mob that brutalized helpless students, killing 41. A new military dictatorship not only bloodily curtailed democratic rights, it imposed the harsh economic discipline of neoliberalism. India. The Naxalite movement, the most significant Indian social movement since independence, erupted in 1967. Assassinating landlords and organizing popular power on a local level, they created vast liberated areas, some of which continue to survive today. In 1968, at least 50,000 peasants were members. 70 of revolutionary organizations that coordinated self-defense committees to defend newly liberated villages. The tea workers of Darjeeling observed 3 general strikes in support of Naxalites, and an urban student movement acted in solidarity. Amid brutal repression, the Naxalite movement split internally, but the popular revolt in northeast India continued. Looking back at the movement years later, one observer noted the Naxalites' relation to the global movement of 1968, particularly its rejection of Soviet Marxism. The Naxalbari movement was a part of this contemporary, worldwide impulse among radicals to return to the roots of revolutionary idealism. Its stress on the peasants' spontaneous self-assertion, its plan of decentralization through area-wide seizure of power and the setting up of village Soviets, its rejection of the safe path of parliamentary opposition, posed a challenge to the ideological sclerosis of the parliamentary left in India. Registered as in many countries, the student movement in India was front-page news. In 1966 and 1967, some 1,000 strikes occurred in which at least 10 students were killed in clashes with police. Many universities closed down, sometimes for weeks. According to the CIA, the wave of protests in 1966 began at Jodhpur University in Rajasthan when students went on strike to protest an attempt to raise the threshold for passing grades. Protests quickly spread to other universities. In 1968, there were at least 59 student protests that seriously affected the normal functioning of institutions of higher learning, a smaller number than 2,000 in 1966. Nearly 500 of which were described as violent. In 1970, campus struggles became increasingly organized and directed by Naxalites. By November 1970, in West Bengal, between 10 and 20,000 revolutionaries roamed the countryside in an armed struggle that killed 36 policemen and wounded 400. International influences permeated India, and Dalit Panthers emerged in Mumbai in 1972. Pakistan. The isolated actions of students led to general strikes by workers in Pakistan. In October 1968, a student revolt broke out to protest government restrictions on political activity. For 2 months, students fought for university reforms even though left parties did not support them. On November 6, riots broke out in all of West Pakistan's major cities. On November 7, the army opened fire on enthusiastic students who had defied a public ban and gathered to greet the former foreign minister and opposition leader, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. His party's slogan resonated well with global insurgencies: "All power belongs to the masses." After one student was shot and killed, protests emerged all over the country. In some cities where curfews were declared, factory workers joined the movement. In response, the government ordered all schools closed and 71 arrested Bhutto on charges of inciting students. 5 days of demonstrations were held to protest government repression, and in December, students called for a general strike. When they received the immediate support of many workers, the upsurge continued to spread. In East Pakistan, 2 people were killed by police gunfire on December 7. Mass arrests were used against a general strike a week later. Workers and students successfully fought the police and army for control of many factories. For a week, civil authority broke down in Dhaka, the largest city of East Pakistan, which became the center of the revolt. Faced with spontaneously generated unrest, on the one hand, and the offer by opposition parties for negotiation on the other, President Ayub Khan agreed to meet several student demands and was able to remain in power a few more months. Bangladesh. Bangladesh's campus movement was noteworthy for its widespread devotion to social justice. Historically low rates of matriculation and the country's high poverty rate meant most students were especially privileged and destined to become part of the political elite, yet they responded with heroic leadership based upon the nation's universal interests with political parties incapacitated by factional strife, students in Bangladesh led the way forward for decades, during which students became known internationally for unparalleled political engagement. In the estimation of Talukder Manaruzzaman, in no country in the world was student activism in the 1950s and 1960s of greater intensity, continuity, and concern than in Bangladesh. When the region was known as East Pakistan, students played leading roles in anti-dictatorship struggles in 1968. In late 1969, they formulated an 11-point program and initiated an anti-government movement that sustained wide support, including large-scale worker actions. In March 1971, they mobilized Bengalis for independence and coordinated a huge non-cooperation movement at which even Gandhi would have marveled. Registered when East Pakistan broke away to form Bangladesh, the Pakistani army invaded. Hundreds of thousands of people were murdered by the invading troops, including at least 500 students at the University of Dhaka on the first night of the fighting. After a midnight raid by a tank battalion, the London Times reported, outside the university buildings, there was a fresh mass grave. Inside, blood streamed from every room. Registered. Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, formerly Ceylon, is rightfully considered an island paradise, but its tranquility was shattered by centuries of Portuguese, Dutch, and British colonialism. After independence in 1948, post-colonial governments devoted 72 disproportionate resources to expanding the educational system, with the unintended side effect of producing hundreds of thousands of well-educated young people whose career possibilities were practically non-existent. Frustration with the lack of genuine opportunities and angered by state repression, a massive youth-led uprising in 1971 resulted in the deaths of hundreds if not thousands of youth. Registered along with the Cuban Revolution, movements in Vietnam, China, and Russia were admired by the Maoist JVP, whose leader Rohana Wajwira believed Sri Lanka could follow in their footsteps. Dubbed Che Kalanya or Che Guevara's the Che Group, the JVP's 1971 insurrection became internationally known as the Che Guevara Uprising. Che's Foucault theory, popularized through the writing of Regis Debray, was the downfall of many world movements, but in Sri Lanka, it was particularly disastrous. At midnight on April 5, 1971, armed JVP militants simultaneously attacked 74 police stations across the country. They took over 5 stations, but more importantly, captured large swaths of the countryside. For 2 weeks, the army and police failed to curtail insurgents' power. By April 11, at least 92 police stations had been attacked. Besides the 5 that were captured, 56 others were damaged, and 43 more abandoned by the government for strategic reasons. In 9 areas of the countryside, insurgents controlled hundreds of square miles. In addition to many wounded on both sides, some 37 police officers and 16 members of the armed services were killed. Declaring a state of emergency, the United Left Front government met the insurrection with ferocious violence. Old Left Trotskyists and Communists were the most vociferous parties in the government, calling for its ruthless suppression. These golden brains, as they were known to their admirers, never tired of condemning the gutter people, rural youth who joined the JVP. They denounced the JVP as mad adventurists. That must be totally exterminated. Nowhere in the world was the old left-new left schism more violent and hateful than in Sri Lanka. We will never know the real extent of the murderous spree. More than 1,000 rebels and suspected rebels were slaughtered, some say tens of thousands. While imprisoned in 1972, Wajwira claimed that 15,000 revolutionaries had sacrificed their lives, along with as many as 30,000 civilians who had been killed. Altogether 14,000 people were taken into custody. As the prisons overflowed, 2 universities were converted into large holding cells. Inside the prisons, dissident factions subjected each other to beatings and discrimination. Pro-Wajwira inquisitors established people's courts, and capital punishment was occasionally meted out along with 73 beatings and various forms of humiliation. So great were the internal schisms that rival JVP Politburo members had to be held apart by authorities. Wajwira, the insurrection's driving force, took the opportunity of his trial to explain why a new left had developed. It was because the old left movement had no capacity to take the path to socialism, had gone bankrupt and deteriorated to the position of propping up the capitalist class, and had no capacity to protect the rights and needs of the proletariat any longer, that we realized the necessity of a new left movement. Following his words with bated breath, Western radicals glorified the insurrection and exaggerated its dimensions. Believing that the clash in Ceylon was an indication of future uprisings, Robin Blackburn named Wajwira a leading representative of the new generation of revolutionaries emerging on the subcontinent. Fred Halliday claimed despite their defeat, the JVP has shown that armed insurrection is a real and possible form of revolutionary struggle in colonial and ex-colonial countries today. The uprising did have positive effects on the government, compelling land reform as well as changes in housing, education, foreign exchange, income, and fiscal policies. But it ushered in decades of violence that included tens of thousands of political murders and disappearances. For the remainder of the 20th century, Sri Lankans endured a veritable hell of death squads and bloodshed. Iranian students were particularly active against a brutal regime imposed by the US in 1953, when the CIA and a suitcase full of $100 bills overthrew a democratically elected government. Between the early 1950s and 1963, there were few years without riots and bloody demonstrations. In 1967 and 1968, major protests in Tabriz, Pahlavi, and Tehran resulted in many arrests, and students demonstrated in solidarity with their compatriots in other cities. The Arab world. The influence of the French May events was felt throughout the Arab world, especially in Lebanon and Egypt. In Jordan, protests began on November 4, 1968, against the king's capitulationism, and before they ended, no fewer than 29 people lay dead. Lebanon had been relatively peaceful, the Switzerland of the Arab world, but on November 12, after clashes between students and police turned violent, the government resigned. Prime Minister El Yafi called for tranquility after one student was killed in Tripoli on November 14. In Syria, a new critical theater, revitalized poetry, and committed art all accompanied stirrings for democracy. Returning from Germany, where he had 74 lived in a commune in Frankfurt, Abu Ali Yassin published The Taboo Triad, Religion, Sexuality, and the Class Struggle, a path-breaking book. On April 28, 1968, more than 6,000 Palestinian women marched in Amman against Israeli annexation of Jerusalem. In the occupied territories, girls and boys peacefully protested on many occasions. In October, the mayor of Ramallah, deputy mayor of Jenin, and more than a dozen other prominent political leaders were expelled by Israel on charges they organized youth protests. Algerian protests were most acute in February 1968, when 28,000 students went on strike to protest against government control of the National Student Union. The strike spread from Algiers to universities in Tizi Ouzou and Oran. Campuses erupted again in January 1971, after 6 students were arrested at the University of Algiers. The government dissolved the National Union of Algerian Students after militant protests in Constantine and Oran. Tunisia. In 1968, like today, Tunisian activists were in the forefront of liberty in the Arab world. From 1963 to 1970, the New Left journal Perspectives Tunisians courageously published ideas and thinking of a new generation that refused to accept dictatorship. A campus movement emerged on February 15, 1965, when college students protested bad food in their cafeterias. The regime responded to such innocent protests with barbarous repression by police and National Guard. From 1965 to 1968, high school rebellions against bureaucratic power and arbitrary authority continually occurred. In June 1967, students militantly protested at the embassies of Great Britain and the United States, accusing both countries of being assassins of Palestinians. Dozens of students, including Mohammed Ben Jannat, were arrested, and Jannat was sentenced to 20 years of hard labor. Registered student prisoners became a national focal point. On March 15, 1968, free assemblies appeared on campuses, demanding freedom for Janet and other arrestees. A student strike was declared, and on May 1, miners struck in solidarity. While France convulsed in near revolution that month, Michel Foucault happened to be in Tunisia, where he was astonished to see students go into the streets at the risk of lifelong imprisonment or death. The regime stepped up its repression, condemning as subversives more than 200 people associated with Perspectives Tunisians. A few were fined large sums of money, but others were sentenced to anywhere from 3 months to 14 years in prison. Inside prison, activists continued their struggle. Egypt. Beginning on February 21, 1968, student protesters demanded punishment of those responsible for the country's 1967 defeat by Israel. From February 24, after several hundred students barricaded themselves inside Cairo University and were surrounded by police and soldiers, they also called for greater freedom of expression and a truly representative parliament. In ensuing confrontations, workers joined the protests, and at least 2 workers were killed, 146 policemen injured, and over 600 people arrested. On February 26, President Nasser closed 5 universities indefinitely but allowed a delegation of 200 students into the National Assembly for negotiations. A second round of violent confrontations broke out on May 21 in Al-Mansoura after student strikes demanded greater democracy in the universities. Demonstrations spread to Alexandria and Cairo, where unrest became more political in character. On November 24, all Egyptian universities were closed. Students continued to demonstrate, and 16 people were killed in Alexandria on November 25 when police with clubs, tear gas, and guns attacked 5,000 students. One account told of omnipresent images of Che. President Nasser eventually co-opted student protests. Iraq in 1968, in Iraq, the Ba'ath Party seized power in what became known as the July Revolution. The new regime soon was dominated by Saddam Hussein, but at least in its own self-understanding, this revolution was thought to be laying the foundations of a national, socialist, and democratic revolutionary experiment which may serve as a model for Arab countries and for the Third World and will play now, and increasingly in the future, a leading part in the Arab and international revolutionary movement. In the first months after it occurred, the revolution was known as the White Revolution because its leadership prohibited bloodshed and sought broad popular support. Turkey. In the first half of 1968, a boycott and occupation movement engulfed Ankara, Istanbul, and every major city, incapacitating the country's system of higher education. On June 10, more than 20,000 students went on a nationwide strike to demand university reforms. The next day, 10,000 more joined the strike at the University of Ankara. A boycott of examinations by some 80,000 students convinced university administrators of the need for reforms, including for students to have more voice in key decisions. On July 16, police invaded Istanbul Technical University because of suspicions that it was being used as a staging ground for attacks by anti-war activists on U.S. sailors. 1 student was killed and 29 others arrested. A week later, renewed confrontations against the American Sixth Fleet took place in Istanbul, and dozens of people were injured. 76. In December 1968, in Ankara University, right-wing student commandos affiliated with the Nationalist Party attacked left-wing students who were demanding Turkish withdrawal from NATO. In February 1969, when the United States Sixth Fleet was again visiting Istanbul, thousands of workers and students protested, but right-wing students attacked them. Several people were killed and about 200 wounded. In the following months, progressive students occupied universities, closing down campuses and using them as organizing bases. Drawing from years of massive campus movements, radical students organized the Federation of the Revolutionary Youth of Turkey in 1969. The next year, many students left the Turkish Labour Party to organize their own militant organizations. Workers' and farmers' organizations increased in numbers and in militancy, and government personnel became increasingly restive. In March 1971, a military coup d'état utilized student protests as a pretext to strike down the progressive 1961 constitution. They prohibited workers' strikes, banned left-wing organizations, and imprisoned about 4,000 intellectuals and students. Among the victims of the 1971 coup were Deniz Cezmis, Yusuf Aslan, and Hüseyin İnan, three leaders of the 1968 student movement who were executed on May 6, 1972 at Ulucanlar prison in Ankara. Radical student action combined with militant workers throughout the 1970s, and in 1980 the military staged a third coup d'état, this time to impose a neoliberal regime as they had in Chile in 1973, Thailand and Argentina in 1976, and South Korea following the 1980 Gwangju uprising. Pacific. Australia. Despite the best efforts of the government to wall off Australia, international currents of revolution reached its shores. A new left network of bookstores developed in major cities in the mid-1960s, and a counterculture sprang to life. In 1967, a labor club at Monash University raised money for the NLF in Vietnam at the same time as Australian troops were fighting on the side of the United States, prompting the Australian government to ban such fundraising efforts. Youth culture came to Brisbane in March 1968, when FOCO opened as a culture club. Within 3 months, more than 2,500 members inundated it. The French May events had a powerful impact. On July 4, 1968, hundreds of Monash students broke away from an anti-war march and attacked the American consulate in Melbourne, smashing windows and seeking to raise the NLF flag inside the building. With the parallel development of feminism, the first pamphlet was distributed at an anti-war demonstration in December 1969. Only the Chains Have Changed called upon women to fight for their freedom just as Vietnamese are fighting for the right to govern their own country. By W. May 1970, feminist Kate Jennings publicly denounced movement men who refused to help stop backyard abortions and personalized slave kitchens. In 1965, a loose grouping of young Indigenous activists blossomed in Redfern, Fitzroy, and South Brisbane *, identifying with Black Power, whose arrival in Australia had been accelerated by books left behind by US troops. They read Fanon and Malcolm X and were especially inspired by the Black Panthers. In Brisbane, they established an Australian Black Panther Party modelled on the U.S. Following in the footsteps of Native American seizure of Alcatraz, Indigenous activists began an occupation in front of Parliament House on January 27, 1972, calling themselves the Aboriginal Embassy. On July 8, police cleared the occupation and arrested 8 people. 3 days later, hundreds of protesters tried to reoccupy the site but were forced to fight a pitched battle with hundreds of police. Many people were injured and 18 arrested. On July 30, more than 2,000 Indigenous activists faced off with thousands of police in the biggest land rights demonstration in Australian history. Confrontation was avoided that day, and soon thereafter the government convened high-level meetings with Indigenous representatives to discuss grievances. Activists established the National Black Theatre Company, which staged months of successful shows. The Black Power movement helped to swing public opinion against conservatives, who lost the next election, ending 22 years of their rule. New Zealand. On June 16, 1971, the Polynesian Panther Party arose among Pacific Islanders in New Zealand. Police harassment of Indigenous people, including early morning raids on family homes, had become commonplace. In response to police attacks, Panthers staged their own dawn raids on homes of the country's leaders. Using floodlights to bang on doors, they roused politicians from sleep and then departed as soon as anyone responded. Evidently, the tactic worked, for morning police raids were soon suspended. Nonetheless, police harassment intensified from 1974 into the early 1980s, and Polynesian Panthers stood firmly against them. Africa. In Africa, there were major student demonstrations in at least 17 countries in 1968. Partly as a result of the French May, students and workers in Senegal challenged the government in a general strike. The Black Consciousness movement emerged in South Africa. In March 1971, students at the University of Abidjan in the Ivory Coast went on strike to protest the Portuguese invasion of Guinea the previous November. In Gabon, the government dissolved all 78 student associations. In Dahomey as well, 1971 was a year of campus turmoil, including among secondary students. In the Sudan, in March 1971, Khartoum University was closed indefinitely after students protested campus conditions. On December 31, 1968, the National Revolutionary Council led by Marion Ngouabi assumed power in the Congo Republic, renamed it People's Republic of the Congo, and attempted to construct a society freed from neocolonialism. During the 1960s, guerrilla liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies of Guinea-Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique gathered forces and enlarged their bases. In the 1970s, all won liberation. Nigeria. In Nigeria, a student movement in May 1968 demanded the right of free assembly. The University of Lagos was closed for 3 weeks. Only when high school students joined the revolt did the government relent. In February 1971, a demonstration of some 3,000 students clashed with police, and 2 students were killed. The university was immediately closed, and police guards were posted. Police used tear gas to repel students who tried to march to the center of the capital. In the fighting that ensued, at least 2 police posts were burned down, 2 policemen seriously injured, and at least 15 students arrested. Students constructed barricades and attacked police buses. Later that year, more than 700 students at a grammar school were sent home after they went on a rampage to protest school meals. Senegal. Senegalese student protests initially centered on dissatisfaction with overall economic and social conditions in the country. Formerly a French colony, the May events in France had a pronounced influence on existing student organizations, many of which were already involved in struggles for recognition of autonomous student unions. When news arrived of the French uprising, the movement was emboldened. As the CIA noted, events in France and other countries certainly influenced the timing of the demonstrations. Correspondence between FIANF and Senegalese students urging student uprising reportedly was found at Dakar in 1968, a struggle developed against a new government scholarship policy during which a radical Maoist campus group came to the attention of the CIA. On May 27, when the Minister of Education announced that the government would not meet students' demands, the Association of Senegalese Students called for a boycott of examinations and a strike. Overwhelming support led to sympathy strikes in high schools in Dakar and other cities. On May 28, the country's president threatened to use force to end the strike. The next day, police invaded Dakar University, and in the ensuing 79 struggle, 1 student was killed and over 900 arrested. On May 31, the National Union of Senegalese Workers called for a general strike and accused the government of mismanaging the economy. Workers went on strike to support the students as well as for higher wages and price controls. The president closed the university and imposed a nationwide state of emergency. 4 days later, labor unions enacted a general strike, and some 800 workers were arrested after protesting the occupation of Dakar University by paratroopers. A high school student was killed when force was used to end a high school student boycott. Unable to control the situation, the president requested troops from France. Arriving French soldiers were greeted with more demonstrations and Molotov cocktails. More than 2,000 students were arrested. On June 11, Senegal's uprising ended with small pay increases negotiated by sellout organizations. Although the government embarked on an ambitious program of university reforms, student protests continued to confront incompetent teaching and nepotistic appointments. In January 1971, arsonists attacked the center of French cultural exchanges. The next month, when students were arrested for that action, turmoil on campus was heightened by the decision of teachers to launch a strike. Militant student unions called for a boycott of campus examinations. Almost unanimously, students turned in blank examination booklets, and soon thereafter fighting erupted between police and students. The government banned the two most militant student unions and excluded 49 students from the university before campuses were quieted. South Africa. Although 1968 may not have been a high point in South Africa's protracted struggle to abolish apartheid, quite a bit occurred. The assassinations of Martin Luther King and Robert Kennedy profoundly affected South Africans, as did movements in the United States and France. The country suffered under a harsh racist regime, so much so that in 1968, a group of Christians publicly accused Prime Minister Vorster of an attitude analogous to that of Hitler toward German Christians. As campuses became centers for organizing, the president of the National Union of South African Students reported that his colleagues considered Daniel Cohn-Bendit, Rudy Dutch, and Mark Rudd heroes and attempted to import their protest tactics. On August 14, 1968, some 1,000 mainly white students condemned the University Council in Cape Town for withdrawing a teaching offer to a black lecturer. More than 300 students converged at the administration building, pushed through the front doors and conducted a 10-day sit-in, the first in South Africa. On August 19, police attacked about 3,000 students outside Witwatersrand University in Johannesburg who were taking part in an illegal march to show solidarity with their striking colleagues in Cape Town. On September 7 in Natal, some 300 students were suspended for protesting apartheid. When their colleagues protested the expulsions, police used dogs to disperse them and arrested 7. Months of protests ensued. Significantly, Steve Biko emerged as a national leader when he guided black students to leave white-dominatednesses and create their own South African student organization. Biko's Black Consciousness movement led to the Soweto Uprising in 1976, when the defiant heroism of school children was answered with the shooting deaths of more than 700 unarmed young people and the wounding of at least 4,000 more. Soweto sparked a national rebellion among young South Africans. After his return to South Africa from studying in France, Rick Turner led a sit-in at the University of Cape Town in 1968. An inspiring leader, Turner helped form the White New Left in South Africa. Opposed to both global capitalism and Soviet communism, these young university-based activists subsequently assisted in the formation of progressive trade unions. Police killed Biko on August 18, 1977. Turner fell to an assassin's bullet in January 1978. The movement of 1968 affected exiled activists as well. On March 17, 1968, future South African President Thabo Mbeki was brutally arrested during the massive anti-Vietnam War demonstration outside the American Embassy in London's Grosvenor Square. As the global impetus of 1968 transformed global consciousness, the end of apartheid was only a matter of time. Finally, on February 11, 1990, Nelson Mandela was released from prison after 27 years of captivity. Congo-Kinshasa. While alienated from the mainstream of Congolese society, Lavanium University, founded in the mid-1950s by Belgian Catholics, became a focal point for transmission of European radical ideas and actions. In 1964, only 4 years after independence, students won removal of army units then on campus, a precondition they had set for negotiations to end their strike for better instruction and improved living conditions. Degree on January 4, 1968, the Mobutu government held a public commemoration of the life of the country's first prime minister, Patrice Lumumba, assassinated in 1961 by a Belgian firing squad assisted by the CIA. One of the invited guests was U.S. Vice President Hubert Humphrey. Student activists protested Humphrey's presence, both because they vehemently opposed the Vietnam War and because of the U.S. role in killing Lumumba. Key student leaders were imprisoned or expelled from the university. For the remainder of the year, 81. There were strikes and demonstrations at all three universities in the country. Lavanium was occupied for 2 weeks by the army. In June, high school students protested the procedures regarding their final exams. News of the French May event slowly reached the country and helped to inspire a small circle of radical activists. On June 3, 1969, the night before they planned to demonstrate, the secretive group announced the protest at Red Square, the center of the campus. The next day, nearly all of Lavanium's 3,000 students turned out for the march. What began as a peaceful walk to protest the Mobutu dictatorship turned into a bloodbath. The army appeared out of nowhere and opened fire, killing dozens of people. No one will know how many were murdered since the bodies of the dead students were taken away and buried anonymously in a mass grave. Mobutu continued to rule the country for another 3 decades after the massacre, but the bloodshed in 1969 forever stained his reputation and standing. 2 years after the June 4 massacre, a planned commemoration at Lavanium University again resulted in the army shutting down the campus. A Belgian priest was arrested for his organizing. Students mounted solidarity demonstrations in the People's Republic of the Congo and in Zambia. After closing the university, Mobutu ordered all 3,000 of its students, the entire student body, drafted into the army. In addition, 16 activists were sentenced to 10 years in prison. Mobutu ordered the university's name changed to the University of Kinshasa, which for years was in a state of ruins left by the regime's designed neglect. Ghana. Africa's insurgencies were constantly undermined by Western imperialism. Although the murder of Patrice Lumumba is well known, less remembered is the coup d'état in Ghana on February 24, 1966, which overthrew revolutionary leader President Kwame Nkrumah while he was on his way to Hanoi to visit Ho Chi Minh. Ghanaian students militantly fought against the new government. In 1971, the National Union of Ghana students spurred great protests at graduation. On March 13, students called for the government to oppose apartheid in South Africa and to grant amnesty to all Ghanaians in exile, including former President Nkrumah. Zimbabwe. In 1970, students went on strike when the University of Rhodesia became independent of its counterparts in London and Birmingham. On June 23, 1970, secondary school pupils at Plumtree protested the Smith regime's ties to Britain. Protesters carried posters claiming, "Rhodesia is a police state, stop working for these white pigs, and no second South Africa." All over the country. 82. Hundreds of students were arrested in protests against white imperialism. Years earlier, the Catholic Church had integrated its colleges in Salisbury, a move which brought the settler state to cut off these colleges from all government subsidies for education. Zambia. On April 16, 1971, more than 800 students protested against an incompetent registrar at the University of Zambia, setting in motion a militant student movement that came to protest French support for the apartheid system in South Africa. In July, some 65 members of the academic staff publicly supported a student march on the French embassy, where police had attacked them. President Kenneth Kaunda banned all further demonstrations related to South Africa. As confrontations continued, students took control of the university on July 13 and prepared Molotov cocktails and other weapons to defend themselves. That night, as the army and police arrived in force, students left without a fight. The campus was closed, 75 students were excluded when it reopened, and 2 foreign lecturers in the Department of English were expelled from the country. Ethiopia. For years, aspirations of Ethiopian students were either ignored or heavily repressed. In 1964, the Crocodile Society began to propagate Marxist-Leninist ideology on campus, and by 1967, Maoism had become ascendant. To protest neo-colonial penetration of their society, campus radicals attacked a fashion show on March 30 at foreigner-dominated University College of Addis Ababa. Police arrested 38 students. The university was closed and remained so for weeks. The CIA noted that these April protests exhibited the first open expression of anti-US sentiments. By attacking a fashion show, radicals hoped to facilitate a cultural revolution that could reverse the ravages of American neocolonialist culture. In response to government repression, about 100,000 students mobilized. All student publications were banned. Outside the U.S. Information Office, 3 days of strident anti-American protests began in April. Students went on strike after the university reopened. As protests continued through November, the Prime Minister agreed to some of their demands, and students returned to classes. In March 1971, university students demonstrated in support of a strike by teachers in Addis Ababa, but students' main concerns were campus issues. High school students criticized their university counterparts and mobilized around far more visionary demands such as land reform, high bus fares, and the rounding up of beggars in poor houses. Most schools in the capital were 83. Closed by student protests. Militant actions targeted Mercedes-Benz cars and showrooms. Later, city buses were attacked to dramatize high fares being charged by a so-called charitable organization. Students' most popular actions involved going into the city's markets and compelling merchants to lower their prices to affordable levels. Police refused to intervene, and even after the army was called in, soldiers were arrested for collaborating with students. Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau. Shortly after World War II, Great Britain and France had been compelled to relinquish political control of their colonial possessions in Africa, but Portugal remained particularly vehement in its desire to hold on to its African colonies in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. Portuguese army officers, many of whom had been captured and persuaded to act by African guerrillas, would finally overthrow the military dictatorship in 1974. Despite enormous hardships, the capacity of these liberation movements to fight racism and to conduct humanitarian revolutions was remarkable. From the jungles facing aerial bombardment, Amilcar Cabral praised the solidarity of the capitalist metropoles, which he named as sources of inspiration for fighters in their jungle hideouts. Priests who sided with the liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique suffered long imprisonments and exile. As the brutality of repression mounted, the expulsion of missionaries and state intervention in the church became more frequent. In 1968, the major seminary in Mozambique was taken out of the hands of its staff and entrusted to conservative Portuguese Jesuits. 2/3 of the seminarians refused to continue teaching, and a number joined revolutionary groups. Pressure on the Pope was brought to bear by the priests, and on July 1, 1970, Pope Paul granted a Vatican audience to leaders of national liberation movements in Portuguese colonies. Burkina Faso. Within 8 years of liberation from its status as a French colony in 1958, Burkina Faso was impacted heavily by the Global 60s. In 1966, trade unions and progressive forces in the military overthrew the post-colonial regime in a coup d'état celebrated today as the January 3 Revolution. Although a national holiday, the January 3 coup failed to produce real democracy. It was not until 1983 that Thomas Sankara, the African Che, was thrust into the office of president. In 4 years, Sankara implemented one of the most far-reaching reform programs ever attempted in Africa. While many African countries suffered famine, Burkina Faso became 84. Self-sufficient in food production. Trademark. Sankara's government promoted women, built the economy, sponsored world-renowned cultural festivals, and built youth groups through universal education and literacy. To dramatize the country's new independence, he changed its name from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso. Although Sankara was killed by his lieutenant Blaise Compaoré in a coup supported by France and the Ivory Coast, many of the young people educated in Sankara's schools led a revolution in 2014 that overthrew Compaoré and established the country's current democracy. Europe. Of all the events of 1968, the near revolution in France is most important, and all of Chapter 3 is devoted to it. In West Germany, the student movement and extra-parliamentary opposition created the country's biggest crisis since World War II. In Italy, militant student protests helped detonate the hot autumn of 1969, when 5 million workers went on strike. A small general strike of workers and students erupted in Spain in 1967, and 20,000 students were expelled from universities. Creative protests in Holland, Denmark, and Switzerland helped subvert the seriousness of their cultures. Suffering under a military dictatorship, Greek students occupied the Polytechnic in 1973. West Germany. The German New Left was among the most theoretically inclined and internationally conscious members of the global movement. Students demonstrated against the president of Senegal when he arrived at the Frankfurt Book Fair because he had suppressed the student movement at home. They protested the arrival of Moise Tshombe for his role in the murder of Patrice Lumumba, and they mobilized against the Korean Secret Service for its treatment of dissidents. The internationalism of the German Sozialistischer Deutscher Studentenbund defined that organization's identity from its inception, leading it to break away from its parent organization, the German Social Democratic Party. As the Social Democrats formed a grand coalition with the Christian Democratic Union to govern Germany, SDS became increasingly extra-parliamentary, using YOT, sit-ins, go-ins, and demonstrations as a means of precipitating parliamentary action. Although SDS in Germany and the United States shared the same initials and grew out of similar social democratic labor groups, the two organizations were not formally connected. German SDS was explicitly socialist, while SDS in the United States contained a more diverse and theoretically underdeveloped membership. Nonetheless, the two groups were intuitively tied together, although their actions were quite similar. 85. The German organization was never able to synthesize a cultural politics like the US counterculture. The German New Left was the first massive opposition to the Cold War consensus that took up the long-abandoned revolutionary tradition of the German working class, a heritage betrayed by the opportunism of social democracy and nearly destroyed by the Nazi slaughter and Stalinist purges. More than any other New Left organization, the roots of German SDS were in the dynamics of European political discourse. Its first president was Helmut Schmidt, and some of SDS-8's initial campaigns protested the presence of former Nazis in administrations of universities and the government. As the organization grew, its membership became a unique combination of exiles from East Germany, radical Christians, and libertarian socialists. Divided Germany was a focal point for many of international problems of the Cold War era, and the German New Left became increasingly oriented to global issues. When the Shah of Iran hoped to attend the opera in West Berlin on June 2, 1967, he was greeted by several thousand demonstrators, whose presence made them the targets of vicious attacks by both the Berlin police and the Shah's secret police. One student, Benno Onezorg, was shot in the head and killed, an incident that had profound repercussions for the German movement. A few days later, 20,000 people formed a miles-long funeral procession that was allowed to pass uninterrupted through East Germany without usual time-consuming border checks. After Onezorg's funeral, the German New Left convened in Hanover. Although the Hanover Congress should have been a time for unity, it marked the beginning of the end for the German New Left. It was there that Georgen Habermas first raised the problem of left fascism for discussion, and the acrimony that ensued eventually led to sit-ins at the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research. Decades after the Hanover Congress, the Frankfurt School continues to be poorly regarded by German activists, while the Bewegung der Juni are regarded as folk heroes. In Tehran, there now exists a Benno Onezorg Street. By the fall of 1967, much of German society opposed SDS, but the movement had entrenched itself on the campuses, particularly in West Berlin where thousands of people voted to reconstitute the Free University as a critical university, a self-managed institution oriented toward changing society and governed by university-wide plebiscites. Of course, university administrators refused to accept the results of the vote reconstituting the university, but there was little they could do to stop the growing involvement of thousands of 86. Students in an extra-parliamentary opposition. At the beginning of 1968, German SDS hosted an international gathering of 5,000 anti-war activists in Berlin to discuss solidarity actions with Vietnam. Significantly, many participants in the subsequent student revolt in France participated in the Berlin Conference. Before the delegates took to the streets for one of the largest peace demonstrations in German history, they issued a call to the world movement, "We call on the anti-imperialist resistance SEN movement to continue to build unified mass demonstrations against US imperialism and its helpers in Western Europe." In the course of this unified struggle, political and organizational working unity between the revolutionary movements in Western Europe must be intensified and a united front must be built. Of the many diverse groups that constituted the APO, the largest umbrella organization sponsored an annual Easter March for disarmament. Unlike the campaign for nuclear disarmament in Great Britain, the German anti-nuclear impetus saw its numbers swell, from 100,000 marchers in 1966 to 150,000 in 1967. By Easter of 1968, more than 300,000 Germans marched for peace in the midst of a violent upheaval caused by the attempted assassination of Rudi Dutschke, one of the principal spokespersons of SDS. On March 11, the Thursday before Easter, a Munich house painter carrying a pistol and a newspaper clipping of Martin Luther King's assassination a week earlier, fired 3 shots at Red Rudy. One shot hit him in the head, but Dutschke survived, at least until December 1979, when he died from epilepsy caused by the bullet that hit him. The fact that Dutschke's attacker carried a clipping of King's assassination confirmed many people's suspicions that the German media's campaign against SDS had helped cause the attack, and throughout Germany, the APO attacked publications of the Springer Press, a newspaper monopoly that controlled over 80% of German daily newspapers. Axel Springer had 87. Long used his power over German public opinion to incite readers against the student movement. Not only did the APO blame Springer for Dutschke's fate, they also saw his monopoly of the media as a symbol of the problem of private ownership of social resources. The anti-Springer campaign was not confined to Germany. Marchers took to the streets in Vienna, Amsterdam, Oslo, Rome, New York, and more than a dozen cities. In London, the demonstration of March 17 on the U.S. Embassy prominently included anti-Springer posters carried by at least 60 members of Berlin and Frankfurt SDS. In Paris, 2 days after Dutschke was shot, more than 1,000 people demonstrated in front of the German embassy. Significantly, that demonstration was the first time that a coalition of all new left groups in France worked together. On March 19, several thousand people again converged on the German embassy, but this time, issues relating to France were also raised. 3 days later, the administration building at Nanterre University was occupied to protest the U.S. war against Vietnam, an action which led to the formation of the March 22 movement, the group often credited with sparking the May events. After Dutschke was shot and Springer Press was under attack throughout Germany, the stage was set for the German Bundestag to impose the Notstandsgesetze, emergency laws aimed at social control that had long been desired by the German right, but which had not been politically possible until the APO's eruption and near revolution across the Rhine. In a concerted campaign to stop the new laws from being passed, the APO mobilized tens of thousands of Germans. Violent clashes broke out in Munich on May 15 and police killed 2 students. Degree students in high schools and colleges boycotted lectures. In Berlin, a permanent teach-in of several thousand students was convened. Demonstrations in 31 cities protested the new law. On May 20, hundreds of students occupied the Free University. In Bochum, a coordinating center was set up and a call was sent out for a general strike on May 29. The strike was endorsed by representatives of 50,000 IG Metall workers in Munich and 120,000 unionists in Cologne, while in Frankfurt, 10,000 workers downed tools in a brief warning strike. Hundreds of steel workers in Bochum went on a wildcat strike, as did 200 chemical workers and hundreds of Ford workers in Cologne. On May 27, The APO staged go-ins during theater performances in Berlin, Munich, Bremen, Bonn, and Stuttgart, and the entrances to universities were barricaded in Bochum, Frankfurt, Hamburg, Göttingen, and Aachen. Actors on the stage of the Frankfurt Theater stopped their production and called on the audience to oppose the emergency laws. The cabaret group Flotta Cologne called on all cabaret workers and artists to work against the legislation. Massive demonstrations. 88. Continued as the Bundestag debated the bill. Finally, on May 30, the date the legislation was to be voted on, the APO blocked traffic in downtown Berlin, Cologne, Hamburg, and Hanover. In Munich, the tracks in the central train station were blockaded by thousands of people. In Bonn, 100,000 people marched, while 20,000 trade unionists mobilized in Dortmund. The conservative political climate in Germany, however, was such that the German Bundestag overwhelmingly approved the emergency legislation, enabling the government to curtail individual rights during declared national emergencies. At the same time, the intensity of the movement and attacks on it led to the formation of adventurous guerrilla groups and dogmatic Maoist tendencies within SDS. Soon sexism and internal splits helped destroy the organization. In the late 1960s, the German New Left discovered rock and roll at the same time as the Kreuzberg hash rebels came into existence. As guerrilla groups like the Red Army faction and the June 2 movement began their armed attacks and bombings, their marginalization as terrorists helped depoliticize the mass movement and signaled the end of the APO. Despite its quick demise, the New Left permanently altered the political landscape of West Germany, setting the stage for the emergence of the Autonomen and the Green Party 10 years later. On July 4, 1971, in the Berlin neighborhood of Kreuzberg, a vacant house was occupied and turned into a center for young people. From this inauspicious beginning emerged a movement that built a network of dozens of squatted houses. European squatters successfully won control of group homes, where they lived forms of collective life that negated the atomization to which consumerism had condemned them. They governed themselves through horizontal relationships and organized autonomous campaigns against nuclear power, militarism, and the international system of finance capital. In Berlin alone, dozens of occupied group houses contained hundreds of activists, causing the government enormous problems. The feminist movement was an important link between 1968 and subsequent autonomous movements. On September 13, 1968, a critical date in the history of the German New Left and of German feminism, Helke Sander, a member of the Berlin Action Council for Women's Liberation, gave an impassioned speech at the national meeting of SDS in Frankfurt calling on her male comrades in SDS to remove the blinders you have over your eyes and take note of their own sexism. As expected by some, the meeting returned to business as usual as soon as she finished speaking. But when SDS theoretician Hans-Georgen Krall was in the middle of his speech, another female delegate from Berlin screamed at him, "Comrade Krall, you are objectively a counter-revolutionary and an agent of the class enemy." She then hurled several tomatoes in the direction of the podium. One hit Krall squarely in the face. 89. Many SDS women were embarrassed by the action, but the deeds of the Berlin Action Council for Women's Liberation electrified feminists and are considered to be the beginning of the autonomous women's movement. Initially, nothing was more important to the new movement than the campaign to liberalize the abortion laws. Statutes criminalizing abortion had been on the books since 1871, and intermittent struggles at the turn of the 20th century had failed to win significant reform. In 1973, Alice Schwarzer published her book Women's Work, Women's Liberation, and a few months later a German translation appeared of the classic text by Maria Rosa Dalla Costa and Selma James. If the personal is political, as these theorists maintain, then unpaid domestic labor performed by women should be considered part of the economy, counted in the calculation of gross domestic product and compensated in cash. They insisted that if women were paid for what is now unpaid work, the division between the world of paid work and that of unpaid labor would be rendered meaningless. This could lead to a complete revaluation of women's roles and an end to their relegation to the home and the private sphere, where they serve as unnoticed appendages to men. Italy. Beginning in the fall of 1967, Italy witnessed the eruption of a protest movement that built up on campuses until the spring of 1968, when the revolt spilled over to the whole society. In 1968, nearly all Italian universities were taken over by popular movements that governed them through democratic general assemblies. Traditional hierarchies within academia were overthrown, as was the segregation of students from society. Protests began over academic issues like inadequate classroom facilities and archaic standards of excellence, but by November of 1967, students opposing the university's authoritarian power occupied Turin University. In huge assemblies, students debated the meaning of their revolt, and it was there that self-management was first proposed and massively embraced. As opposed to co-management, which called for professors and administrators to appoint a few students to serve on joint committees, students in Turin demanded nothing less than full control over the curriculum, classrooms, and life of the university. The University of Urbino had established co-management in the Faculty of Economics in 1966, but student protesters soon objected to these joint student-faculty groups on the grounds that they were a form of co-optation. When students occupied the University of Turin on November 27, 1967, they refused to negotiate because they felt they couldn't express their demands until an open General Assembly of students could freely discuss their needs. After a month of democratic discussions, the students united around the demand that all university decisions be made at open General Assemblies. 90. Of students. After the administration called in police, disruption of classes became the norm for months. Although there were numerous student protests in Italy in the early 1960s, in the year ending in 1968, the campus movement spread all over the country. The center of protests was at Rome University, where over 400 people were arrested and hundreds injured in February and March. The university was twice ordered closed. On March 1, 1968, intense clashes with police took place near the School of Architecture with many arrests. On April 27, thousands of university and high school ES students protested the continuing democratic and leftist students' clash with neo-fascists at Rome University. Black Dwarf. Detention of architecture students. Militant students were armed with iron bars, chains, and Molotov cocktails. Significant protests also occurred in Turin, Florence, Padua, Venice, Naples, and Bologna. Copying German attacks against the Springer Press, many people blocked distribution of newspapers in Venice. Students in Rome demonstrated for the right of opposite-sex visitors in dormitory rooms to be legal. Right-wing students clashed with left-wing students at many universities. In May, as events in France unfolded, strikes and sit-ins spread to campuses in Florence, Turin, Pisa, Venice, Milan, Naples, Padua, Palermo, Bologna, and Bari, touching off a political crisis that forced Prime Minister Aldo Moro and his cabinet to resign. In Italy, as around the world in 1968, the sheer quantity of protests produced a qualitative break. Almost everything that transpired had happened before, but this time it mushroomed to involve tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of students in the space of less than 9 months. It was as if isolated actions of the preceding 5 years had been compressed into 1 year and multiplied by the participation of thousands of new people. In 1968, for the first time, neither the issues nor the actions were isolated. The movement spread to high schools in the fall. A general student strike in Palermo targeted the entire system of youth repression and capitalist exploitation. In November, students all over the country demanded campus reforms. New ties to workers were successfully forged, first indicated by a peaceful 24-hour joint strike on November 14, when 12 million workers struck in defense of the retirement system and for educational reform. After police killed 2 farm workers in Sicily, a general strike spread throughout the island and to other parts of the country. On New Year's Eve, students in Pisa peacefully protested against wealthy patrons of La Bussola nightclub. When clashes occurred, police killed 1 student. In the next year, the student movement transformed itself and joined workers' struggles, hoping to spark an explosion like the French May and to seize leadership of the workers' movement from unions. During the hot autumn of 1969, unrest spread explosively, and the type of dissent was qualitatively new. The movement had clear revolutionary intent. Factory workers by the thousands took over their factories, not for the purpose of running them but to turn them into bases for organizing in conjunction with their new allies, ex-students experienced in the struggles of the previous year and office workers. "The factory is our Vietnam" was one popular slogan. Creative strikes, hiccup and checkerboard were autonomously organized through which workers controlled production. Dual power emerged. 5 million workers struck in 1969, and hundreds of thousands of workers demonstrated, occupied factories, and committed sabotage. The government and corporations struck back, arresting 13,000 people and firing or suspending 35,000 workers. As struggles intensified, 50,000 engineering workers took part in a national demonstration on September 25. At the beginning of October, the city of Milan was brought to a standstill by roadblocks organized by workers from hundreds of factories and joined by thousands of students. In the province surrounding Milan, 100,000 engineering workers struck simultaneously on October 7. Estimates told of more than 70 million hours of work lost in 1969 to unrest in the engineering sector alone. As strikes spread throughout the country, they enjoyed overwhelming public support, and the Minister of Labor was compelled to sign an agreement with the unions that included all major demands. Hoping to pacify the young hotheads, management agreed to mammoth wage increases, 23.4% from 1969 to 1970, and 16.6% a year later. Nonetheless, workers were not quieted. The frenetic pace of work, long a source of agony that unions had been incapable of changing, was slowed by workers' concerted campaigns to reduce the speed at which they worked. The length of the work week was similarly reduced through absenteeism or by simply leaving work early. Workers were protected from aggressive bosses by bands of red handkerchiefs, named for the attire they wore to mask their identities when they were called on to intimidate foremen and management. Trade unions were able to lead the way out of the hot autumn by negotiating a settlement which, at least on paper, granted the workers significant wage increases as well as better working conditions. When all was said and done, mammoth wage increases had been won, but even more significantly, the working class had reconstituted itself as a historical force. Their new demands and aspirations fell outside unions' traditional purview. With unions firmly in control of the workers' movement, numerous new left parties and groups became increasingly active outside the factories, particularly in working-class communities. "Let us seize the city" was a slogan put forth by Lotta Continua in the hope of persuading workers to occupy vacant housing. Despite their failure to liberate the working class from trade unions, the new generation of radicals deepened the political crisis of Italy and created the preconditions for a vast cultural revolt. Like never before, Italian women organized an autonomous movement that challenged blatant patriarchal laws and practices. During the student movement and hot autumn, women who later formed the nucleus for the women's movement gained valuable experience. From the very beginning, many females were active in student protests, and some began to meet in women-only 93 groups. Within the New Left, however, women were often relegated to roles as secretaries inside the movement, a situation reflected in the ironic slogan "From the angel of the hearth to the angel of the copying machine." In 1970, Rivolta Femminile was created in Rome and Milan, and Lotta Femminista collectives were formed in Rome and Padua. By 1977, a new generation of youth was once again on the offensive on campuses in Italy, and violent attacks by both right-wing conservatives and communists occurred. Off the campuses, the Metropolitan Indians shot back at police in the midst of mass demonstrations. Under the slogan, 1968 has returned, the movement of the late 1970s in Italy exploded in a merger of culture and politics that the first phase of the Italian New Left had never attained. By then, however, the worldwide cultural revolt had been depoliticized, and the Italian youth revolt of the late 1970s suffered the same fate. Degree. Spain. In Spain as in Italy, the student movement erupted and was able to forge significant links with the working class. Although a general strike of workers and students took place in 1967, it was nowhere near the scale of the May events in France. The escalating spiral of confrontation began on January 27, 1967. After 2 weeks of student protests and police attacks, over 100,000 workers in Madrid answered students' call for a national demonstration for an 94 end to the Franco dictatorship and support of independent student and worker unions. It was business as usual when the joint demonstration was viciously attacked and hundreds were arrested. The next day, as students regrouped, police invaded the cafeteria at the University of Madrid. Throughout the country, hundreds more students were arrested. Rafael Moreno, an activist in Madrid, was murdered by police in his family home. When student delegates from all of Spain arrived in Valencia for a meeting of the illegal Sindicato Democrático de Estudiantes, they were systematically arrested and beaten. In response, 60,000 factory workers and thousands of railroad workers went out on strike on January 30. The next day, the University of Madrid was closed, and a week later, thousands of workers joined in a general strike. Over 20,000 students were expelled from Spanish universities, but the revolt continued to spread and street fighting broke out in all the major cities. Finally, the army mobilized to control the country. Although movement activists suffered incredibly, their spirits remained strong, and they did not give in. In October 1967, teach-ins on Vietnam led to refrains of Ho, Ho, Ho Chi Minh. At least 20,000 people became members of illegal student groups in Madrid alone. On October 27, a general strike called by students received the support of workers' commissions, but it was averted when 400 delegates of workers' commissions were arrested. The next week, Spanish students elected delegates to their illegal student union. Those elected were promptly arrested, but over 100,000 students went on strike. Fires were set in the University of Madrid. Asterisk. This time the police response was even more brutal than it had been in January. Another activist, Enrique Ruano, died while in police custody, and a virtual state of siege was declared to combat the subversion of the universities. Although heavily repressed, the Spanish students maintained the integrity of their vision. Their union, which they had fought for since 1956, continued to be organized along absolutely horizontal lines. In January of 1968, activists concluded that the actions of the government precluded reforms, adding, "We know that it will be possible to destroy it only through violence." After police used water cannons to prevent students from meeting, 1,000 workers protested repression of students as well as the U.S. war in Vietnam. Carrying posters reading "Yankees out of Spain," on May 1, the first May Day protests since the Civil War occurred. More than 250 people were arrested in Madrid and 50 more in Barcelona. From March 28 to May 6, 1968, Madrid University remained closed. 4 days of riots at the University of Madrid involved students using Molotov cocktails and police responding with batons, water cannons, and horses. Not until the government agreed to campus reforms at the end of May did violence subside. In November, the University of Madrid was again closed when students 95 refused to submit to new repressive measures. Strikes spread to universities in Oviedo, Granada, and Valencia. Intense struggles both on and off the campuses in Spain gave new energy to movements for regional autonomy, particularly in the Basque Country. In 1968, ETA began its armed struggle, joining numerous other guerrilla groups fighting the Franco dictatorship. With the transition to a corporate democracy 10 years after the renewed upsurge of 1967, the movements for regional autonomy intensified. In 1982, 5 decades after their bloody civil war, a socialist government was democratically elected, but its policies failed to achieve substantial changes. The Netherlands. A creative use of happenings characterized the Dutch movement in the 1960s. Although the provos numbered no more than a few hundred, they attracted attention by releasing chickens in the streets during rush hour and placing free white bicycles around Amsterdam. In 1966 municipal elections, they were able to attract 13,000 votes. Provos gained their name from Amsterdam's chief of police when he tried to describe marginalized youth protests against U.S. policy in Vietnam, air pollution, traffic congestion, and even against the marriage of the crown princess. Following their voluntary dissolution, the Kabouters emerged as a political party. By the mid-1970s, thousands of squatters lived in hundreds of formerly abandoned buildings, and squatters' councils provided opportunities for democratic participation in planning group actions. Denmark. Like the Dutch provos, Danish activists emerged as cultural radicals in the early 1960s. In February 1963, a building slated for demolition was occupied and a group home survived until 1968, when police evicted it. One of the groups that emerged took the initiative to take over Christiania, an abandoned military base in Copenhagen. Residents built homes and businesses, established assembly democracy, and defended their territory. Their Rainbow Army was able to mobilize thousands of people to defend the free space both from police and motorcycle gangs. More recently, the state's legalization campaign and gentrification have changed Christiania, but it remains an important symbol of grassroots initiative and peaceful capacity for coexistence. On March 21, 1968, the Danish university movement began when students in Copenhagen spray-painted campus walls with slogans like "Break the Power of Professors" and "Participation Now." University students occupied the Faculty of Psychology until their demands were met to have more say in university affairs. After lawmakers abolished free railroad tickets for children, 10,000 pupils threw tomatoes and apple cores at the Parliament building. In early April, thousands of people protested outside the American embassy, but police attacked and beat them. On April 27, more than 25,000 protesters, the largest demonstration in Danish history, gathered outside the U.S. Embassy in Copenhagen. Clashes with more than 600 police left many injured on both sides. Belgium. On March 2, 1968, about 10,000 anti-war protesters clashed with police outside the U.S. Embassy in Brussels. By May, as the society became activated, a student revolt convened daily free assemblies of students and staff. Aspiring to make the university truly democratic as a step toward democratization of the society, there were 50 days of free assemblies. A huge banner outside the occupied university read, "The university is open for the entire population." England/UK. The global energies of 1968 galvanized a host of small publications and autonomous action groups such as squatters and anarchists. The most significant demonstration came on March 17, 1968, when 30,000 protesters confronted police at the U.S. Embassy in Grosvenor Square. Besides future South African President Thabo Mbeki, others among the thousands present including Mick Jagger and John Scarlett, subsequently head of MI6 British Foreign Intelligence. In England, university students are particularly elite, and the thrust of the movement at schools like the Royal College of Art and Cambridge, Oxford, and 97. Hull universities was largely confined to educational reform. In 1968, there were several significant upsurges of political activity. The first manifesto of the British student power movement was published on May 10, a week after several hundred radical students at the University of Leeds confronted conservative parliamentarian Patrick Wall and his wife for their support of racism in Rhodesia. On May 26, 1,000 students tried to storm the French embassy in London in solidarity with the French uprising. In the same month, inspired art students at Hornsey School of Art transformed a teach-in on art education into a takeover of campus buildings that lasted from May 28 to July 8. Remarkably, a localized struggle turned into one in which students called for a fundamental transformation of the educational system. On June 8, the administration building at the University of Hull was taken over by students who insisted they be given voting rights in all major decisions as well as control over dormitories. In October, the student union at LSE voted to occupy the campus in protest of the Vietnam War. On October 27, over 100,000 people peacefully paraded through London. Militant sit-ins occurred at the London School of Economics and at Essex, Hornsey, Hull, and Birmingham. In 1970, there were direct actions at one-third of Britain's universities following disclosures that secret political files were being assembled on movement teachers and students. At Cambridge University, after a militant demonstration against supporters of the Greek junta, the subsequent trial of 15 activists resulted in 6 receiving prison terms ranging from 9 to 18 months. The movement in Great Britain never reached the proportions of its counterparts in Germany, France, or the United States, in part because many activists went into the Labour Party in the belief it could be radicalized. The working class in Britain became activated with the world economic downturn beginning in 1968, and in the next 4 years, a record number of strikes prompted Tony Benn to remark that we can speak of Labour's own new left as a force to be reckoned with. In August, 1,000 nurses marched on Downing Street to protest working conditions. Within factories, the labor movement led by shop stewards massively contested the capitalist order. One estimate tells of 200 occupations from 1969 to 1970 and over 100 in the following 3 years. In 1972, a miners' strike paralyzed the country, and 2 years later, a second miners' strike led to elections that brought the Labour Party to power. Old left Trotskyists, notably from the International Socialists, International Marxist Group, Socialist Workers' Party, and New Left Review, played a disproportionate role in the British movement, but many New Left theoreticians remained distant from the activist milieu. Women began to raise feminist issues within many of these parties, and at the same time the influence 98 of American feminism helped galvanize autonomous women's groups throughout the country. Beginning in 1968, squatters first appeared in East London when activists took over abandoned government-owned buildings. Artists in Notting Hill took control of Powys Square, and the movement spread to Hackney, Brixton, Battersea, Hammersmith, and Fulham. In the mid-1970s, Brighton alone had 150 squats, and a campaign there successfully stopped a project that would have destroyed hundreds of homes to build a highway. On December 1, Black Power arrived in Britain with a conference that drew participation of 700 immigrants, mostly from South Asia. Greece. In 1968, the Papadopoulos dictatorship tightly censored news, so the May events in France were simply not reported when they happened. Of course, it is impossible to seal off borders to information flows, and the ideas of the '68 movement slowly arrived. On November 3, the funeral of former Prime Minister George Papandreou, who died under house arrest, turned into an anti-dictatorship protest. Clashes with police resulted in 40 arrests. All except 4 of the arrestees received prison sentences of 1.5 to 4 years. The American counterculture had a huge effect on Greek youth, from folk music cafes to rock music. Small groups of radical publishers translated texts from around the world, including Jerry Rubin's Do It. The youth movement grew until the police could no longer contain it. In 1973, the first buildings at the Polytechnic in Athens were occupied by anarchists, who were immediately called CIA provocateurs by the Greek Communist Party. Within a few days, young people flooded into the occupied university. At that point, communist youth were sent into open assemblies. Party EAE Youth created a radio station, and in 1967, AU.S supported, right-wing military attempted to claim credit for the government took control of Greece. Many occupation, but the free-flowing groups, both in exile and in Greece, organized direct democracy had little to oppose this junta. Relief print, 1969. 99. do with their Stalinist variety of hierarchical discipline. The first libertarian slogans, such as "Challenge Authority," appeared at the Polytechnic, and students also chanted praise for the courage of their counterparts in Thailand who had overthrown their military dictatorship a month before. At the occupied Polytechnic, a giant banner reading "OXI" drew inspiration from indigenous refusal to submit to Italy in World War II, as well as from Herbert Marcuse's characterization of the New Left as the Great Refusal. On November 17, soldiers using a tank, bazooka, and automatic weapons retook the Polytechnic. In the process, they killed 34 people. 8 days after the slaughter, Papadopoulos was overthrown by his own army, but the military's days in power were numbered, and it fell within a year. Portugal. Portugal had been quiet for decades, ruled harshly by the Salazar dictatorship and, after he went into a coma, by one of his closest aides, Marcelo Caetano. The first protests against the dictatorship occurred on November 11, 1968, when hundreds of students marched in downtown Lisbon to protest the torture death of student Daniel Teixeira. By the end of the year, 2,000 students participated in a sit-in for university reform, and 5,000 at the University of Coimbra fought police in the name of campus reform. Beginning with the overthrow of the Portuguese dictatorship on April 25, 1974, the Carnation Revolution indicated just how much the floodgates of change had been knocked open by the world historical movements of 1968. From 1974 to 1991, some 40 countries democratized. Eastern Europe, New Left vs. Old Left. Tension between the Soviet left and newly emergent popular movements has a long and tragic history. In 1935, the Communist International accused Augusto Cesar Sandino of having gone over to the side of the United States and the counter-revolution. Registered Marxists faithful to the Soviet Union similarly misinterpreted the popular movement in Spain. After World War II, an insurgent movement in Greece liberated the vast majority of the countryside, but Greek Soviet communists tragically betrayed its degree in 1968. The Communist Party of Nicaragua dismissed the Sandino National Liberation Front, an organization that had adopted Che-Foucault theory, as petit bourgeois. These examples help clarify historical limitations of Soviet Marxism and explain why the New Left developed autonomously and remained unattached to existent parties. American communist leader and noted activist Dorothy Healy clearly understood her party's failure to act properly, the party's hostile attitude. 100. Toward the New Left was probably the greatest political liability we had to contend with in the 1960s. Communists opposed the French Revolutionary Movement of May 1968, and did little to advance the Cuban Revolution in its infancy, to say nothing about popular uprisings against Soviet regimes in East Berlin in 1953, Poland and Hungary in 1956, Czechoslovakia in 1968, and Poland in 1970. Whether or not it is appropriate to label movements of 1968 in Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and Poland as New Left, it is clear that the Eros effect penetrated Eastern Europe. In Hungary, students of Lukács explicitly began to call themselves New Leftists. In the Soviet Union, amid protests against arrest and trials of dissident writers, words coined by the New Left found their way into the Russian language: kontrkultura, kippy, campus, marginalnost, kepening, ekolog, tikin, scientism. In 1967, a wave of dissent grew out of the trial of protest leader Vladimir Bukovsky, who maintained the right to demonstrate and criticize the government. Protesters throughout the region were emboldened by Czechoslovakia's courage and vision. East Germany in 1968 did not have a flamboyant or well-known movement. Although marginalized protests against the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia remained relatively unknown, popular disillusionment with real existing socialism spread widely after the Prague Spring. Yugoslavia. In Yugoslavia, the student movement first acted in solidarity with emergent movements in Poland, West Germany, and France. As one observer described repercussions of the global movement: What is completely new and extremely important in the new revolutionary movement of the Paris students but also of German, Italian, and US students is that the movement was possible only because it was independent of all existing political organizations. All of these organizations, including the Communist Party, have become part of the system, they have become integrated into the rules of the daily parliamentary game. They have hardly been willing to risk the positions they've already reached to throw themselves into this insanely courageous and at first glance hopeless operation. While drawing inspiration from the new left in other countries, Yugoslav activists self-consciously attempted to create a new left for themselves. In May 1968, there was a discussion organized at the Faculty of Law under the title Students and Politics. The theme which set up the discussion was 101. The possibility for human engagement in the new left movement which, in the words of Drive Stojanovic, opposes the mythology of the welfare state with its classical bourgeois democracy, and also the classical left parties, the social democratic parties which have succeeded by all possible means in blunting revolutionary goals in developed Western societies, as well as the communist parties which often discredited the original ideas for which they fought, frequently losing them altogether in remarkably bureaucratic deformations. On June 2, the student movement exploded when a controversial theater performance that was to be held outdoors was rescheduled for a room too small to fit everyone. Those who could not get in began to protest, and their ranks spontaneously swelled to several thousand outside student dorms in New Belgrade. As they marched toward downtown government buildings, police riot batons and arrests greeted them. After police opened fire, students commandeered a water cannon truck and drove through student neighborhoods to alert people. The next day, general assemblies convened at the Karl Marx Red University. In the streets of New Belgrade, students met outside their classrooms and animated discussions ensued. In large assemblies, students emphasized gross social stratification within Yugoslav society, unemployment, increasing private wealth of a few, and the impoverished condition of a large section of the working class. Talks were interrupted by loud applause and calls like "Students with workers," "We're sons of working people," "Down with the socialist bourgeoisie," and "Freedom of the press and freedom to demonstrate." The June 4 issue of the newspaper Student was banned, but censorship only served to expose the regime's attempts to isolate and muzzle the student movement. By June 5, protests spread to Zagreb and Ljubljana. Representatives of factory workers in Belgrade publicly supported students. The government attempted to portray students as only interested in their own material well-being or as under the influence of foreign elements, as Tito put it in a speech on June 10. For their part, the week before Tito's speech, the Yugoslav Student Federation proclaimed a political action program emphasizing larger social issues, and the Belgrade Youth Federation Journal declared, "The revolutionary role of Yugoslav students, in our opinion, lies in their engagement to deal with general social problems and contradictions. Special student problems, no matter how drastic, cannot be solved in isolation, separate from general social problems, the material situation. 102. Of the students cannot be separated from the economic situation of the society. Student self-government cannot be separated from the social problem of self-government, the situation of the university from the situation of society." Soon thereafter, Tito had a change of heart and began to co-opt the movement through publicized consideration of its political action program. One commentator, M. Krija, put it well within the situationists' domain when he described the events as not only a conflict between production and creation, but in a larger sense, and here I have in mind the West as well as the East, between routine and adventure. Student rally in Belgrade on June 3, 1968, to demand higher education reform and protest the military's brutal treatment of student demonstrators. Picture Alliance. Czechoslovakia. Rooted as it was in the working class, sectors of the Communist Party, and the government, the movement in Czechoslovakia could hardly be classified as a student movement. Students and intellectuals played a catalyzing role, both in the Kafka revival beginning in 1963 and in agitation for an autonomous student union, an issue first raised in the stormy days of May 1956, after Khrushchev had denounced Stalinist purges, and movements had risen up in Poland and Hungary. For nearly a decade, students in Czechoslovakia continued to demand an autonomous union. At a national conference in December 1965, 103 students proclaimed their right to criticize society publicly and even asked to be represented in the parliament. As students organized, they influenced the growing awareness in other parts of the awakening infrastructure that artificial organizational unity was a restrictive factor and a barrier to assertion of group interests. By November 25, 1966, those favoring an autonomous union were the majority at a national student conference. When one of their key activists was expelled from school and drafted into the army, it was clear that autonomy was not yet in the realm of possibilities. Czech youth have long been spontaneous and nature-loving. They have never responded well to governmental attempts to rule them. It was no surprise that they had nothing but derision and scorn for the authorities who tried to control the student union, banned rock music, and arrested musicians like the Plastic People of the Universe. The opposition long defined itself within larger domains than that of politics alone. Beginning in 1956, a number of nonconformist cultural journals appeared, and although somewhat censored, these journals prepared the groundwork for the more direct political criticisms of the 1960s. Film, mime, theater, variety shows, and music became increasing sources of anti-bureaucratic values. One observer noted, a typical line of thought, quite popular in Czechoslovakia after 1956 in connection with the inimitable and by now legendary atmosphere of the Reduta Jazz Club, attributed a symbolic importance precisely to jazz. Take a jazz band, people used to say, with its freedom of improvisation, spontaneity, and joy of free expression. Is it not the exact contrary of what the regime wants us to do? Jazz clubs and other such associations also provided members with informal meeting spaces where forbidden public topics could be broached. As student agitation continued for an autonomous union, a cultural gap and political squabble were greatly intensified by events of Halloween 1967. That night, the lights went out in Charles University dormitories in Strahov as they had done many times before, but this time, hundreds of students poured into the streets and began marching toward downtown Prague shouting, "We want light." When they arrived at the bottom of the hill, police greeted them with clubs and were heard to say, "Here's your light," as they savagely beat them. Meetings were quickly organized to protest the unhealthy situation in the country. Students forged links with dissidents within the Writers' Congress. Even the National Assembly denounced police and demanded an investigation, the first time that a majority of the Assembly had supported any anti-regime activity. Events moved rapidly. The right wing of the party charged students with trying to return capitalism, unemployment, hunger, and poverty to Czechoslovakia, but with Novotny's resignation as party chairman and the ascension of reformist leadership under Alexander Dubček in January 1968. 104. The political struggle opened by students spread to the whole society. On March 12, 1968, significant forces within the government, the party, and the working class moved to liberalize state control of society, and students went ahead and reconstructed their organization on the basis of socialist humanism and self-management. Trademark registered a notable influence on this movement was the March student revolt in Poland. Prague press and radio carried detailed coverage of these events and publicized the dismissal of students and faculty there. Two Polish professors, Leszek Kolakowski and Bronislaw Baxko, were later invited to speak at Charles University in Prague, and the Czechoslovak Academy of Sciences sent a letter protesting their firings to the Polish embassy. Although students were co-opted by Dubček's technocratic reform program, openings provided by party attempts at reform lent credibility to nonconformist thinkers. In May 1968, one journalist had the boldness to recall that the party Central Committee had not even discussed foreign policy for over 12 years. Even though fresh thinking entered Czechoslovak political discourse, the action program of the party was moderate, continually calling for expert management and equating material wealth and science with socialism. It was not a revolutionary program, merely a streamlining of the existing Russian-dominated system. Although it had the distinction of reformulating Rosa Luxemburg's insistence on the need to expand democracy, neither worker self-management nor a critique of technocratic values was part of the program. Indeed, technocratic values were precisely those that the reform program advocated, since they were considered necessary to lift the country from the outgrown bureaucratic centralization of the epoch of industrialization into the epoch of the scientific technological revolution. Although the slogans of self-government and councils modeled on Yugoslavia were raised and discussed, they were considered too far-reaching. Even a moderate reform program proved unacceptable to the leadership of the Soviet Union. On the night of August 20, 1968, over 500,000 Soviet Bayrak troops invaded. Popular resistance was massive. At least 20 people were killed in Prague alone, and the overwhelming majority of people refused to cooperate with the invaders. In Prague, citizens quickly removed street signs, and it took over a week for the Soviets to find the post office. More than one person told me that Russian soldiers believed they were in Germany to put down an uprising of Nazis. In a secret post-invasion meeting, 1,000 Czechoslovak party delegates were smuggled into a Prague steel factory under the noses of Soviet guards, but the to-be-declared party decided only to passively resist in order to avoid precipitating bloodshed on the scale of Hungary in 1956. The Soviet invasion did bring. Soviet tanks enter Prague on August 21, 1968. Topum picture point. Czech students protest in the streets against the Soviet invasion. Gamma/Frank Spooner pictures. A Soviet tank and truck burn on the streets after a student onslaught with Molotov cocktails. Corbis Bettman/UPI. 106. Calls for armed resistance, notably from novelist Ludwig Vakulik, whose 2,000 words had already gotten him expelled from the party. In a remarkable change in style, the gentleness of his remarks at the Writers' Congress in June 1967, that politics are subordinate to ethics, became a confrontational call for defense with weapons if necessary. Degree nonetheless, the main form of resistance was passive and spontaneous. As reported in the Sunday Telegraph of August 24, people are using hippie methods, sticking flowers into the helmets or into the gun barrels. For the Russians it is absolutely weird. It is very peculiar and sometimes even rather gay. Occupation of Wenceslas Square on August 22, 1968. Gamma/Frank Spooner pictures. Free speech and assembly, first one in the post-January reforms, intensified under the barrels of tanks as people staged sit-ins, organized vigils, and demonstrated against the occupation. Underground radio broadcasts and newspapers abounded, and graffiti was everywhere. A sign in Russian in Prague's Wenceslas Square read, "Moscow 1800 kilometers." Another said, "Lenin wake up, Brezhnev has gone mad." 2 days after the invasion, there was a 1-hour general strike. 4 days, railroad workers stopped trains bringing in equipment from the Soviet Union. Although party leadership did not actively oppose the Soviet invasion, workers, students, and intellectuals continued to intensify their resistance. At the beginning of October, workers threatened to strike if there was any attempt to return to the pre-January position. What was described as a typically Schwickian form of resistance to the Russians, that is, passive non-compliance, occurred throughout the country. Finally, on October 16, a joint treaty was signed which permitted temporary stationing of Soviet troops in Czechoslovakia. A new wave of student demonstrations greeted the announcement, and students renewed attempts to forge an alliance with workers. There was a total university strike in November, and action committees modeled on those that had 107 been so prominent during the general strike in France in May 1968 were created. In December, a meeting between the Student Commission for Cooperation with Workers and the Congress of Czechoslovak Metal Workers reached a political accord. All industrial unions in Bohemia and Moravia concluded similar agreements with student unions there, and worker-student action committees were established throughout the country. Workers' councils were elected, and people mobilized to defend civil liberties. It quickly became clear, however, that the Soviet Union was not about to let Czechoslovakia break free of its sphere of influence. In a desperate act, Jan Palić, a philosophy student, burned himself to death in Wenceslas Square on January 16, 1969, calling for a general strike in support of three demands: abolition of censorship, a ban on zprávy, and resignation of Czechoslovak collaborators. The oppositional movement intensified, and in his inaugural speech in April 1969, new party chairman Husak declared, "Some people go into the factories and stir up anti-party tendencies. On every occasion there appear slogans such as students and workers together, or students, intelligentsia, workers unite. We all know that this platform is contradictory to the policy of our party." He continued, "We received information that a conference of students and workers in Prague is being held without the knowledge of the appropriate organs. What are they up to? Planning strikes perhaps?" On August 23, 1968, Fidel Castro characterized the Czech uprising as a counter-revolution that embraced capitalism and imperialism. Popular resistance in Czechoslovakia could in no way match the severe repression suffered by dissidents. As its situation deteriorated year after year, the opposition movement reorganized itself in 1977 as Charter 77, but activists suffered even worse controls and more arrests after joining it, measures which seemed to mimic the kinds of grotesque bureaucratic domination portrayed by Kafka. Whether or not the movement in Czechoslovakia should be labeled New Left, there certainly was much similarity to other movements of 1968, and the global movement intuitively identified with Czechoslovakia. The week after the invasion of 1968, demonstrators brutalized by police in Chicago at the Democratic National Convention carried placards reading "Welcome to Chicago," and in the Battle for People's Park in Berkeley, "Welcome to Prague" was spray-painted on the streets. In France and Germany, there were massive shows of support. In East Germany, 4,000 people gathered in Eisenach on August 24, 1968, at a protest rally, and there were smaller rallies and protests by writers in Moscow and Leningrad. Registered there were also those within Czechoslovakia who deliberately identified with the New Left. According to Vladimir Kuzin, a certain affinity with the 108 New Left was expressed within the reformist theories of the party, but was never accepted as a program for action. Although professing adherence to authentic Marxism, historian Karel Bartasek called for the formation of a Czechoslovak New Left in June 1969. He summed up the opportunities available to the defeated reformers as follows. In the immediate future the following should be the aims of the forces of the New Left: a. To work out a coherent program of a revolutionary transformation of our society, primarily arising from the theoretical analysis of the specific experience of 1968. b. To combat defeatism and despondency, which are normal features of every period of defeat and which are spreading in our country. c. To make use of all legal organizations to project a new program, to unmask the bureaucratic system and to establish the nuclei of new political organizations of the future. If the New Left is to be historically new, it must direct its entire activity at encouraging the formation of several, not just one, political organizations of the working class and the working population, and to pave the way for their public activity. Utopianism has been an impediment only when it has suppressed critical reflection on reality and on itself, and when it has transformed a potential will for a change of reality into an illusion about such will and reality. Poland. The movements of the 1980s far overshadow the student revolt of March 1968, which the Polish working class largely ignored, yet that step was not insignificant. 2 years later, in the midst of the 1970 uprising in Gdansk, workers marching on local party headquarters entered the Polytechnic chanting, "We apologize for March 1968." A decade later, Solidarno's exhibition of Polish history had displays focused on workers' revolts of 1956, 1970, and 1976, as well as the 1968 student movement. Just as the student revolt did not find massive support from workers in 1968, neither was the 1970 working class uprising supported by many Polish students. Embryonic movements of 1968 and 1970 prepared the groundwork for overwhelming popular support and unity of the movement in the 1980s. Demands of students and intelligentsia for an end to cultural censorship stand in stark contrast to the 1970 worker rebellion for affordable food prices. In both cases, revolts occurred as reactions to unpopular measures by authorities, suppression in January 1968 of an Adam Mickiewicz play and the 1970 decision of 109. The regime to raise prices of basic groceries. As much as the movement of the 1980s combined both aspirations, it was itself a subject of changes in vision and policy as prior movements were objects of excesses of the regime. In order to comprehend this dramatic change in initiative and momentum, it is helpful to review several episodes of political struggle. As early as 1962, students had organized informal discussion clubs, each with a distinctive name like Contradiction Seekers. During 1963 and 1964, the Gomułka regime shut down independent literary magazines and dissolved the main discussion club at the University of Warsaw, beginning an escalating spiral of repression and dissent, a dynamic in which Kuron and Modulewski's open letter and subsequent 3-year jail sentences were but one example. The 10th anniversary of the 1956 Polish October was ignored by the regime but celebrated by the Socialist Youth Organization at the University of Warsaw, and Kulikowski was the main speaker. The next day he was expelled from the party, and 6 student organizers were suspended from classes. The revolt of 1968 was precipitated when the government banned Mickiewicz's play Enjity, an independent magazine. The first demonstrations were allowed to transpire, but as winter relented and public support grew, so did violence of specialists in crowd control. On March 2, in its first special meeting, the Warsaw Writers' Union voted to condemn censorship, and the Actors' Union soon took a similar stand. In defiance of a ban on demonstrations, over 1,500 people assembled at the University of Warsaw on March 8 to protest arrests of students who had led the fight for freedom of expression. Shouts of "Long live the writers," and "Long live Czechoslovakia," were heard at the same time as workers passing by were pelted with coins and snowballs for siding with authorities. Brutal attacks by groups of club-carrying party activists soon incited students, bringing tens of thousands of them into street actions. On March 11, some workers joined students, and together they fought police for 8 hours. Protesters tried to reach party headquarters but were unable to do so. The next day, renewed struggles broke out at the University of Warsaw, where students held an American-inspired sit-in. Fighting occurred in Poznan, Kraków, and Katowice, and protest meetings were held in Lublin, Gliwice, Gdansk, Łódź, Szczecin, and Wrocław. On March 13, a national call went out from Warsaw for a general strike. 13 demands were formulated, but even though thousands of students acted, the working class did not. Many working-class women brought bundles of blankets and food to students occupying the universities, but without massive participation of workers. 110. The regime was able to arrest thousands of students and dismiss thousands more from universities, thereby bringing the movement under control by May. What began in Poland in March of 1968 was a student movement, but aspirations of activists pertained to the whole society. In Theses of the Program of the Young Generation, they wrote, "The principal objective of our action, that which gives meaning and value to our struggle, is the total and real liberation of humans, the abolition of all forms of human slavery from all elements of human life that prevent progress and make being pitiful. We struggle for humanism in practice." 2 years later, the working class in Poland initiated the next phase of class struggle, and this time the response of the regime was bloody. Official reports confirmed 46 deaths in Gdansk, and it is rumored that as many as 300 people were killed. Beginning in November 1970, workers in and around Gdansk went on strike to protest the regime's new system of economic incentives, which caused lower wages, higher prices, and a scarcity of food. When radio and TV announced on December 13 that price adjustments would cause a 30% increase in food prices, two sections of the striking Gdansk shipyard workers immediately elected delegates to go to party headquarters for discussions. All were promptly arrested. Registered, these arrests marked the beginning of an insurrection, since they transformed a strike for wages into a political confrontation. The next day thousands of workers marched from an assembly at a Gdansk factory toward the party's regional headquarters. On the way, the procession more than doubled in size as sailors, workers, women, and youth joined in. They unsuccessfully tried to force their way into the northern shipyards and then changed direction for the Polytechnic. Another column of several thousand workers left the shipyards and headed downtown, but, divided from one another and frustrated by lack of support from students, they soon withdrew. The following afternoon, fighting began in earnest. In Gdansk, party headquarters was momentarily set on fire, as were numerous stores, cars, and even a fire engine. Tear gas and gunshots could not stop attackers. Demonstrators took police cars to obtain arms and loudspeakers. At least 35 people were wounded and hundreds arrested. The next day, when the prison where arrested demonstrators were being held was attacked, the army bloodily defended it. Local party headquarters was completely burned, and shoot-on-sight orders were issued from Warsaw. That day alone, local authorities admit that 6 people were killed and 300 wounded. Registered according to the most conservative figures, the fight for Gdansk claimed the lives of 45 workers and resulted in 19 buildings and over 200 shops being set on fire. Degree 111. Although the army won control of Gdansk, fighting spread to Gdynia, where workers took managers hostage, and crowds attacked City Hall 7 times. In Szczecin, workers assembled and drew up a list of demands including independent unions, reduction of food prices, a 30% wage increase, release of all those currently arrested, limitation of salaries of party and state employees, better housing, and a meeting with members of the parliament. Once again their delegation to the party was arrested. Renewed fighting broke out. Assembled workers marched to the city singing the Internationale and were joined by students, workers, women, and school children. The crowd set fire to the party building. They first brought out, in a remarkably orderly and calm fashion, the furniture, documents, and supplies which were in the building. All the archives were methodically piled in the street along with the luxury provisions prepared for the party's New Year's celebration. The villa of Wałaszek, local party secretary, was also burned. On the walls of the city you could see, "We are workers, not hoodlums." Registered. A central strike committee in Szczecin became the epicenter of the whole revolt. Of its 38 members, 7 were party members, 1 a shipyard director, and the rest were workers, the majority of whom were under 25. They organized production, food subsidies, and communications. The city was transformed into a veritable workers' republic where all power was held by the strike committee. A strike committee was set up which took over all authority in the city, all activities of the party organs and the city government. The general strike did not end until the strike committee had been guaranteed complete immunity for everyone. In the midst of the crisis, on December 20, Edward Gierek replaced Władysław Gomułka as first secretary of the United Polish Workers' Party. Gierek admitted that the revolts were not against socialist ideals, and he moved to alleviate the crisis of confidence. Special concessions of 450 zloty were allotted to each Szczecin shipyard worker at the same time as others were fired in Gdansk and Gdynia. In January, after Gierek refused to meet with workers in Gdansk and went to Moscow instead, strikes again broke out in Gdansk, and the Central Strike Committee in Szczecin sent messengers to factories throughout the country. Scattered strikes broke out among transport workers, and official unions came under heavy attack. From this point on, the state changed its approach and began to encourage workers' councils. Gierek met with workers' delegations rather than arresting them. He announced he was taking legal steps to restore church property and launched 112 negotiations with the clergy. Numerous high party and union officials were fired. Nonetheless, workers in both Gdansk and Szczecin continued to strike. They demanded an accurate list of those who had died, the release of those jailed, democratization of the unions, better economic conditions, and that Gierek come to shipyards for discussions. In their meetings, workers debated such issues as the role of workers' councils and choices between investments for production as opposed to other human needs. Gierek discussed with workers substantive issues. After newspapers contained long denunciations of enrages who sought to lead the majority of honest workers astray, Gierek humbled himself in front of television cameras by meeting with assemblies of workers in both Gdansk and Szczecin. If this, his final effort to placate workers, had failed, few observers doubt that the bloodshed would have been even greater than in December, since the army was positioned to rescue Gierek if he had been detained. Polish demonstrators outside Communist Party headquarters on March 8, 1968. Photographer unknown. His homage to the power of workers, however, helped to end the second phase of struggle, the January phase in factories that had been created by the December actions in the streets. Although he did not suspend price increases, he did concede retroactive pay raises for 40% of Poland's 10 million workers, better retirement and child allowances, free elections of delegates to workers' councils, dismissal of union officials, and reorganization of the party in Szczecin. Even when women textile workers in L6DZ went on strike in February, the government quickly gave in, cancelling price increases and ignoring the 113 fact that authorities that had come to L6EDs for discussions had been held hostage by striking women. At a L6DZ meeting of delegates from factories and workers' councils, a union official stressed the fundamental importance of restoring the authority of trade unions and of gaining the confidence of large numbers of people. Such reforms were considered necessary for the regime to prove capable of harnessing the benefits of the scientific technological revolution and the energy of the workers. In saving the regime from crisis, the stage was then set for the emergence of Solidarnosc, the organization that went on to overturn Poland's government in 1989. Similarities between movements in Poland and France abound. The vocabulary of the rulers, their use of enrage, treated the French May events as an historical antecedent to the Polish uprising. As in Paris, Polish students in 1968 helped to detonate explosive struggles of the working class, although the fuse took much longer to burn in Poland than the 2 weeks it had taken in France. Furthermore, the forms of the uprisings closely resembled one another. In both countries, the contests were social, political, and economic in nature. In both cases, essential services like gas and electricity continued amid general strikes because of workers' own initiative and their concern for the vast majority of citizens. The responsibility of workers is one noteworthy aspect of these movements, although it is a double-edged sword, as evidenced by their return to work and docility in the face of Gierek at shipyards in Szczecin. As the maturity of working-class movements in France and Poland functioned in some ways to undermine their effectiveness, so the very youthfulness of student movements prevented them from going beyond the first phase of their struggle to the second phase. Latin America. Student movements in Latin America reached their culmination in 1968, but their roots predate the global eruptions of that year. In the 1950s, Colombian students sparked a popular revolution that overthrew the Rojas dictatorship, and in Venezuela a militant student uprising led to the ouster of Pérez Jiménez. When the military threatened a coup against the new government, armed student militias guarded the autonomy of the universities and the capital from the threatened attacks by reactionary sectors of the army. In 1966, thousands of paratroopers invaded the Central University of Venezuela in Caracas, forcibly clearing dormitories and searching the entire campus. Tanks, infantry, and police occupied the university for over 3 months. In the same year, in Ecuador, the military junta fell as a result of a general strike sparked by university students. In Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, troops were called 114 out against students who were protesting educational policies. In Panama, Nicaragua, and Uruguay, student protests caused severe unrest in 1966. In 1968, students were shot dead in Brazil and Uruguay, leading to even larger campus confrontations. In Chile, student protesters were able to win concessions. The bloodiest repression was in Mexico, where several hundred protesters were killed as the Olympics approached. Students in Panama protested the military regime that took over the country in October, and more than 200 were arrested. In 1969, an insurrection in Córdoba, Argentina, gained control of the city before being bloodily suppressed. Throughout the continent, clergy became active as liberation theology emanated from continent-wide solidarity with the poor. Mexico. Students in Mexico have a long tradition of sacrifice and struggle. As in much of Latin America, their activism intensified in the early 1960s. In Puebla in 1964, Morelia in 1966, and Tabasco and Sonora in 1967, campus movements combined with remnants of militant railroad workers and teachers who had gone on strike in 1958. A student strike in Hermosillo was brutally suppressed when police invaded the campus and bloodily dispersed protesters. In violating traditional autonomy of the university, the police action quickly became notorious. In the summer of 1968, inspired by French students, Mexican students hoped to win social reforms by using the spectacle of the coming Olympics. Few people expected the government to resort to murderous violence against unarmed students. Activists hoped that by threatening to compel postponement or cancellation of the Olympics, they could win freedom for political prisoners, dismissal of the hated police chief of Mexico City, and the allocation of more public monies on domestic needs. Even though campus demands were moderate, rather than compromise with the movement, the government used secret police, torture, and murder to stifle it. To complicate matters, students were internally divided. On July 23, rival student groups from secondary schools in Mexico City were both attacked by riot police, causing students to set aside their differences. 3 days later, not coincidentally the anniversary of the July 26, 1953, attack on the Moncada Army barracks in Cuba, thousands of students took to the streets to protest police brutality. Again, riot police attacked. This time 7 people were killed, 500 wounded, and hundreds arrested. More than 150,000 students took part in a general strike. All schools in Mexico City were ordered closed on July 29. Despite being commanded to leave campuses, students occupied their classrooms and used them for discussions, poster making, and movement building. Without provocation, the next day police invaded a small junior college in Mexico City and used a bazooka to destroy ornate 17th century. 115. Carved wooden doors. 4 more students were killed. The strike spread to high schools. College students held daily demonstrations against continuing army and police invasions of campuses. By the end of the month, anti-police protests and street fighting spread throughout the country. The government called the movement communist and revolutionary, even though students were asking the government for concessions, not rising up for revolution. But of course, the relationship between reform and revolution is complex, and some activists hoped that their demands would draw new activists into a movement that eventually would challenge the entire system. Public opinion supported the students. For Octavio Paz, students were real beings in an unreal world and acted because they were not the spokesman of this or that class but of the collective conscience. On August 1, more than 100,000 students marched from the National Autonomous University on the far outskirts of Mexico City to the Zocalo. 4 days later, 150,000 students gathered at the Polytechnic Institute. By mid-August, alongside colleges and universities on strike, the Teachers' Coalition for Democratic Freedom brought 200,000 people into the streets in front of the National Palace. Every day the strike spread. Its power lay in the movement's horizontal cultural forms, in its capacity to bring in new activists who felt free to take initiatives. By the end of August, demonstrations with hundreds of thousands of people marched behind revolutionary banners, chanting Che's slogan, "Create 2, 3, many Vietnams." A strike council drew up a multi-point petition which had little to do with the problems of students alone. Besides freedom for political prisoners, they called for repeal of the laws under which subversives could legally be arrested, disbanding of the riot police, aid for victims of police aggression, and a role for the public in determining which officials were responsible for the police attacks on universities. Degree as the country's keepers of a higher rationality, students organized a silent demonstration on September 13 that so moved the population that 400,000 people spontaneously joined them. Something never before seen in Mexico. The student movement's maturity was evident for all on September 13. Thousands of young people packed into the Zócalo, and the day ended peacefully. As the strike continued, UNAM was occupied by the military and police on September 18. When they tried to take over the Polytechnic, days of street fighting produced a stalemate. Continuing violations of university autonomy caused an outpouring of criticism of the military, and the army withdrew. Strikers felt they had achieved a major victory. Secretly, the forces of order made plans to escalate their use of violence. Whether because of inept intelligence services or the movement's participatory character, the government was unable to single out leaders, so they plotted to attack the movement as a whole. 116. On the other side, the National Strike Council representing 128 schools hoped to negotiate a peaceful settlement to the burgeoning national crisis. Combat committees at the local level chose strike council delegates, and a national coordinating committee of 600 students was the final decision-making body. When President Gustavo Díaz Ordaz refused to make negotiations with the strike council public, a rally was called for October 2, 10 days before the Olympics were to begin. As rain fell on the plaza at Tlatelolco housing project in downtown Mexico City, 6,000 people listened quietly to speakers standing above them on a high platform. At 6:10 p.m., a helicopter dropped 2 flares, the signal for an attack. Without warning, hundreds of soldiers and police suddenly opened fire, mercilessly killing as they charged forward. Some of the first to die were those who had addressed the rally, gunned down by undercover police among the crowd. Machine guns strafed the speaker's platform, leaving key members of the strike council and a number of journalists mortally wounded. Many of the injured were later killed as they lay in the streets. Police combed nearby hospitals and killed wounded students. The attacks lasted into the next morning. Corpses were piled up and carted away to unknown destinations. On July 30, 1968, the Mexican army used a bazooka to invade a school in Mexico City. Photographer unknown. To this day, no one knows how many people were killed at Tlatelolco. At the time, initial government reports claimed 4 deaths, but common knowledge refers to the 400 comrades who lost their lives in one of the most violent confrontations between a government and students in history. 117. October 2, 1968, is still remembered as the Night of Sorrow. In February 1969, the police chief in Mexico City quietly resigned, but no one has ever been punished for the massacre. Indeed, Luis Echeverría, then Minister of Interior, went on to become president. The government's terror was effective. Although the National Strike Council had repeatedly insisted that the strike would continue until all political prisoners were released, a month after Tlatelolco, they announced that all students should return to class. Colombia. The French May events stimulated a vibrant student movement in Colombia. As one Colombian put it, the student movement of 1968 was the first movement that was able to set off critical self-reflection on the global system. They all had something in common: they rejected the primacy of the economy over life. 3 years later, They awoke the entire nation when students in Cali went on strike because the Universidad del Valle refused students and professors nominations for the position of rector. All over the country, student councils supported Cali's movement. In Bogotá, student power movements became so powerful that the government closed the departments of sociology and social work. Peru. Copying the Cuban model, guerrilla movements in Peru emerged in the early 1960s, but they failed to mobilize the super-exploited rural population. While old left communist parties sought inclusion in Peruvian democracy, a plethora of new left groups emerged, especially on the campuses. On October 3, 1968, a left-wing military coup d'état seized power and announced the end of serfdom. Decades later, intensive repression all but destroyed large guerrilla insurgencies, leading to the quieting of popular movements. Venezuela. Decades later, intensive repression all but destroyed large guerrilla insurgencies, leading to the quieting of popular movements. As in Colombia, Venezuelan New Left groups were focused mainly around participating in campus decisions. In June 1968, the army was sent to occupy the Universidad Central de Venezuela in order to quell student protests. Through exploitation of its vast oil resources, Venezuela consistently had one of the region's highest standards of living. With the onset of neoliberal austerity measures in 1989, a vast revolt broke out and was put down with hundreds of citizens killed. Ultimately, Hugo Chavez was swept into power. His visionary programs brought U.S. countermeasures that devastated the economy and led to polarization of the society. 118. Argentina. The French May events empowered Argentine students, but they were met by a harsh regime response. Hundreds of students occupied the University of La Plata in Buenos Aires on June 12 to protest the government's repression. Thousands of students fought with police in Buenos Aires, La Plata, Tucumán, and Rosario. At least 60 students were arrested. In early July, over 500 students were jailed in La Plata after stones and firebombs were thrown from rooftops. 2 months later, a student strike in the capital turned into a bloody clash with police. A year after the French May, a worker-student uprising in Córdoba led to the demise of the regime of Army General Juan Carlos Onganía, who had taken power during a 1966 coup. Protests began in mid-May 1969, when sugar mill workers took over their factory and held the manager hostage as they demanded long overdue wages. On May 15, police killed a student in Rosario during protests against a 500% rise in cafeteria costs. Within a week, police had killed 2 more protesting students in other parts of the country. As state violence continued to escalate, Renault worker Maximo Mina was shot dead in Córdoba on May 29, triggering a massive uprising. One of the initial leaders was Agustín Gringo Tosco of the General Confederation of Labor in Argentina, a radical formation established in 1968 in opposition to mainstream, pro-government unions. A skilled organizer, Tosco led a march that wound its way through the city. One participant related that people's reaction was incredible. They came into the street to hand us things, women, old ladies, gave us matches, and bottles or brooms to protect ourselves with. Everyone was in the street, old men, kids. There was a certain feel to the moment, joyous I would say, until then the worst hadn't happened. Registered degree. When police attacked the procession, the whole population was drawn into the struggle. Citizens erected self-defense barricades and took control of most of the city. Central government offices and headquarters of multinational corporations were put to the torch. Showing great care for each other's well-being, citizens voluntarily helped firefighters to ensure the conflagrations did not spread to residences. The liberated city had few if any incidents of looting or civil violence. Onganía mobilized the army to quell the uprising. As the military entered the Barrio Clínica neighborhood, small groups fired at them with hunting rifles and pistols from rooftops. Others threw Molotov cocktails. Of course, such improvised weapons could not hold off tanks, bazookas, and machine guns. Using overwhelming force, the military subdued the city. The uprising may have been brought to an end, but it led to the fall of the Onganía dictatorship and gave the country a momentary respite from state violence. 119. A new coup brought an even worse government to power in 1976. As only became known years later, the Argentine student movement was brutally liquidated by the 1970s dirty war that resulted in at least 13,000 opponents of the military killed or disappeared. Asterisk. Uruguay. A month of fighting between students and police led to strikes by public service workers, teachers, and bank employees in early July 1968. To head off a potentially explosive situation, the government imposed martial law on July 14. In September, more than 2,500 workers were dismissed at a government-owned coal storage facility, and trade unions called a 24-hour general strike, during which 50 people were injured in clashes with police. Student unrest continued through the fall. On September 22, following a week of particularly violent clashes in Montevideo, the government ordered all universities and high schools closed for a month. Students had opposed government plans to raise bus fares, and their protests turned into some Latin America's longest and most intense asterisk. High school students erected roadblocks to collect tolls and conducted other creative actions coordinated by grassroots councils. At one point, sugarcane cutters joined urban protesters. On June 6, 1969, university demonstrations were attacked. 5 people were shot and wounded. During the next days of intense fighting, hundreds of students were arrested. On June 12, at least 300 were arrested and many more injured. When the School of Medicine was occupied, it was surrounded by police, and hundreds more students were arrested and injured in subsequent battles. Workers struck for economic demands, while protests against repression took place at the School of Architecture. Near the oldest part of the capital, protesters targeted Pan Am and General Electric as representatives of U.S. presence. In Uruguay, more than almost anywhere else, Old Left and New Left mixed together, producing urban guerrillas known as Tupamaros, who practiced a form of participatory democracy even as they waged war on the state and its U.S. advisors. After the Tupamaros kidnapped Ulysses Pereira Reverbal, head of the State Power Company, police raided the university on August 9 but failed to locate him. Eventually, he was released unharmed. Continual street fights resulted in the shooting death of dentistry student Liber Arce a few days later. Protests continued to build in intensity in September, and a workers' general strike was called on September 19. The next day, student Hugo de los Santos was shot by police. Susana Pintos attempted to rescue him, and she too was shot. Neither survived. To avert any further escalation of the conflict, the government mobilized the military and ordered all schools in Montevideo closed until October 15. 120. Brazil. Continuing campus-based movements led to major crises in Brazil. Between 1964 and 1965, at least 3,000 students were expelled from Brazilian universities to stem the rising tide of protests. No matter what measures the government took, students continually rose up against the dictatorship imposed in 1964, when the CIA funded a coup d'état that overthrew the democratically elected Goulart government. In 1968, dissent reached a high point. On March 29, police killed a student in Rio de Janeiro, sparking 2 weeks of heavy riots that did not stop after closing of schools and occupation of the city by the army. 2 nights of clashes between police and students in Rio resulted in more than 100 arrests after the U.S. Embassy was stoned. On April 1, when more than 1,000 students protested against the regime, 3 people were shot and killed, 1 in Rio and 2 in Goiânia. More than 2,000 students clashed with police after the memorial mass for the student killed on March 28. At the Polytechnic in Curitiba on May 13, police used bayonets, tear gas, and water cannons against students, who responded with Molotov cocktails and fireworks. More than 100 students were arrested. 3 days later, students at Parana University built barricades and occupied the university to protest Undi's cussed curriculum changes. They held the rector and 10 professors hostage for several hours. Riots continued through June as the student movement demanded an end to President Costa da Silva's government and reforms in the educational system. Over 800 students were arrested on June 21, when students at the Federal University protested the government's failure to give enough aid to Brazil's 41 universities. 3 days of riots outside the U.S. Embassy in Rio resulted in 5 students and 1 policeman being killed and 150 people injured. The government ordered all schools. Rio de Janeiro students opposed to Brazil's military closed 1 week before vacation. Dictatorship clash with riot police. Corbis Bettman/UPI. Nonetheless, several thousand. 121. Students in Sao Paulo took to the streets to protest police brutality in Rio. While police stood by, they broke all the windows of the First National City Bank of New York. On June 26, an estimated 80,000 people demonstrated in Rio against the military regime. In August, 1,500 soldiers and police were mobilized to prevent a student demonstration in Rio. When the unrest spread to other cities, a ban on demonstrations was enacted, and only the arrest of 1,240 students attending the secret Congress of the Brazilian National Students' Union near Sao Paulo on October 13 temporarily quieted the revolt. Asterisk. On October 22, when hundreds of students in Rio protested the arrests, police attacks killed 1 more student. Chile. In the early 1960s, Chile was in the midst of parliamentary reforms, including significant land reforms. While much of Latin America suffered from military dictatorships, Chileans enjoyed increasing liberties and economic opportunities. As expectations rose, campesino unions with student support took over 400 large estates. An autonomous radical organization, the movement of the revolutionary left, evolved from those struggles. After a 50-day student strike at the Catholic University of Chile won curriculum reform in 1967, similar and even more militant campus movements emerged around the country that caused the resignation of Santiago's bishop and many deans at the universities. In May 1968, students from the education school occupied the administration building at the University of Chile. In June, farmers on the Fundo San Miguel went on strike for higher wages, the first legal farmers' strike in the country's history. When they failed to win any concessions, they took up arms and seized the farm. When the army was sent in, they arrested the campesinos without bloodshed. On December 3, 1968, police tried to remove barricades erected by 500 students demanding reforms at Santiago's Technical University. Dozens of people, including about 70 police, were injured and about 70 students were arrested. On March 9, 1969, police killed 10 squatters as they evicted them in Porto Montt. In 1970, Salvador Allende was elected president of the country, the first democratically elected Marxist president in the Americas. President Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger conspired with the giant U.S. corporation International Telephone and Telegraph to oust Allende. Chile's democratically elected government was bloodily overthrown on September 11, 1973. To this day, the U.S. has never acknowledged its role in the bloody coup that killed 2,000 people and imposed the world's first neoliberal regime on Chile. As the zeitgeist of 1968 energized the entire world, it also found its way into the Catholic Church. 122. Theology of Liberation. As the injustices of poverty were obvious throughout the Third World, the Eros effect of 1968 resulted in radicalization of the Church in Latin America. Coinciding with the Tet Offensive was the first Latin American meeting of Christian revolutionaries in Montevideo, Uruguay. A certain number of priests, the best known being Camilo Torres, had already joined guerrilla movements in Peru, Venezuela, Colombia, and Guatemala, but 1968 marked a massive shift in the ranks of the Church. On March 9, a group of priests in Peru publicly denounced the economic exploitation of the country's resources and called on priests and laymen to fulfill their mission as prophets of justice. Another letter, this one signed by the Latin American provincial superiors of the Jesuits at their meeting in Rio de Janeiro in 1968, opened with the acknowledgement that the majority of Latin Americans lived in destitute conditions which cry to heaven for vengeance. There were many similar religious appeals in this period, including those of Pope Paul VI during his visit to Bogotá in 1968, when he said, "In the vast continent of Latin America, development has been unequal, while it has favored those who originally began the process, it has neglected the great masses of the native population." Degree A letter signed by 900 Latin American priests was addressed to the Medellin Conference of 1968, an international meeting of the Catholic hierarchy which embraced the theology of liberation. Because the privileged few use their power of repression to block this process of liberation, many see the use of force as the only solution open to the people. One cannot condemn oppressed people when they feel obliged to use force for their own liberation. To do so would be to commit a new injustice. The concluding statement of the Medellin Conference condemned the tremendous social injustices that exist in Latin America. These injustices keep the majority of our peoples in woeful poverty, which in most cases goes so far as to be inhuman misery. The Medellin Conference's strong denunciation of injustice motivated priests and bishops in many countries to gather and discuss social problems. In Peru, for example, the 36th Assembly of Bishops took an even stronger stand than that of Medellin. This situation of injustice is the result of a process that has worldwide dimensions. It is characterized by the concentration and economic power of a few and by the international imperialism of money, which operates in league with the Peruvian oligarchy. To be sure, the Vatican was not the center of a new left organization. In addition to many progressives, it contains within it some of the most conservative people on earth. When the global insurgency of 1968 swept into the Church, it fractured traditional clerical support for the forces of order. The Vatican momentarily came to recognize the needs of the impoverished millions in the Third World, but it also maintained its opposition to feminism. 123. Cracking down on the more than 100 U.S. theologians who publicly voiced their disapproval of the Pope's ban on birth control. On the whole, however, there was more than a superficial affinity between the new radicalism within the Church and new left ideas. And the gradual elaboration of this new symbolism within Christianity was part of the worldwide eruption of 1968. Like the movements of 1968 as a whole, the clerical liberation movement drew inspiration from a global membership. Beginning in 1968, Dom Helder Camara modeled his movement for peace and justice in Latin America on Martin Luther King and the activism of black theologists in the United States. On Easter Sunday 1970, he published a joint appeal with the Reverend Ralph Abernathy, Martin Luther King's successor as head of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, for a nonviolent protest against the political, economic, and social structures of the world which subject so many to destitution or the constant threat of war. North America. Canada. Growing out of university-based campaigns for nuclear disarmament, the Canadian New Left followed a pattern similar to its U.S. counterpart. Militant campus protests against Dow Chemical Company led to the crystallization of groups who began organizing in ghettos and insurgent communities. After years of significant actions, the chief movement organization, Student Union for Peace Action, splintered and disappeared by 1967. Nonetheless, Canadian youth linked up with Czech, Mexican, German, and Caribbean activists. As a vibrant multicultural movement of 1968 emerged, ever more militant student protests swept through rural provinces. The Canadian movement's center was in Montreal, where a general strike of 50,000 students carried on for 6 weeks. During the same period, the Front de Libération du Québec carried out dozens of bombings and armed actions in a struggle to achieve independence. Radical students regarded the co-opting of Canada into the American Great Society as distorting our country's internal development in the broadest sense. One analyst took the matter even further when he said, the Canadian student in his university is a colonial, even as the Canadian worker is within his enterprise, whether branch plant or not, and the Canadian economy, within the American empire. The Caribbean. As the zeitgeist of 1968 everywhere infused the world with vibrant insurgencies, it appeared simultaneously on more than a dozen islands in the Caribbean. 124. The winds of world revolution fanned flames of discontent into uprisings in a region where nations had only recently gained formal independence but still suffered under the shackles of predominantly white oligarchies. As a result, the movement especially embraced black power. In more than a dozen places, a diverse assortment of revolutionary groups were crystallized, some more radical than others, but all united in the belief that fundamental change was needed. Looking back in 1995, Selwyn Ryan described how the cries of black power and power to the people found responsive echoes not only among high school and university students, but among substantial elements of the working class and the unemployed as well. The massive strikes and street demonstrations which erupted in Curacao, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, Trinidad, Aruba, and Anguilla in 1968, 1969, and 1970, and the Army Mutiny which almost toppled the Trinidad government in 1970, all in the name of black power, were evidence enough of the strength of the movement. Asterisk. The international dimension of black power is apparent through its theoretical elaboration on many continents. Its roots can be traced to Africa, particularly to Kwame Nkrumah, founder and first president of independent Ghana until he was overthrown by a military coup d'état in 1966. For Nkrumah, black power was part of the vanguard of world revolution against capitalism, imperialism, and neocolonialism, part of the world rebellion of the oppressed against the oppressor, of the exploited against the exploiters. CLR. James understood black power as a banner which the 20th century will need in the great efforts to overcome the crisis that imperialist domination has imposed upon the whole world. According to Harold Cruse, the vanguard role of the proletariat as understood by Marxists had passed into the hands of African people, who possess a wealth of historical understanding and had little to lose but their chains. Walter Rodney, its foremost theoretician in the West Indies, articulated three dimensions. A break with white, racist imperialism 2. Assumption of power by the masses who are predominantly black on the islands 3. Cultural reconstruction in the image of blacks. Although black power had a variety of names and organizations, none of the above formulations meant simply filling existing political positions with African American faces, yet in practice that is sometimes what black power came to mean. While warning that it could prove disastrous to the interests of the region itself, British intelligence plainly understood that black and white. 125. Apply less to pigmentation than to ideology. Black moderates are also puppets while Mao, Che, and Ho Chi Minh are black power heroes. The main target of the black power movement was the white power structure, which was all too obvious in a region where African and East Indians toiled their whole lives, while a small white elite lived incredibly well without seeming to work one day in their entire lives. Despite its progressive role in much of Latin America, the Catholic Church also came to be included in the ranks of those on the wrong side. Trinidad's National Joint Action Committee believed, the Christian churches have done the most to destroy the message of Christ. They have made it a virtue to be oppressed, to content the black man with his suffering, while the church is in control of the affluent white oppressors in the society. Their role in the machinery of oppression is to pacify black people. The churches propagate the anti-Christ values of capitalism. This is but one example of widespread anti-church sentiment in Trinidad. Once the movement sprang to life, it resonated widely and spread into more than a dozen countries in the region. Some of the principal organizations that were galvanized from grassroots struggles are summarized below. Whether in the English-speaking or Spanish-speaking Caribbean, the movement's generalized character is what is most noteworthy. Even on the normally tranquil Dutch-speaking island of Curacao, a revolt in May 1969. 126. against Royal Dutch Shell led to a massive workers' movement that could only begin to be controlled by the arrival of 600 Dutch Marines. Rioters set fires in the center of Willemstad, chanting, "We will teach them to respect us." Police gunfire killed 2 people and wounded several more before the government stepped down on June 5, as a general strike loomed. While less informed observers attempted to blame the sudden appearance and rapid proliferation of radical movements on an international communist conspiracy, especially one emanating from Cuba, both the CIA and British intelligence dispassionately noted that Cuba had little interest in these black power groups and had done very little to assist them. Jamaica. On October 16, 1968, the government forbade Guyanese activist theoretician Walter Rodney from re-entering Jamaica, where he was teaching at the University of the West Indies. While many people on campus were antagonistic to Rodney's Black Power group, everyone opposed the ban. Immediately some 900 students assembled to show solidarity. Peacefully carrying petitions to the Prime Minister, they were met with tear gas at Jamaica House. One of the first canisters landed at the feet of Pat Rodney, Walter's pregnant partner, further enraging the public. The state had moved from attacking freedom of speech to a palpable assault on family life. Students wearing scarlet robes had initiated the march, but as the crowd quickly grew to over 2,000, its ranks swelled with Rastafarians, workers, and unemployed. In front of a trade union building, police attacked again, and this time, people retaliated and destroyed several cars, lighting the torch for a larger conflagration in Kingston that evening. Police cordoned off the downtown commercial center, but looting and car smashing carried well into the night, even spreading to Spanish Town Road. Big businesses were especially targeted. Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, Bank of London and Montreal, Pan American Air, and Woolworth were all attacked. To protest recent fare hikes, 53 buses were burned or damaged, a direct response to the economic deprivation forced upon the majority of people. Sadly, 3 students were killed that night, tragically marking the events of October 16 for years to come. When students regrouped on campus, UWI was surrounded by the military. Although students were permitted to enter, they were not allowed to leave campus. In ensuing clashes, police killed another person. The Minister of Home Affairs banned all marches and meetings downtown. With repression increasing, the movement appeared to die down. Within a few years, however, more than a dozen radical newspapers had been published, and Black Power developed an organic relation to the public, affecting millions of people. 127. Through Rastafarianism, reggae music, and Garveyism, as well as poetry and art and publications like A Beng Miko, and Blackman Speaks. Political Black Power was merely the visible crest of a much larger wave, as Richard Drayton penned. In 1972, progressive Michael Manley was elected Prime Minister. Barbados. One example of the worldwide proliferation of movements during this prolonged period of confrontation and solidarity was the effect of Caribbean activists on Canada as well as on the islands. In November 1968, the Hemisphere Conference to End the War in Vietnam took place in Montreal. This meeting in turn helped to galvanize opposition to university racism, which led 200 people to occupy and damage the Computer Center at Sir George Williams University on January 29, 1969. Weeks later, 97 of the protesters, mainly Caribbean students, were arrested. 10 Trinidadian students were among those charged with arson, a crime that carried a possible life sentence. Those arrested included Rosie Douglas, who would go on to become Prime Minister of Dominica. The Canadian arrests also had a huge impact in Barbados, particularly since local resident Ann Cools was another of those facing charges. On February 26, 1970, protesters confront the Royal Bank of Canada in Trinidad. Photographer unknown. 128. Militant opposition congealed. Both of the island's main department stores burned to the ground in December 1969 and January 1970. In March 1970, students at Cave Hill blockaded the administration building to show solidarity with students in Jamaica. Theology students called for a black God for black priests, and union leaders called for structural economic change, including nationalization of the Anglican Church, the telephone company, and Barbados Light and Power as part of the first revolutionary law. As the region changed, in 1971, the British High Commissioner wrote, "More and more of the old Barbadian commercial families are coming to accept, however reluctantly, that their economic future depends on their ability to accept the realities of the present and to forget the unpleasant past in which the black man accepted his subordinate status." Trinidad and Tobago. In Trinidad, the movement jump-started by Canadian events was most notable. During the February-April 1970 Black Power Revolution, thousands rose up to challenge the People's National Movement, a political party that had captured much of the state's administrative power but left the economy in the hands of colonial and neo-colonial strata. The National Joint Action Committee, first created at the St. Augustine campus of UWI, organized many of the most significant mobilizations. From the very start, East Indian students and lecturers also participated alongside Black Power students. NJAC spread immediately into town to the streets of San Fernando and the hills of Loventville and Morvant. So resonant was the cry for unity that the Calypsonian Valentino, regarded widely as a voice of the people, offered this refrain: "But we must all try to bridge the gap. My Indian and Afro brother. Remember, one hand could never clap. So let us unite at once and come together." On February 26, 1970, the same night that students in Montreal had been arrested, NJAC organized a support demonstration, which began and ended peacefully at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception at the top of Independence Square. While the theatrical character of the demonstration may have seemed like a meager threat to power, after the incursion into the Port of Spain Cathedral on February 26, the movement unleashed a dynamic life that ultimately led to a near revolution. As if by magical transformation, a second demonstration on March 4 grew within minutes from 300 to 10,000. Upper middle class, lower class, and working class people converged for common cause. Overnight, new organizations formed and 129 mushroomed. Dubbed the People's Parliament, Woodford Square in the heart of Port of Spain became the movement's nerve center. In the words of Lloyd Best, "What you will notice here, right under our noses, is being created a new and exciting form of democracy. 5, 10, 15, 20,000 citizens have been marching to the bugle call, power, power to the people. Young men rush to sell newspapers, old women rush to buy them. As militants demand the power, even the little children take up the chant, power to the people." Mobilizations spread throughout the entire country. On March 6, some 20,000 people marched. When police violently attacked spontaneous protests, people responded with stones and Molotovs. Nocturnal arson became commonplace. Foreign banks, party offices, police stations, and racist social clubs were all targeted. On March 12, a 33-mile march to Coroni to show Black Power's embrace of East Indian sugar workers drew at least 10,000 participants. 2 days later, the government agreed to pay the fines levied against the arrested students in Canada, and on March 22, several flew home to heroes' welcomes. During the victory party on March 23 that NJAC organized in Woodford Square, Prime Minister Williams took to the airwaves to bolster his image. He promised the government would soon own more of the economy than Cuba's Castro. After a store owner threatened marchers with a gun, the situation rapidly deteriorated. Police gunfire and riot squad batons were met with counter-violence. An NJAC leaflet described how we replied with bottles, stones, anything that could be thrown. By March 24, open warfare took place in the streets around Woodford Square. The next 2 weeks were one continuous march. On April 9, at the funeral march for Basil Davis, a 24-year-old killed by police, some 20 to 30,000 people accompanied his casket from Woodford Square to San Juan Cemetery. On April 15, the government announced it would not allow Stokely Carmichael to return home to Trinidad from neighboring Guyana. THIRD was one of Black Power's most famous advocates, and the fact that he was born in Trinidad endeared him to locals. During Carnival in the spring of 1970, giant posters of Malcolm X, Eldridge Cleaver, and THIRD were prominently part of the celebration as it wound its way through Port of Spain. By banning him, the government unmasked itself and empowered the opposition. On April 17, the organized working class decisively joined the struggle even though conservative trade unions were estranged from the movement. Employees at the Water and Sewage Authority stopped work, followed by a similar action on April 19 by Brechin Castle Sugar Estate workers. In the period between March 15 and April 21, almost every single manufacturing and industrial enterprise was hit by a strike at least once. On April 21, the Transport and Industrial Workers Union called for a general strike, and a broad alliance of groups including Afro-Trinidadian oil workers, Indo-Trinidadian sugar workers, and N.A.C. all called for a massive march on Port of Spain. Most impressively, East Indian sugar workers went on strike in 4 factories and 3 estates. This new grassroots unity seemed to spell the end of Williams's reign. The same day that the call for a general strike went out, the government declared a state of emergency. Police rounded up as many leaders of Black Power organizations as they could find and isolated them in the notorious prison on Nelson Island. Seeing the avenue of democratic change foreclosed, about 36 young activists went into the hills to begin an armed struggle, but their camps were quickly raided. At least 18 fighters and 3 police were killed. Urban militants defied the dusk-to-dawn curfew and battled police for control of downtown. When the 750-man Trinidad Regiment was ordered to take up arms and suppress protesters, 3 young lieutenants led a mutiny. Refusing to enforce the emergency decree, rebels captured Teteran Bay Army Base on the northwestern tip of the island. In a panic, the government ordered the Coast Guard to recapture the base. At the critical moment, when the rebel army had approaching Coast Guard ships in their gun sights, they declined to fire, deciding not to take the lives of innocent sailors guilty of nothing more than following orders. The rebels had at their disposal sufficient firepower to destroy the vessels, but they could not rain death upon their black brothers. Minutes later, when a shell from one of the Coast Guard ships killed a young rebel, Clyde Bailey, many of the mutineers dropped their rifles and headed home over the hills. Degree with love in their hearts, the mutineers' noble choice led to defeat of the movement. 4 years later, Rafik Shah reflected on his experience: if we had been politically conscious to the point to understand revolution, to understand what it's all about, that it means life or death, it means making tremendous sacrifices, we would have blown those 2 boats out of the water, but we did not do this. We felt that there were innocent people on those boats. In a revolution you do not have innocent people. Immediately after the April Near Revolution, however, repression was the order of the day. As Bill Riviere put it, the ruling clique, in the absence of moral authority to decide for the people, has intensified repression. Public gatherings have been banned. Radical newspapers have been terrorized into silence. The regiment is gradually being phased out. The police have been granted powers of arbitrary search and arrest. Spies are everywhere. Victimization has become part of the national ethic. Dictatorship is complete. But the black man, 132, has found his inner being. Organizations are growing. Trinidad and Tobago will never be the same. Although not a revolution, the movement changed Trinidad and Tobago's political landscape, ushering in a number of long-needed reforms and dramatically improving decades of hostile relations between East Indians and Africans. Throughout the Caribbean, the main long-term effects were cultural, visible in the blossoming of calypso, the widespread popularity of reggae, innovative visual arts and literature, and people changing their names and clothing to African ones. For Ivor Azal, The central point about the 1970 Trinidad movement was that it represented another local battle in the contemporary international struggle against Western neo-imperialism, being waged, frequently by the young in virtually every country where private enterprise, particularly when foreign-owned, is seen to be incompatible with the general welfare, that is to say, everywhere in the capitalist world. Bermuda. Bermuda's anti-colonial Black Power movement threatened not only to end British colonialism but also to disenfranchise the 40 thieves, as locals derisively referred to the island's small white oligarchy. On April 25, 1968, a spontaneous riot broke out when youths from a Backaytown neighborhood of the capital were denied entry to a fair. Problems of egregious segregation, racism, and police brutality were to blame, and once an outlet for decades of frustration was found, violence and counter-violence escalated dramatically. The riot turned into a week-long uprising. Police and the Bermuda Regiment failed to bring quiet even after a state of emergency was declared, and order was finally restored only after the British sent a company of 150 Royal Inniskilling Fusiliers from Northern Ireland to suppress the movement. The Royal Gazette described the events as the worst civil disturbances in the colony's history. During the next 4 years, the movement grew by leaps and bounds, and British troops had to be sent ashore at least 4 more times. Each time, their brutality produced an ever more militant response. Both the British Police Commissioner and Governor were assassinated in 1972 and 1973. U.S. movements had a profound effect on Bermuda, where activists adopted previously formulated manifestos and uniforms. Following their participation in Black Power conferences in New Jersey in 1967 and Philadelphia in 1968, activists in Bermuda were called upon to plan the next gathering in 1969. Leading up to the conference, a variety of liberation movements endorsed it, including North Vietnam, the PLO, and North Korea. Kwame Nkrumah called it a part of world rebellion of the oppressed against the oppressor. In his opening speech, 133, at a packed football stadium, CLR, James exhorted thousands keenly listening to his every word to join the mighty struggle against the forces of American imperialism, not to play with revolution, and to mobilize massively. From across the Caribbean, Black Power groups actively participated. More than 1,000 people attended a range of workshops on themes such as revolutionary education, economics, politics, religion, and history. Conference attendees were clear they did not want to produce black copies of existing white institutions. A memorandum entitled Black Power 1969 encouraged people to redouble their activism for world humanism that would eliminate hunger, disease, poverty, ignorance, and bring dignity to all people. The conference was enormously successful in accelerating the growth of organizations in the region. The Black Beret Cotter and the Vanguard Party of the Bahamas emerged after it. A year later, the Congress of African People was formed in Atlanta in October 1970. British intelligence estimated that Black Power movements at least doubled in number since the conference in July 1969, although they also noted, an alliance between elements from the extreme left and Black Power factions in the Caribbean now seems less probable. So threatened were world powers by such transnational gatherings that the governments of the US, the UK, France, and Holland threatened to stop all tourism to Barbados if the next Black Power conference in 1970 was allowed there. John Bassett, friend of Black Panther leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark, became chief of staff of the Black Beret Cotter. Their 10-10 program was modeled on the Black Panthers' 10 points. Their 1971 manifesto called for black revolution to end exploitation by British imperialism and to dispossess the local white oligarchy. The Cotter advocated an egalitarian society, including an end to male chauvinism. In April 1970, the British sent a frigate to defend City Hall from a planned Black Beret demonstration in protest of SNCC leader Rap Brown's trial in the U.S. In August 1970, undeterred by the military power arrayed against them, Black Berets burned a British flag outside City Hall to commemorate the 1960 Sharpeville massacre in South Africa. As they came under increasing attacks, a low-scale urban guerrilla war ensued. Arson and sniper attacks across the island were a favored response to arrests of leaders. Fearful of the military's radicalization, at least 60 soldiers from the Bermuda Regiment were discharged or disciplined for having beret aims. The British government's harsh repression in colonial Bermuda persisted. On December 2, 1977, the British-controlled government executed Larry Tacklen and Erskine Burroughs movement leaders who had been convicted of 5 murders, including that of the British governor. For 3 days after the 134 executions, riots convulsed the island. More than $100 million in property was destroyed before the Royal Fusiliers again arrived to reinforce the Bermuda Regiment and restore order. Regional insurgencies continued to move ahead. On March 13, 1979, the New Jewel movement, a vanguard party first organized in 1973, seized power in Grenada and held it until 1983 when 6,000 U.S. troops invaded the island to stop its revolution. While most European movements reached their climaxes in 1968, in the Caribbean and the United States, the high points of the movements came 2 years later. Everywhere, 1968 is celebrated without concrete exploration of the period's history. What are we to make of the fact that hundreds of histories have failed even to mention Caribbean incarnations? Racially exclusive and nationalist histories continue to play too great a role in our own collective comprehension of our past. What are we to make of the fact that Daniel Cohn-Bendit and Rudy Dutschke are known to tens of millions of people while practically no one has heard of Larry Tacklen and Erskine Burroughs? Why have we not embraced Rex LaSalle, Rafik Shah, and Michael Basie, the 3 mutinous lieutenants whose kindness prevented them from taking lives for the revolution? Millions travel to the Caribbean for memorable vacations, yet how many people can utter one intelligent phrase about its recent history? We are all apparently caught in an overwhelming system of indoctrination and domination at work and at play even when we wish to oppose it. The United States. Onset of counter-revolution. With the global awakening of 1968, no country or institution could defend its borders from the infiltration of the Eros effect. Even the center of the modern world system, the belly of the beast, soon found itself embroiled in bitter domestic conflicts. At first, the highest circles of power could do little but watch in horror as the war against Vietnam came home. In 1968, the system moved to repress movements, and counter-revolutionary violence emerged with a vengeance. The generation gap was widely discussed before the Tet Offensive in Vietnam, but after Tet, the U.S. government abandoned policies of appeasement and embarked on a program of systematic domestic repression. Barely a week after Tet began, on February 8, 1968, 3 black students were shot dead and 34 wounded at a peaceful demonstration in Orangeburg, South Carolina. All those killed had been shot in the back. The Orangeburg murders led to renewed questioning of the legitimacy of nonviolence and integration as the means and ends of the civil rights movement, means and ends which already had been heavily eroded by riots in 1967 and emergence of Black Power. In late March 1968, advocates of Black Power in 135 Memphis, taking their cue from Adam Clayton Powell Jr.'s words that the day of Martin Luther King has come to an end, broke away from a march led by DeLaude and began breaking windows. The rioting spread, and when the police response was over, 1 demonstrator had been killed and 60 wounded. The National Guard was needed to control the city. Tensions continued to mount between King and more militant blacks right up to April 4, when he was assassinated in Memphis. The public outrage at the assassination of this man of peace has few precedents in U.S. history. In over 168 cities, ghettos exploded. Flames reached to within 6 blocks of the White House. For the first time since the Civil War, federal troops were called in to protect government buildings, and machine guns were mounted on the Capitol balcony and the White House lawn. The combined forces of the police, army, and National Guard occupied ghettos and ruthlessly enforced a curfew. By the time a ceasefire was established, at least 46 people lay dead, over 21,000 had been injured, and another 20,000 were in jail. In Washington, D.C., alone, more than 7,600 people were arrested, over 13,500 federal troops were needed to restore order, and more damage was done to the city than had been inflicted by the British during the War of 1812. All told, over 50,000 federal troops were necessary to restore order, and property damage was estimated at over $130 million. As late as April 9, snipers in Washington and Baltimore continued to attack police. White backlash quickly set in. In one day, President Johnson established a riot control center in the Pentagon and an urban institute to monitor the inner cities. On the same day that 150,000 people attended King's funeral in Atlanta, Congress was busy cutting anti-poverty funds, and the New York Times editorialized against black criminals. A little over a week later, the FBI publicly claimed that King was closely associated with communists and sex deviates. His program for America was an unadulterated communist program. The national and international repercussions of events in this period are easy to underestimate. On April 6, police in Oakland, California, killed Bobby Hutton. The Black Panther's first martyr was cold-bloodedly murdered as he surrendered with his hands raised. He was the first of more than 24 Panthers who would be killed in the next few years under the aegis of the FBI's COINTELPRO, which went into full operation on a national basis on May 10, 1968. In the same period, the CIA's illegal domestic spying program, Operation Chaos, intensified activities inside the United States. The offices of the Black Panther Party, the organization thrust into the leadership of the burgeoning movement, were attacked across the country. On December 4, 1969, Fred Hampton, leader of the Black Panther Party in Chicago and founder of the original Rainbow Coalition, was murdered by police while asleep in his bed after having been drugged the night before by an FBI informant. 136. Campus activists intensified their protests. The day that King was assassinated, black students at Cornell University held the chairperson of the Department of Economics hostage for 6 hours to struggle with his racism at Tuskegee. 250 students held 12 trustees captive for 12 hours on April 7 to demand an end to ROTC and changes in campus curfews. 19 days after King's murder, students at Columbia University began their now famous occupation of 5 university buildings. They temporarily took a dean prisoner and lived in the offices of Grayson Kirk, president of Columbia. Their reasons included opposition to the war against Vietnam and racism, the latter symbolized by plans for a new gymnasium for Columbia students but not for residents of the neighboring ghetto, many of whose houses would be demolished to make room for the gym. The police waited a week, and then they simply ran wild. Those who tried to say they were innocent bystanders or faculty were given the same flailing treatment as the students. For most of the students it was their first encounter with brutality and blood, and they responded in fear and anger. The next day almost the entire campus responded to a call for a student strike. In a few hours, thanks to the New York City Police Department, a large part of the Columbia campus had become radicalized. The police rampage lasted only a few hours, but over 150 people were seriously injured and 700 arrested before it ended. The occupation at Columbia was one of the most famous spectacles of the U.S. student movement, and it was afforded wide coverage by the mass media as the subject of numerous retrospective books, television shows, and even a full-length Hollywood production, The Strawberry Statement. Columbia quickly became a model for similar university takeovers in the months after it, not only in the United States, but throughout the world. Tom Hayden, himself one of the participants at Columbia, called for raids on the offices of professors doing weapons research, noting that, Columbia opened a new tactical stage in the resistance movement which began last fall, from the overnight occupation of buildings to permanent occupation, from millions to the creation of revolutionary committees, from symbolic civil disobedience to barricaded resistance. Not only are these tactics already being duplicated on other campuses, but they are sure to be surpassed by even more militant tactics. Beneath the radar of photo spreads in Life magazine devoted to elite students at Columbia and Tinseltown remakes of occupations at Ivy League colleges, tens of thousands of student activists mobilized. On April 26, more than 200,000 students in high schools and universities in New York participated in a strike against the Vietnam War. The next day, in 17 cities, sizable anti-war demonstrations occurred. The largest was in New York with more than 80,000 people. Despite media inattention, such partial strikes and local mobilizations prepare the ground for future actions. 137. Creating infrastructure and possibilities that are subsequently realized in national actions and dramatic outbreaks of protest. By June 1968, the newly elected leaders of Students for a Democratic Society were revolutionary communists committed to violent revolution. According to SDS National Secretary Mark Rudd, the organization had over 300 autonomous chapters and an active membership of around 100,000. As radical beliefs spread among white students, the number of campus confrontations continued to escalate. By conservative estimates there were 136 in the academic year 1967-68, at least 272 in 1968-69, more than 388 from September 1969 to April 1970, and finally when the student movement reached its peak during the nationwide strike of May 1970, there were at least 508 violent confrontations in 1 month. During the entire school year of 1969-70, the FBI listed 1,785 student demonstrations, including the occupation of 313 buildings. Violence and male aggressiveness of leaders at Columbia, however, made it all too clear that the old values of the movement had been surpassed. As Sarah Evans remembered, the New Left had begun by raising the feminine values of cooperation, equality, community, and love, but as the war escalated, FBI harassment increased, and ghettos exploded, the New Left turned more and more to a kind of macho stridency and militarist fantasy. In 1968, the escalating spiral of violent confrontations drew millions of people into it. Although the war was supposed to be in Vietnam, there was also one going on at home. In the 3 years leading up to the 1970 national campus strike, the National Guard was called to domestic duty over 200 times to deal with protests. Between 1964 and 1969, there were more than 239 major violent confrontations between African Americans in inner cities and the forces of law and order in which at least 191 people died and over 8,000 were injured. In the same period, there were over 200 non-police attacks on members of the civil rights movement which caused at least 23 deaths and 112 injuries. These federal statistics are quite low, and they do not include 28 Black Panthers killed as a result of FBI COINTELPRO operations. For student radicals, the question of violence may have been the focus of intense debate, but off the campuses, whether in the ghettos or in Indochina, the level of political violence was such that even Resurrection City 2, a peaceful encampment near the White House of 3,000 followers of Martin Luther King's Poor People's Campaign, was cleared out by the government, further intensifying the atmosphere of confrontation. When Robert Kennedy was killed because of his support of Israel, it seemed that Malcolm X had correctly predicted the chickens would come home to roost. Whether or not the student New Left in the United States unanimously approved the new militancy, the establishment had no qualms about. 138. Murder. On August 8, 6 blacks were killed during riots that coincided with the Republican National Convention in Miami. 2 days of fighting in Liberty City left over 100 people wounded and hundreds more arrested, and it only ended when thousands of National Guard arrived. At that time, however, the media gave the murders only scant coverage. Censorship across the nation became more overt, even beeping out a line in the 1968 Smothers Brothers show, "Ronald Reagan is a known heterosexual." There was a silent majority that was said to have nodded their heads in agreement. On August 28 came the spectacle of the Chicago Democratic National Convention. The nationally televised police riot revealed how far the new hard line within the establishment had reached. Nonviolent sitting protesters were bloodily clubbed in front of television cameras, and even network anchors were not immune from what was later characterized as a police riot by the official Walker Commission report. At least 65 news people were arrested, maced, or beaten. One was attacked and carried out of the convention while broadcasting live. Chicago's Mayor Richard Daley had carefully waited for demonstrators, assembling more than 20,000 law enforcement officials, and their sadistic attacks took place in full public view. Chicago had an immense impact both on the movement and the establishment, particularly since the police violence was carried inside the convention. Eugene McCarthy's bid for the presidential nomination may have been doomed to fail, but when Chicago police mercilessly attacked his supporters, it appeared as an assault on the democratic process and free press. Before the convention, there were signals of the country's growing division from 43 black GLS of the 1st Armored Division, all decorated Vietnam veterans who refused to leave Fort Hood, Texas, for riot duty in Chicago. Although the violence in Chicago was blamed by a federal commission on a police riot, no officials were ever punished. Instead, new repressive measures were legislated. The new Federal Law Enforcement Assistance Administration was mandated to better arm and train local police departments. The Omnibus Crime Bill had passed both houses of Congress, a measure deemed necessary by rising crime rates, but clearly a measure aimed at the movement. In the first applications of this new law, the Chicago Eight were indicted for conspiring to cause riots in Chicago. Jamil Al-Amin was arrested for violating provisions of the new law and received a sentence of 5 years in prison, and 13 Chicano activists in Los Angeles were indicted and jailed. A new spectacle of government violence in Chicago was then publicly orchestrated. When Bobby Seale demanded his constitutionally guaranteed right to choose his own counsel, the judge in the case had him bound and gagged in the courtroom. By making an example of Seale, the state sought to intimidate its opponents, but protests continued to grow in Chicago. Graham Nash's song "Chicago" brought national attention to the case. Finally, to dispose of Seale, the judge sentenced him to years in prison for contempt of court and shuttled him off to face the death penalty on a trumped-up murder charge in Connecticut. Alongside domestic counter-revolutionary violence, a major international reorganization of Pax Americana began. The U.S. would accept formal political independence in the Third World so that economic penetration could continue. China would be befriended as a wedge against Vietnam and the Soviet Union. After the United States experienced its first major military defeat in 200 years, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, arrogant power brokers schooled in the cheap tricks of anti-communism and the elegance of order, ascended to the highest positions of world power. The sinister adjustments they would manage in the international constellation of power would reverberate in distant corners of the planet for decades to come. With the assassination of Martin Luther King, the failure of the Near Revolution in France, the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia, the pre-Olympic massacre of hundreds of students in Mexico City, and the election of Richard Nixon, global reaction gained the upper hand. Although 1968 was a clear turning point, there were earlier signals of the coming counter-revolution. On April 27, 1967, a fascist clique of Israeli-trained NU.S armed colonels activated a NATO plan and seized power in Greece. Che Guevara was captured and murdered in Bolivia. In the United States, the 1967 uprisings in Detroit, Newark, Atlanta, and Cincinnati were brutally suppressed by the National Guard, and dozens of people were killed. In Detroit alone, 45 people lost their lives and over 2,000 were wounded before the fighting stopped. The Newark uprising lasted 140 days, during which 23 people were killed. Detroit and Newark revealed escalating government violence, but they also marked a new phase in the development of the African American movement. Not without reason, Jamil Al-Amin called Newark and Detroit dress rehearsals for revolution already long beyond Martin Luther King's civil rights focus. The movement's cutting edge went through Black Power and openly embraced international social revolution as the solution to the world's problems. At that time, the American auto industry was concentrated in Detroit, and hundreds of thousands of African Americans had migrated there to find work on Motown assembly lines. The 1967 rebellion was a crucible for the steeling of African American resistance to racist police attacks on segregated neighborhoods. Within a year, Detroit would spawn a spectrum of black revolutionary unions and organizations. From civil rights to revolutionary internationalism, although there were several streams of thought in the revolutionary current, they all advocated overthrowing the U.S. government, not simply integrating it as the civil rights movement had long proposed or creating black power bases within it. In 1965, SNCC had abandoned pacifism and embraced black power, an ideology that had already made its way from Africa to the Caribbean. SNCC's program for black autonomy meant expelling all white members, and they insisted whites should organize to break down racism in their own communities, rather than paternalistically aid minorities. SNCC had long endorsed strident anti-draft and anti-war positions, but new leaders Kwame Ture and Jamil Al-Amin embraced not just radical ideas of liberation movements but also their tactics. By moving to the next level of struggle, SNCC lost much of its student base, and the organization was unable to generate a new popular base. The transition was part of a dynamic series of developments in the African American liberation struggle, as depicted in the table below. 141. The radicalization and decline of SNCC coincided with the rise of the Black Panther Party. Founded in Oakland, California, in 1966, the Panthers immediately embarked on a courageous program of armed self-defense. Following police patrols while legally armed under California laws, they did their utmost to ensure an end to routine brutalization of African Americans. In resultant confrontations, dozens of Panthers were arrested. Many were killed. At least 75 Panthers languished in jails and prisons by late 1967, when in the early morning hours of October 28, Minister of Defense Huey P. Newton was arrested after being found wounded and unconscious at the scene of a shootout where a policeman lay dead and another wounded. His trial electrified the country's insurgent youth, and Panther recruits and supporters rushed to his defense. Overnight, the Panthers became internationally prominent. In at least a dozen countries, Panther emulators organized. On February 18, 1968, the remnants of SNCC formally merged with the Black Panther Party. 142. Less than 2 years after they formed, the Panthers had grown from dozens of members to hundreds. After King was assassinated, they became thousands strong within weeks. In the month of June 1968 alone, they recruited nearly 800 members in New York City. By the end of the year, their newspaper, The Black Panther, was selling over 100 Thou Art by Emory Douglas, 1969. Sand copies every week. As part of the Panthers' commitment to build a multicultural insurgency, Minister of Information Eldridge Cleaver became the Peace and Freedom Party's candidate for president, and numerous other Panthers ran for public office as well. By 1969, they had chapters in 45 cities. At the party's high point, Chairman Bobby Seale counted at least 5,000 Panthers in 47 chapters. Members were responsible for daily survival programs that included 14 medical clinics, a robust campaign against sickle cell anemia, buses to help families visit loved ones in prison, clothing programs, liberation schools, and, most famously, the Free Breakfast for Children program that daily fed thousands of youngsters in church basements before they went to school. Organized as a Marxist-Leninist party, all Panther chapters were under the authority of the Central Committee in Oakland, and within each chapter a strict hierarchy was observed with field marshals, section leaders, subsection leaders, members, community supporters, and the underground small cells that carried out secretive actions. With names like Wolverines, these underground groups were unknown to each other in order to prevent police infiltration. In 1969, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover named the Panthers the greatest threat to the internal security of the country. Shortly thereafter, police stepped up their attacks. By 1970, only one Central Committee member had not been killed, imprisoned, or forced into exile. Altogether 28 Panthers were killed and more than 60 wounded, while some 14 police were killed and more than 30 wounded in their war on the Panthers. Although they did not allow white members, the Panthers worked closely with a broad range of constituencies, not only in forming defense committees but also in visionary quests like Fred Hampton's organizing the original Rainbow Coalition of Chicago street gangs, which included the Young Patriots from Appalachia. To fight racism, Panthers eloquently intoned, "Solidarity, not hatred, is needed." Their message resonated deeply among countercultural youth and many others. By 1970, the Panthers emerged as vanguard of a revolutionary multicultural alliance. 143. That articulated a vision for a world at peace based upon sharing of global resources and international cooperation. They articulated open support for liberation movements around the world. In addition, they called for the United Nations to sponsor a plebiscite of African Americans to decide whether or not a separate black nation should be formed in the U.S. In Detroit, radical auto workers involved in organizing black unions became the party's local chapter, but they quickly broke away from the BPP. Soon after the 1967 uprising, about 30 activists had founded a black monthly newspaper, Inner City Voice. An early editorial indicated the group's revolutionary ambitions. If the Koreans and Vietnamese can overthrow imperialism in Asia, then Asia will be free. But if the Black Revolution can overthrow capitalism and imperialism in the US, then the whole world will be freed. As the paper's monthly circulation grew to 10,000 copies, staff members discussed how to bring revolutionary action into their workplaces. A month after King was assassinated, the Dodge Revolutionary Union movement held its first major action, a wildcat strike at Dodge Main in Hamtramck. Both black and white workers protested speed up of the assembly line. 3 weeks later, about 300 workers from the plant marched to the local United Auto Workers office with a set of 15 demands, including investigation of racism in the company, placement of an African American on the Chrysler Board of Directors, and equal pay for black workers and their white counterparts at a South African Chrysler plant. The next day, about 3,000 black workers remained outside the back gate when work finished, again staging a wildcat strike against speed-ups. That fall drum union candidates received 40% of the vote in union elections. The movement spread to Eldon Avenue Gear and Axle Plant, where the Eldon Avenue Revolutionary Union movement formed, eventually leading to formation of the League of Revolutionary Black Workers with a core membership of at least 250 activists at more than a dozen Detroit factories. Unlike the centrally organized Black Panther Party, the LRBW was composed of semi-autonomous components with specific work areas. An executive committee of 7 tightly controlled its central staff of about 80 people. Although the LRBW helped to create a Black Student United Front that included junior high school, and college groups, they treated students with disdain and used them as adjuncts for leafleting and picketing at factories. The 1969 masthead of the South End, the daily organ of Drum, proudly proclaimed, "One class-conscious worker is worth 100 students." Their relationships to feminism and whites were similarly problematic. When leafleting outside factories, League members would often pass their literature only to African American colleagues and refuse to give them to white workers. Despite pressure from the Panthers, they resisted working with John Sinclair and the White Panther Party. Degree 144. A more restrictive nationalism was contained in groups like Ron Karenga's U.S. organization and the Republic of New Africa, which held its founding convention in Detroit's Shrine of the Black Madonna in March 1968. Nearly 200 delegates signed a Declaration of Independence making all blacks forever free and independent of the jurisdiction of the United States. RNA struggled to create a black nation in South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Black power advocates generally shunned alliances and built autonomous black initiatives. In many large cities, including Philadelphia, Boston, Denver, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C., Black United Fronts formed out of struggles for community control. After inventing Kwanzaa as a celebration of African heritage, U.S. was a particularly emblematic group, whose cultural nationalism proved to be fertile soil for the FBI to plant seeds of mistrust and division with the Panthers. In 1969, FBI COINTELPRO efforts paid dividends when U.S. gunmen killed two leading Los Angeles Panthers, Bunchy Carter and John Huggins, on the UCLA campus. While Panthers' politics pointed toward global revolution, Black power was often a vehicle for African American politicians to use when they ran for office in gerrymandered districts. Business owners also found much of value in advocating blackness in their communities, as well as in front of government agencies seeking to fund programs for minorities. Although much of the country was unaware of it, there was a material basis for rejection of integration. The isolation of urban blacks in ghettos following World War II was hastened by racist federal laws granting whites access to low-cost federal loans to buy homes in white suburbs. Formal integration of the armed forces aside, African Americans faced continuing racism and segregation in the military. On the job market as well, blacks were relegated to the end of the hiring line. The Blue Ribbon Kerner Commission made America's racism all too apparent when it released its report to President Johnson on students. Activists are arrested after being clubbed by February 29, 1968, our nation police at San Francisco State College. Black dwarf is moving toward two societies, one black and one white, separate and unequal. The Commission's report regarded the growing radicalism among blacks as unique if they had taken the time to conduct their polls among a broader cross-section of Americans. However, they would have found that injustices and insurgencies were far from confined to African Americans. Emergence of Latino opposition. As the Eros effect made its appearance among Chicanos, a militant student movement emerged in high schools and colleges, and a self-conscious Chicano culture was born, transforming the identities and aspirations of Mexican Americans. For the first time, Americans of Mexican descent took the national stage as self-determined agents rather than subservient and racialized others. Over a span of years, movement activism produced new identities. Chicanos or Latinos, which millions of people chose to replace Eurocentric labels such as Hispanic or Spanish. Founded in 1965 by Corky Gonzalez, the crusade won strong support in the barrios with its work for La Raza. Denver Public Library. In 1965, Corky Gonzalez founded the Crusade for Justice in Denver. An ex-boxer, poet, and playwright, he was quite radical, having been raised by a father who fought alongside Pancho Villa during the 1910 Mexican Revolution in Chihuahua. In August 1966, months before Martin Luther King came to oppose the Vietnam War and when white radicals were only beginning to call for peace, Gonzalez spoke truth to power. The ruthless financial lords of Wall Street are the only real recipients of the tremendous profits to be made by the conduct of a wanton, ruthless war. The great and powerful corporations. 147. Who control our industries, who control the purse strings of the nation, calmly play a chess game trading the lives of innocent American boys, confused and bewildered Vietnamese men, women, and children for green dollars that do not show the red stain of blood. Gonzalez worked with a spectrum of activists, but his principal aim was to build unity among Mexican Americans. The Latino movement was heavily working class, a reflection of Latinos being denied opportunities, suffering inadequate education, and facing severe discrimination. They were compelled to accept jobs that many Americans refused to take. The United Farm Workers were symbolically important to the Latino movement. Hard-working and scandalously underpaid Filipino and Mexican agricultural workers formed the organization in 1966. Under the visionary leadership of Cesar Chavez, people of many races and ideologies came together in unprecedented harmony and found ways to fight the system using weapons of love and solidarity. Although the farm workers' Plan de Delano explicitly called for a revolution of the poor seeking bread and justice, they insisted that our revolution will not be armed, but we want the existing social order to dissolve, we want a new social order. Chavez sought to create new men and women whose natural dignity would elevate them above the cruel treatment they suffered at the hands of profit-hungry corporate executives. One of the most spectacular indications of the awakening of Mexican Americans came on June 5, 1967, when Reyes Tijerina and the Alianza Federal de Pueblos Libres seized the county courthouse in Tierra Amarilla, New Mexico. Holding the staff hostage, they freed 11 prisoners. The group vowed to implement the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and to legally reclaim lands stolen from their ancestors despite guarantees to the contrary in the treaty. Explaining the courthouse raid, Corky Gonzalez summarized, "The United States government itself is part of a criminal conspiracy in taking these people's lands, making out fraudulent titles, and selling the land to others." He insisted that Hispanos should die in Tierra Amarilla instead of dying in Vietnam. Not since Pancho Villa's 1916 attack on Columbus, New Mexico, did the indigenous population of the southwestern United States have such a hero to celebrate. Even as police searched for Tijerina, Corrido celebrated his courage. In response to this first militant armed action by Mexican Americans in the Southwest in more than a century, the government mobilized the National Guard with tanks and created a regional state of siege. In the end, Tijerina was acquitted of all charges stemming from the courthouse raid, although he was later sentenced to 2 years imprisonment for burning a U.S. National Forest sign. The movement he helped create came to exert a significant cultural hegemony among the native peoples of the Southwest. 148. Inspired by the Black Panther Party, Mexican-American urban youth formed the Brown Berets. The Young Lords, a Puerto Rican street gang in Chicago, also aligned with the Panthers. Both groups diligently sought to defend their communities from police attacks and racist intrusions. They also established survival programs modeled on those of the Panthers. Emulating Panther attire, both the Brown Berets and Young Lords wore similar uniforms and adopted parallel programs. In Los Angeles, in September 1967, Brown Berets founded a coffee house named La Piranha, a moniker adopted from the LAPD's shorthand for beret-wearing youth. Within 2 years there were as many as 90 chapters stretching from Los Angeles to Chicago and San Antonio. While some Brown Berets were internationalist revolutionaries, others were exclusively nationalistic. David Sanchez, a key leader, was reported to be a strident anti-communist. On March 3, 1968, over 1,000 students walked out of Abraham Lincoln High School in East Los Angeles to protest racist teachers, the absence of Mexican and Mexican-American culture and history from the curriculum, and repression of their free speech. By the end of the day, more than 10,000 young people from 4 other nearby high schools joined the walkouts or blowouts, as they became known. Despite, or should I say, because of police violence that day against unarmed youth guilty of nothing more than leaving school, the movement gained wide community support, and walkouts continued for a week and a half. 3 months later, 13 of the organizers were imprisoned on charges of conspiracy under the new federal omnibus crime bill just enacted by Congress. Walkouts spread throughout Texas and the Southwest. College students also took action. In October 1968, the Mexican-American Student Confederation occupied the office of the president of the University of California system to protest his refusal to respect the United Farm Workers' boycott of grapes. Latino internationalism and working-class consciousness infused the movement at the same time as cultural nationalism mingled with accommodationist reformism. The emergence of so many tendencies revealed the release of long-suppressed energies. Aztlan was extolled as the mythical homeland of the Aztecs in the southwestern United States. Radical nationalists compared even the best white radicals to Catholic Spaniards and decried European Puritanism. Others built alliances and called for global revolution. In 1968, both Tijerina and Gonzalez joined SCLC's Poor People's Campaign in Washington. Gonzalez brought with him a contingent of Native Americans from Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and Oklahoma, young California Black Berets and Brown Berets, elderly New Mexico land grant heirs and Asians from California's Bay Area, Black Panthers, hippies, and white radicals, pacifists and advocates of revolution. Chicano organizations such as the Brown Berets initiated community programs and protected neighborhoods. Photographer unknown. The Los Angeles Blowouts, March 1968, students demonstrate in front of the Board of Education. Raul Ruiz. 150. The Latino movement found its center in Denver largely because of the charismatic presence of Corky Gonzalez. In its first 10 years, the crusade grew from a small, male-dominated group to a multifaceted, multi-issue organization with hundreds of members before it declined in the mid-1970s. The crusade was among the most visionary and militant revolutionary organizations in the U.S., a fact not lost on the FBI, whose COINTELPRO targeted it as early as August 25, 1967. The crusade purchased an old church on Denver's Downing Street in the summer of 1968, and it became a focal point for dances and cultural events, to say nothing of its importance as an organizing center. Continually harassed by police and FBI agents, Gonzalez hoped to defuse their concerns and agreed to be interviewed on October 8, 1968. Degree. Speaking to law enforcement officials, he patiently explained how Mexican Americans are victims of discrimination, how corporations benefit from the Vietnam War, and how use of the term wetback is pejorative. From March 27 to 31, 1969, the crusade hosted the first Chicano Youth Liberation Conference in their church. They expected only a few hundred people to attend, but there were almost that many organizations. At least 1,500 people came, including more than 2 busloads of Puerto Ricans organized by the Chicago Young Lords. The conference adopted El Plan Espiritual de Estlan. Noted poet Alurista's preamble decried the brutal gringo invasion of our territories and promised to reclaim our lands in the struggle against foreign gabachos who exploit our riches and destroy our culture. The Plan. 151. El Teatro Campesino was firmly nationalistic. With our hearts in our hands and our hands in the soil, we declare the independence of our mestizo nation. We are a bronze people with a bronze culture. Before the world, before all of North America, before all our brothers in the bronze continent, we are a nation of pueblos, we are Estlan. Nationalism is the key to organization that transcends all religious, political, class and economic actions or boundaries. Nationalism is the common denominator that all members of La Raza can agree upon. The conference was not was. El Teatro Campesino in La Carpa de los Rascuaches without criticism, especially from Artist Unknown, 1973. Women involved in planning it who felt they had been cast in traditional family roles *. Their insights became the basis for subsequent discussions. In framing both future conversations and actions, the conference was an enormous success. Degree. A month after the Denver gathering, student leaders in California met at the University of California, Santa Barbara, producing a detailed and lengthy Chicano plan for higher education. In addition, they formed Mecha el Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Estlan, which soon became an activist presence on dozens of campuses. Militant movements called for Third World Studies programs in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego. Trademark lively street performances of El Teatro Campesino inspired protesters, local bands serenaded demonstrators. The Puerto Rican independence movement, active since the end of the 19th century, was rejuvenated by a new generation of activists. The Puerto Rican Socialist Party, an organization formed in the 1960s, led massive anti-war demonstrations in Puerto Rico and New York. The Young Lords were an integral part of the Rainbow Coalition brought together by Panther leader Fred Hampton. Under the leadership of José Jiménez, they established a significant presence in a city where police brutality was a daily fact of life. In 1969, they took over a public meeting inside a police station and compelled discussion of police harassment. they mobilized more than 10,000 people to march in honor of heroes of Puerto Rican independence. 152. Organized survival programs, and did their utmost to end police violence. Several members of the Lords were callously murdered by police. Hearing about the Chicago Young Lords, New York activists radicalized by the Columbia University strike traveled to meet Jimenez in June 1969. Together they agreed to form a unified group, the Young Lords Organization. Wearing purple berets, the New York branch developed survival programs, such as breakfast programs and daycare centers, at the same time as they built prisoner support groups and veterans organizations. They famously blocked some of the city's main thoroughfares with weeks of uncollected trash, thereby winning regular garbage collection in the neighborhood. The Lords transformed a vacant church into a child care facility with breakfast programs and a community artists center. They helped form a health workers' revolutionary union movement modeled on Detroit's LRBW and took over Lincoln Hospital in the South Bronx to demand it meet community needs. A lesbian and gay caucus, as well as a women's caucus, existed within their ranks. By the end of 1970, they had grown to more than 8,000 members with offices in 3 places as well as branches in 5 cities, a weekly newspaper and a sizable number of supporters on the island. There was a rebirth of active resistance among Native Americans as well, an opposition which has been continuous for hundreds of years, but one that was intensified by the global upheavals of 1968. That year both the American Indian Movement and a national newspaper, Akwesasne Notes, were founded. In 1969, the occupation of Alcatraz Island symbolized the intensification of revolutionary consciousness among Native Americans. In late 1972, the Trail of Broken Treaties caravan went to Washington, D.C., where it was allowed to arrive peacefully. The same was not true for the occupation of Wounded Knee beginning on February 28, 1973. The FBI surrounded the encampment, killed key activists, and framed others, notably Leonard Peltier, for murder. Asian Americans, Filipinos, and other minorities whose cultural roots are in the Third World also became radicalized and mobilized in this period. A veritable rainbow of ethnic power movements erupted in 1968, including even small groups such as Arab Americans, Filipinos, and Japanese Americans. As Laura Pulido tells us, while the civil rights movement raised the consciousness of potential activists, Black power pushed them into action, eventually resulting in the red, yellow, and brown power movements. Registered activist Warren Furutani noted that whether it was LA, the Bay Area, Seattle, New York, or the Midwest, people we ran into all over the country had the same epiphany at the same time. Yellow power activists rejected the colonialist label Oriental and instead embraced a more inclusive moniker of Asian American. In the Bay Area, ex-prisoners and community activists broke away from mainstream self-help group to form the Red Guard, modeled on the Black Panther Party. 153. Their platform included, "We Red Guard want an end to the exploitation of the people in our community by the avaricious businessmen and politicians who are one and the same." Radicalization of the African American movement not only led to the galvanization of other minorities, but new demands appeared on the nation's campuses. Black students at Howard University were the first to raise the issue of self-management when they staged a 4-day sit-in on March 19, 1968. At San Francisco State College, after years of trying to convince the administration to recruit more minority students, a Third World Liberation Front formulated a visionary program for ethnic studies that would include Native Americans, Latinos, African Americans, and Asian Americans. In alliance with white students, especially SDS members, a strike began on November 6. An intense struggle lasted for 5 months, ultimately winning an ethnic studies program. Similar efforts were launched at UC Berkeley and UCLA, as well as in Southern California. In Berkeley, then-Governor Ronald Reagan declared a state of extreme emergency and ordered National Guard, Highway Patrol, and Alameda County sheriffs to the campus, where tear gas and mace caused dozens of injuries. Over 150 students were arrested at the University of California, San Diego. Faculty and students created a Lumumba Zapata College, which they hoped would be a base for revolution. The working class. Historical accounts of the 1960s have largely ignored the U.S. working class for a variety of reasons. Workers existed in the shadows of great insurgencies, but not as sometimes thought because they were uneducated. In 1966, Businessweek described a typical union member as militant, confident, and loaded for bear. He intends to press for substantial wage increases as a matter of justice, to match booming profits, and as a matter of need, to compensate for rising living costs. He is remarkably well informed about both these phenomena. Registered when workers rebelled, they did so after uprisings in the ghettos and campus protests, and the issues which motivated strikes were not universalistic. A 1968 longshoreman strike initiated from the membership lasted 116 days, the longest strike in their history. But it involved a complicated relationship to progressives, since it was led by the same man who had bragged about beating up anti-war protesters a year earlier and threatened to boycott Swedish ships because of the country's liberal asylum laws for American deserters. Illegal, militant school strikes in the mid to late 1960s involved tens of thousands of teachers, but their strikes in both New York City and Newark, New Jersey, collided with black cultural nationalism. Beginning in 1967, as real wages began to decline because of inflation fueled by the Vietnam War, registered there were more strikes, contract rejections, and 154 wildcats by workers than at any time since the Great Depression. New York was called a city of strikes in 1968, as hundreds of thousands of workers walked off their jobs. On January 19, 1968, some 700 women working for AT&T long distance in New York walked off their jobs and formed a picket line manned by the girls around the clock, as the union local announced. The next day, thousands of other AT&T and electrical workers refused to cross the picket lines. Degree across the country, as unions failed to represent properly the needs of workers, dozens of wildcat strikes won very specific demands. The emergence of autonomous rank-and-file strikes and associations gave some life to an otherwise near-moribund union movement dominated by a business model. Workers mobilized around their needs, but anti-war protests were far less frequent, in part because union bureaucracies were so conservative. Yet there were notable exceptions. On November 11, 1967, less than a month after 175,000 anti-war demonstrators marched in Washington, D.C., a two-day conference of unions with over 500 representatives from 38 states unanimously called for an immediate end to the bombings of northern Vietnam and U.S. recognition of the NLF in southern Vietnam. In 1968, the United Auto Workers quit the AFL-CIO because of George Meany's support for the war, but the UAW was accused by black workers of racism and vote fraud. Global women's liberation. 1968 was also a year in which the women's liberation movement globally blossomed. The media made events like the Anti-Miss America 155 demonstration in Atlantic City and the wounding of Andy Warhol seem all important to the women's movement, but more significantly, an unreported grassroots network of women's consciousness-raising and action groups sprang up in every major U.S. city, as well as in many smaller towns. Modern feminism was crystallized as silently endured personal pain of women became public topics in small, intimate group discussions. As Red's Talkings explained, if all women share the same problem, how can it be personal? Women's pain is not personal, it's political. Although women strongly articulated the need for inclusion of feminism within both SDS and SNCC, their efforts were initially greeted with silence or heckling at these groups' conventions. Betty Friedan had published The Feminine Mystique in 1963, but within the movement, women's attempts to raise the problem of sexism were ridiculed and dismissed. In 1964, Black Power prophet Kwame Ture was heard to say, "The only position for women in the movement is prone." In 1966, the same year Now was founded, women demanded that SDS include women's liberation in a resolution. Some men threw tomatoes at them and kicked them out of the convention. The LRBW was publicly disdainful of the white women's liberation movement and considered women's liberation divisive. In the US, Italy, and Germany, movement men often met the emergent women's movement with hostility and even violence. Ruth Rosen precisely places her felt need for an autonomous feminist movement in January 1969 during an incident in Washington, D.C., the day before Richard Nixon's inauguration. At a mammoth anti-war counter-inauguration rally, soon after they began to give their speeches, two female speakers were shocked when men in the front yelled, "Take her off the stage, and fuck her. Rape her in a back alley." Degree gathering later in private, female activists resolved to break away from SDS and the male left and to become an autonomous movement. Thereafter, women formed their own autonomous organizations. Many marched in separate contingents during anti-war demonstrations and convened women-only national meetings. Radical feminism developed in this female-only environment, and a younger generation of women developed programs directed at building women's culture and alternative institutions as part of a militant and confrontational movement aimed at the revolutionary transformation of society. The autonomous women's movement proliferated far beyond anyone's expectations. In the largest U.S. cities, hundreds of groups formed from the grassroots. Step by step the feminists developed their self-understanding. In March 1968, Jo Freeman helped publish the first issue of The Voice of Women's Liberation, in which she wrote, "It is TTME movement men realize they cannot speak the language of freedom while treating women in the same dehumanizing manner as their establishment peers." Within a year, the journal had 156,800 subscribers. In 1968, numerous feminist journals were being published. By 1970, New York City alone had over 200 consciousness-raising groups. Degree in late November 1968, the first National Women's Liberation Conference convened outside Chicago with over 100 women from 37 states and Canada. Naomi Weiss Stein presented her powerful critique of academic understanding of females' inner being. Psychology has nothing to say about what women are really like, what they need and what they want, essentially, because psychology does not know. In 1969, Marge Piercy wrote a powerful and still relevant critique of informal power within the movement in which she discussed how men become charismatic spokespersons while women do the actual work of the organizations. Within their ranks, women concerned themselves with dampening celebrities as they sought to deny the authoritarianism and hierarchy of the male left. Examining conditions of their existence, women determined that patriarchy and capitalism are twin dimensions of their oppression. Participatory democracy, they said, begins at home. Unpaid domestic work was revalued, and men were encouraged to do their share. At the same time, they Chicago WITCH Coven hexing the Transit Authority after a fare hike in 1970. Louise Brodsky, 157. Began vigorous campaigns against institutional sexism. In February 1969, Red Stockings women disrupted a legislative panel on abortion, thereby making a public issue of thousands of secretive, illegal abortions. In little more than a year, they proudly watched as New York law was changed to make abortion legal. As the feminist movement grew, women's liberation became central to the idea of a qualitatively new social order, and the entire culture including the movement was ultimately changed from within. The women's movement rapidly became an international phenomenon. Women in the US, Holland, Germany, Italy, Denmark, and many other countries engaged in similar feminist campaigns, an indication of international diffusion of feminist theory and practice. Forging connections with women's movements in other countries, feminism in Germany helped negate national chauvinistic tendencies. At a time when anti-Americanism was a growing force among Germans, women translated and studied numerous texts from the United States. They also rediscovered the existence of a first wave of German feminism, a vibrant movement dating to the mid-19th century whose history had largely been hidden. Influenced by U.S. feminism, Italian women formed consciousness-raising groups and initiated collective projects such as bookstores, journals, and women's centers. In their discussions, they began distinguishing liberation from emancipation, the former dealing with the radical transformation of everyday life, whereas the latter was seen as having a more limited focus on public life, including the workplace. Taking up significant issues of everyday life ignored by established political parties, they gathered wide-ranging support. Their alternative health centers became popular sites for women to find information on mothering, questions of female health, and birth control. Of special importance was the issue of abortion. Fascist laws still on the books dictated that only in cases of rape or incest would abortions be allowed, an obsolete ruling that meant that well over 1 million illegal abortions were performed in Italy every year, and an estimated 20,000 women died annually as a result of improper procedures. In the UK, Juliet Mitchell had published a Marxist critique of women's exploitation in 1966, but only in 1968 did autonomous women's groups begin to meet. In May 1969, a feminist newsletter, Shrew, appeared. After men disrupted discussions by feminists at a festival of revolution at Essex University, the first National Conference of Women's Liberation convened at Ruskin College in Oxford in February 1970. Without advance intentions to do so, the conference reached consensus on 4 demands: equal pay, equal education and opportunity, 24-hour nurseries, and free contraception and abortion on demand. Degree According to Sheila Robotham, it was only from that meeting. 158. That a movement could be said to exist. Out of the Oxford meeting, the Women's Street Theatre group formed and critically engaged spectators by performing a flashing nipples show outside the November 1970 Miss World contest, as well as helping to prepare the first Women's Day March in London in March 1971. Quickly, a host of feminist and gay theatre groups appeared in the UK. That year, however, sectarian tendencies doomed the Women's National Coordinating Committee. Similar internal problems also enervated Britain's emergent gay liberation movement. Both feminism and gay liberation had long-lasting international impacts on nearly every country in the world. Although they may have been marginalized in their starting points, their lasting effects continue to transform cultures. At the same time as the global counter-revolution resorted to violent repression, the feminist movement was caricatured and made into televised spectacles by the mass media. Coverage of demonstrations at the 1968 Miss America pageant gave wide circulation to the notion that the women's liberation movement burned bras. In fact, no bras were burned there. Society greeted displays of nudity, love-ins, be-ins, and rock and roll by turning them into profitable commodities. At first glance, many people were happy when the anti-war play Hair opened on Broadway in 1968. Yves Saint Laurent designed an evening see-through blouse and a similarly styled full-length dress, great sellers in the fashion world. Prominently featuring interviews with radicals, sales of Playboy magazine skyrocketed. That the emergent counterculture proved useful was evident by the Chicago Democratic Convention, when Esquire sent both Jean Genet and William S. Burroughs to report on it. The Doors were offered $5 million by Universal Studios to appear in a motion picture, and the Jefferson Airplane and the Grateful Dead became millionaires. What the counter-revolution's murderous violence could not suppress, it blunted through gentle assimilation into consumerism. If not the carrot, then the stick. In the same year that The Money Game rose to number 1 on bestseller lists, is it any wonder that LSD gave way to heroin in Haight-Ashbury and to speed in the East Village? From the unknown periphery of ghettos and barrios, the movement suddenly appeared everywhere. American athletes at the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City raised their fists when they received their medals. Muhammad Ali, heavyweight champion of the world, steadfastly opposed the war even after his title was taken away and he faced imprisonment. Ho Chi Minh became more popular on American college campuses than Richard Nixon, and Che Guevara remains an enduring cultural icon. Looking back at those heady days, 1968 marked the first act of an unfolding species consciousness, the emergence of a global we that negated capitalist consumerism, patriarchy, white racial identity, and patriotism. In the 159 short run, when it didn't destroy what was new and revolutionary, the system turned currents of liberation into avenues of profitability and domination. On a more profound level, however, in the hearts and minds of human beings, 1968 was a year when national heroes and cultures were transcended, when global consciousness and action emerged as historical forces. In the rebirth of new forms of freedom, the movement helped to create a global political culture that improved the everyday lives of millions of people and continues to inspire actions. Chapter 3. Revolution in France. May 1968. It is truly with confidence that I envisage, for the next 12 months, the existence of our country. In the midst of so many lands shaken by so many jolts, ours will continue to give the example of efficiency in the conduct of its affairs. President Charles de Gaulle, New Year's broadcast, January 1, 1968. The May explosion came as a surprise not just to de Gaulle. No one planned it. Few expected it. In the apparent tranquility of a modern industrialized society, a student revolt precipitated a general strike in France, momentarily posing the possibility of revolution. Although the May events were but one of the many uprisings which shook the world in 1968, they were a significant one, shattering the myth of the end of ideology and inspiring revolutionary struggles in countries on 6 continents. The events of May demonstrated a unity between generations of people who came to consciousness along different roads. The main forces of the explosion were workers and students who had not known material scarcity at any time in their lives. There were also those who had lived through the Great Depression and Nazi occupation, and, despite the appearance of affluence in post-World War II France, fought for a new type of social order. Throughout France in May and June of 1968, millions of people refused to continue their normal day-to-day activities. Students closed their universities and high schools, many demanding a new mode of education. Workers occupied their factories and offices, frequently calling for a new mode of production. Some cities established new forms of government, as in Nantes, where a central strike committee representing autonomous unions of workers, peasants, and students took over the town hall for 6 days and even issued their own currency. The dimensions of the 1968 explosion are difficult to comprehend. In less than 30 days, business as usual in France was brought to a halt. As many as 10 million workers were on strike, and tens of thousands of people were rioting in Paris, battling with police for control of the city. The uprising threatened to 173. 174. Transform not only previous modes of production, education, and government but the entire epoch of civilization. What began as springtime student protests against U.S. involvement in Vietnam and sexual segregation in university dormitories was rapidly transformed into a potentially revolutionary situation. Tactics of the government contributed to escalation of conflict. In the first 11 days of May, various ministers closed universities and called on police to suppress the student revolt. When police invaded campuses, it was the first time in the 20th century that university autonomy had been violated. As hundreds were arrested and many more injured, thousands of people took to the streets, building barricades against the police onslaught and refusing to submit. People all over Paris witnessed police savagery and were sickened by the system's dependence on brutality to enforce its order. On May 8, after nearly a week of riots, the French public opinion poll IFOP reported that 4/5 of Parisians were sympathetic to rebellious students. By Saturday, May 11, the day following the night of the barricades, the government abandoned its strategy to repress students and attempted, instead, to defuse their revolt. Police were withdrawn from universities and the streets of Paris, amnesty was granted to all those who had been arrested, and it was promised that closed universities would be reopened the following Monday. These measures, seen as government capitulation to students' demands, brought legitimacy to those who had fought the police and gave them a renewed feeling of strength. From the start, the Communist Party of France and General Confederation of Labour militantly struggled to isolate the student revolt, calling students the children of the big bourgeoisie in the party's paper, describing their leaders as agents of Gaullism, and keeping students out of occupied factories. The student revolt challenged the influence that the PCF and CGT held over the French proletariat, a legacy from past trade union struggles. Feeling its power threatened, the CGT did its utmost to split students and workers. In early May, an official statement very negatively portrayed the student uprising. Some petty bourgeois with feverish brains slander the workers' movement and pretend to teach the workers a lesson. The working class rejects these stupidities. It has come of age a long time ago, it needs no tutelage. Suddenly, after the victory of May 11, all the country's major trade unions announced their support for a general strike in support of students to begin on May 14. On May 12, university occupations spread. The University of Strasbourg was occupied and declared its autonomy from the National Ministry of Education. The Censier Annex of the University of Paris Faculty of Letters was taken over. These actions catalyzed new motion among workers and students throughout France. 175. On Monday, May 13, 800,000 workers and students took to the streets of Paris and marched in solidarity with the student revolt. At the end of the march, thousands joined the Sorbonne occupation and a student Soviet was declared. Over the next month, the occupied Sorbonne served as a meeting place for students and workers where questions of strategy and tactics were openly discussed and democratically decided. As factory after factory was occupied, the fighting in Paris intensified and spread throughout France. The massive popularity of *OPTASE occupations made it impossible to defiant Paris protest. Mark Ribot/Magnum photos. For the army to intervene. Moreover, there were many within the government who feared that soldiers would fight side by side with workers and students, not against them. Fearing radicalization of the military, the government called up all reservists and kept military personnel on bases and out of touch with the outside world, even with state-run radio and television. For a time, strikers themselves were able to close down the mass media, making it even more difficult for the centers of power to function and precipitating intensified discussions in streets, cafes, and neighborhoods. So popular was the impetus to express needs that even several dozen female ballet dancers from the Folies Bergère cabaret in Paris went on strike for better working conditions and wage increases. On May 24, an attempt to set fire to the Paris Stock Exchange failed. Protests demanded the resignation and expulsion of de Gaulle. At least 3 police stations were attacked, almost 800 people arrested and more than 400 injured. On May 25, intense street fights were reported in Lyon, Strasbourg, Grenoble, Rouen, Nantes, and in Paris. Prime Minister Pompidou banned all demonstrations, and simultaneously, in an attempt to buy off workers, he organized negotiations with all major trade unions at the Rue de Grenelle in Paris on the weekend of May 25 to 26. Agreed upon reforms were modeled after the Matignon Agreements of 1936, when the working class was guaranteed a minimum of rights, such as collective bargaining, unionization, and election of shop stewards. The 1968 Grenelle 176. Settlement was even more stupendous. A 35% increase in the minimum wage, a shorter work week, a lower retirement age, more family and elderly people's allowances, and more union rights. To top it off, the strikers were to be paid at half their normal rate for all days of the occupation's degree. Registered to everyone's surprise, striking workers rejected the results. When Georges Seguier, Secretary General of the largest trade union in France, the communist-dominated CGT, and Benoît Frachon, CGT president and a signatory of the Matignon Agreement, drove directly from concluded negotiations to the huge Renault plant at Boulogne-Billancourt to address 25,000 workers assembled there. Their speeches were met with boos and catcalls. Shop stewards from around the country telephoned and telegraphed CGT headquarters turning down the agreements. Workers continued to occupy factories and offices, and at this point, revolution seemed to be the order of the day. On May 27, the PCF announced it was against any further student demonstrations. The party also warned the 9 million workers on strike that the police would use all possible force to suppress on new outbreaks of violence. De Gaulle left Paris, and, according to his own admission, he was tempted to resign. There was a vacuum of power in France on Monday, May 29. For over 6 hours, no one even knew where to find the president. Later, it became known that he spent these mysterious hours in Baden-Baden, Germany, where, in close collaboration with top French army generals, he was plotting his comeback. On May 30, de Gaulle dismissed parliament and announced new elections would be held in June. That same day, almost 1 million people marched in Paris to demand he leave office. The next night, May 31, tanks and paratroopers positioned themselves surrounding Paris, and French troops in Germany were placed on high alert. The release on June 14 of General Raoul Salin, former head of the paramilitary right-wing secret army organization, and 10 other imprisoned OAS leaders prompted many to wonder what deals or promises had been made to the paramilitary right. Global connections. French political life during the 1950s and 1960s was intimately connected with successful anti-colonial movements in Vietnam and Algeria. Within national liberation support movements in France, many activists gained their first experiences in extra-parliamentary political praxis. The refusal of the Parti communiste français to support the Algerian Front de Libération Nationale in the early 1960s caused many people to leave the PCF and its affiliates, leading to creation of independent groupuscules, small, ideological groups generally credited with sparking the May events. French students have long acted in solidarity with movements in other countries. Hundreds of activists went to an international conference in Berlin in February 1968, to help organize pan-European actions against U.S. involvement in Vietnam. The next month, various groupuscules in Paris united for the first time to demonstrate against the Springer Press's sensationalist attacks on German SDS. The arrest of 3 students protesting the U.S. war against Vietnam precipitated occupation of the administration building at Nanterre University on March 22, bringing into existence the March 22 movement. Prior to the May events, membership in all French New Left groups and organizations was minuscule, numbering at most 2,000, but these activists comprised a political force of great importance, one that detonated an explosion throughout the entire society. Registered, we might wonder whether the May movement could have enjoyed such massive participation before the Comintern's influence over the PCF had waned or before NATO troops had been asked to leave France. For the first time since World War II, the nation's relative military autonomy left its fate in its own hands. In the immediate aftermath of May 1968, André Glucksmann summed up the situation. At present, everything at stake in France is decided in a neutralized military space. No foreign power can act physically to alter a relation of forces decided within the national frontiers. For the first time for more than a century, Marx's formula is true again for Western Europe, and the revolutionary struggle may be national in form. The proletariat of each country, of course, first of all has to settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. It is never certain that foreign powers will refrain from intervening during another nation's moments of crisis. There are many methods of intervention in the modern world, covert and overt, economic, political, and military. The power of transnational corporations and their U.S. protectors was demonstrated in 1973 by their subversion of the democratically elected Allende government in Chile. A minimum of outside military strength was necessary to destabilize Allende, and even in 2018, the U.S. government continues to deny its role in the military coup there. The French movement was the product of global forces, but it also acted as a producer of the worldwide turmoil of 1968. The May events were internationally significant since the vast majority of the working class in France, unlike their peers in other industrialized countries, joined with the students and 178 nearly made a revolution. As in 1848, the revolutionary movement of 1968 in France revealed a new epoch of class struggles at a more intense and advanced level than in other economically advanced countries. It may be coincidental that the Paris peace talks between the United States and Vietnam began in the first part of May 1968, but this correspondence in time and space illustrates essential social forces of 1968 that affected France. Is it a mere happenstance that revolutionary aspirations and actions reappeared in Europe at the same time that the American Empire, the last Western colonial empire, reached its limit in Vietnam? That the French explosion came exactly in May was as much an accident as it was a product of the specific socio-historical developments inside and outside of France. Government mistakes and stupidity played roles in the rapid escalation of the revolt. What is clear after the crisis is that a host of forces converged in 1968, and the totality of French society convulsed in a near revolution. Roots of the May events. The Industrial Revolution originated in Western Europe, but for many reasons, France was not in the center of it. Not until after World War II did French industry develop parity with neighboring Germany or England. Industrial production in France increased by 75% from 1948 to 1957. From 1953 to the first quarter of 1958, the increase was 57%. Registered. It was not simply the quantity of industrial production that changed dramatically. There was a vast movement from the countryside to the cities as agriculture was intensely industrialized. From 9 million French people working on the land in 1921 to 7.5 million in 1946, there were only 3 million in 1968. There were a host of business mergers, and the state took on a larger role in the economy. The French state is one of the most centralized and bureaucratic political instruments ever created. A series of popular uprisings and near revolutions in the 19th century, as Marx said, perfected this machine instead of smashing it. Bonapartism, characterized by strong and unlimited state authority, urbanization, and preponderance of the army, had already accelerated centralization of power in Paris. As in all industrialized societies, the modern French state has taken on more economic powers. The role of college training has become increasingly important to industrialized societies. Large-scale industry needs more technicians within its offices to coordinate space-age production, more managers to administer it, more psychologists to find ways of keeping employees working, advertising specialists to market the goods of consumer society, and sociologists to maintain the system's overall direction. As bureaucratic organization of industry and politics developed after World War II, the educational sector was expanded in response. In 1946, there were 123,000 college students in France, in 1961, 202,000, and in 1968, 514,000. New universities were hurriedly constructed, including a concrete jungle in Nanterre on the west end of Paris. French education is almost entirely state-organized and run by the huge Ministry of National Education, which employed more than 700,000 people in 1968, making it the country's biggest employer. The rigidity of French education, its ultra-centralization and adaptation to an earlier society, enabled it. 180. To resist all attempts at serious reform for over 150 years. Paternalism toward students and neglect of their needs were part of its regular mode of operation, and rapid expansion exacerbated its nascent contradictions. That there was a structural and human crisis in higher education was common knowledge long before the explosion of 1968. In November 1963, France's universities had been shut down by a national student strike called to protest overcrowded conditions and lack of government foresight in accommodating increased enrollments caused by the post-war baby boom. During the May events, however, many faculty and students questioned the entire organization of the university system, not just its inadequate management. In an interview during May 1968, Alain Geismar, General Secretary of the Syndicat National de Enseignement Supérieur said, "We have been saying that there is a profound crisis in the universities for several years. It has various kinds of underlying causes, in particular the maladaptation of the university structure to its economic and social functions, in research as well as in education and hence in the training of the cadres. Our proof? 70% of those who attend the French university fail to complete their courses, and even among those that do graduate, there is an absolutely astonishing number of unemployed. As for the internal organization of the university, it is completely inadequate in an advanced country, with its compartmentalization of the various disciplines, a hierarchy of disciplines dating from Auguste Comte and of faculty structures inherited from the Empire. Degree." In another May interview, Jacques Sauvageau, vice president of the Union Nationale d'étudiants de France, reiterated some of the same thoughts. Students are expected to have a certain critical intelligence, while their studies are such that they are not allowed to exercise it. On the other hand, they realize that in a few years' time they will not be able to find a part to play in society that corresponds to their training. This dual phenomenon is, I believe, the basic cause of their revolution. Registered. Even those who managed French education recognized some of its shortcomings before May. The Fouchet plan of reforms had already proposed a THIRD degree, seeking to modernize education and bring it more in harmony with the needs of industrialized France. Student opposition to this plan was widespread since it seemed designed to decrease the numbers of working-class people who would have access to a university education, as well as to fundamentally reduce humanitarian content of university courses to a technocratic version. It is possible to define a central contradiction within French universities: on the one hand, an archaic orientation to training of elites and an authoritarian structure; on the other hand, an enlarged need for college graduates and increasing diversity among faculty and students. In an attempt to resolve this contradiction while remaining within the bounds of the existing socio-economic system, several programs were proposed. They included Fouchet's reforms as well as far more visionary notions like departmental reorganization, student and faculty power, and an end to archaic centralization. Students and faculty flocked to the banner of academic reform during May, and in the aftermath of the explosion, they saw many radical proposals implemented. While many faculty and students conceived of universities' problems as solvable through adjustments in the existing system, others were more skeptical because of university dependence on the social system as a whole. They therefore raised questions about the nature of society's structures and universities' role within them. Those involved in the May events who had less at stake in the university, who were less careerist in their life orientation, or who were simply more visionary than their reformist friends, brought the issue of the university's role within an unfree and unjust society to the forefront of the student revolt. Following the pattern of general strikes of the past, specific grievances were translated into universalized insurgency. Demands and actions were formulated which focused on the whole society and included such issues as the need to abolish the privileged status of students, the nature of jobs which graduates might find, and the mystification of knowledge in the hands of experts. During May, these visionaries opened the universities to all people in the hope of using their resources to overthrow the entire system. By the end of the month, French art students produced posters calling for the end to capitalism while workers held control of factories. Academic freedom, the traditional autonomy of academia from politics, was originally challenged not by campus activists but by the development of advanced capitalism. In the modern era, science and technology have become one of the system's main productive forces, capable of drastically altering old methods of production in a short time. As scientific research, one of the essential functions of universities, has come to the center of the system's needs, higher education has increasingly become directed by the economic, political, military, and cultural needs of the entire society. In France, this meant the needs as defined by the central government. The crisis of French universities was part of the total crisis of society. Contradictions within the universities simultaneously reflected and embodied larger social contradictions, chief among which in the era of contemporary capitalism is, incessantly expanding forces of production are contained within ancient social relationships. In less than 2 centuries since 1789, capital succeeded beyond anyone's expectations for technological development and 182. Economic prosperity. For the first time in history, space-age production was capable of providing the vast majority of people in industrialized countries with sufficient food, clothing, and shelter. With their socialization, modern productive forces could bring prosperity to the entire world. The accumulation of generations of labor, embodied in cities, factories, and universities, is controlled by derelict billionaires, mad dog generals, and plastic politicians. This global problem weighed heavily on the thoughts of activists and helped to detonate an explosion in May 1968 which reaffirmed the possibility of a new world, one freed from the scarcity and exploitation of prehistory. The general strike that shut down France for nearly a month would never have occurred without workers' massive participation. By itself, the student revolt would have remained utopian, unable to question in practice the entire society. Many workers empathized with the brutality suffered by students at the hands of police, especially since the most brutal treatment came from the company's Républicains de Sécurité, first organized after workers' strikes in 1947. But there were also grievances within the working class that students' struggles helped to crystallize. The workers. The long tradition of working class militancy in France, often attributed as the primary reason for the unique juncture of worker and student movements in 1968, does not fully account for workers' actions. Tradition is double-edged, providing a source of revolutionary inspiration in France, but also inertia to maintain old patterns of social interaction. The PCF's Marxism helps to explain why French factory workers were not as dominated by the ideology of capitalism as their counterparts in the United States, West Germany, or England, as well as why the French May uprising gave way so easily to restoration of order. Although the French working class in 1968 was one of the lowest paid and had one of the longest work weeks in Europe, they had seen a dramatic rise in their standard of living since the Nazi occupation. With the post-war economic expansion of 1945–68 and the rise of a consumer society, French workers saw their standard of living improve, a fact that led many sociologists to believe that class struggle in its traditional forms had come to an end. Of course, theories that posited the impossibility of a qualitatively new social order were temporarily swept aside in May. What radical sociologists had not been able to accomplish in years of painstaking debate in the universities occurred almost overnight in the streets. Growth of higher education in France and open admissions common to continental systems gave an increasing number of working-class children opportunities for individual advancement. As sons and daughters of the working class were seen to be rubbing elbows with children of the rich, it was argued that workers received the same cultural artifacts mass-produced by consumer society, television programs, movies, and, it was argued, even theaters were democratically available. Although cars and refrigerators were less common among families of factory workers, post-industrial society brought to many what previously had been available to only the privileged few. In the decade since de Gaulle seized power on May 13, 1958, the French economy had prospered. The gross national product rose 63%, foreign trade tripled despite the shift from colonial to more competitive markets, and the once empty Bank of France was filled with $6 billion worth of gold and foreign currency. Official French estimates at the beginning of 1968 showed that 40% of wage and salary earners received less than $1,800 per year. Only one household in four simultaneously owned a refrigerator, washing machine, and television, while only 1 in 5 had all these and a car. These figures may indicate poverty to some, but they serve to outline the level of comfort in a society where there is freedom from hunger and disease for the vast majority. Not all economic problems had been solved. 184. Unemployment hovered around the 500,000 mark, inflation began to eat away at disposable income, and a new world economic crisis was beginning. In 1968, workers in France did not go on strike simply for a greater share of the capitalist pie. Their overwhelming rejection of the Grenelle agreements, the many proposals for self-management, the effigies of capitalism found hanging outside many factories during the general strike, and the widespread discussions of expropriation are ample proof that they had a more radical agenda. The break with the usual short-term, goal-oriented activities of the working class can be explained, at least in part, by the new type of workers engendered by advanced capitalism and by productive relationships common to all industrialized societies. The new working class. With the advent of monopoly capitalism, the unity of ownership and control of the means of production has become more and more fragmented. Large-scale financial organizations and corporate structures involving such people as managers and systems analysts have taken over what had been the individual entrepreneur's functions of ownership and control. Greater numbers of employees have become supervisors and specialists, giving rise to a new division in the working class both in terms of levels of authority and functional fragmentation. Executives, along with an increasing number of bureaucrats who exercise authority, constitute the administrative apparatus of modern industrial, academic, military, and political organizations. At their command are manual workers as well as a growing number of white-collar workers like researchers, technicians, secretaries, and teachers. Expressed as either the proletarianization of intellectuals or the mass education of the proletariat, contemporary capitalism and large-scale bureaucratic organizations have created an increasing number of workers whose jobs defy traditional distinctions between manual and intellectual work. Trademark as the proletariat was the ascendant social class in the period of the First Industrial Revolution, these technicians are growing in the period of the Cybernetics Revolution, or Third Industrial Revolution. As machinery is the accumulated labor power of manual workers, computer memory and cybernetically controlled processes are the accumulated labor power of the new working class. Rapid expansion of this new section of the working class is a common feature of industrialized countries. In 1968, employment in health and education exceeded 1.5 million people in France, or about 7% of the total labor force. The number of technicians and scientists, excluding executives, rose from 457,000 in 1954 to 877,000 in 1968. In the same year, the extractive and manufacturing industry employed only 41% of the workforce. The industrial struggles of early capitalism were generally between skilled factory workers and owners. Decades later, these conflicts largely became institutionalized through negotiated settlements between trade unions and management. In modern times, a new level of conflict has developed within what was formerly the small and obedient staff of the supervisor, the conflict between technocrats who give orders and technicians who receive orders. As the general strike spread, the participation of the new workers was impressive. As Alain Touraine put it, the fact that most of the workers actively participated in the May-June strikes should not mislead us. Those who were responsible for the social movement character that these strikes often had were neither skilled workers nor the great organized labor groups such as the miners, the longshoremen, and the railroad workers. The leading role in the May movement was not played by the working class, but by those whom we can call professionals, whether they were actually practicing a profession or were still apprentices. An example of conflict between technocrats and technicians during May was the popular strike by government radio and television workers. Some 13,000 producers, journalists, and technicians stayed out longer than any other section of the working class, denying the government the capability to make significant use of mass media during the general strike. Not on strike just for more money, these workers were motivated by a desire to no longer be obedient tools. They launched a creative public campaign with slogans like, "The police on the screen means the police in your home." Some journalists of large newspapers sought power over the orientation of their papers by demanding changes in the structure of their ownership. In a few cases, printers and journalists published newspapers but changed them, as in the case of Le Figaro. When news it was supposed to carry misrepresented the aims of the student movement, workers corrected the article. At one point in the general strike, the technicians responsible for communication between the Ministry of Interior and police headquarters went on strike, disrupting a sensitive and important connection in what was by then the fragmented repressive forces of the French state. Strikes among technicians marked the emergence of a new social movement for some observers. While the conflict between technocrats and technicians is peculiar to advanced capitalism, the May movement consistently located itself in the socialist tradition of the 19th and 20th centuries. What seems clear is that the rapid pace of change in the French economy in the post-war years helped precipitate the May movement, particularly among the new workers. The blind hand of change that rests solely on internal developments of the economy was slapped aside by attempts to rationally reorganize France. Whether we look at new workers engendered by the system's inner logic or at the rapid rate of urbanization in the same period, we can see that the social conditions of existence of the people of France were rapidly transformed in the period leading up to 1968. Is it surprising that such rapid social change was accompanied by the rise of a vast social movement hoping to give reasonability to the quality of change? Differences between the classical proletariat and modern technicians are real, but both groups experience similar oppression as workers. While some technicians may be elevated to executive status and some proletarians to roles of bureaucratic authority in their unions or companies, the vast majority of people in both categories are employed in positions distant from the decision-making top. They both receive orders from technocrats and hold jobs with narrowing creative outlets and rewards, a common situation in the modern world. Capitalist relations of production. In a capitalist system, producers sell their labor for material rewards like wages and consumer goods. In exchange for human energy, workers receive things. In this way, capitalist society tends to transform qualitative human factors into quantifiable commodities. The terms of the exchange are unequal on both quantitative and qualitative levels. Quantitatively, despite vigorous and long-term efforts of trade unions, workers' productivity is far greater than their wages. Surplus value continues to be extracted from their energy. No matter how vigorously the science of 187 economics attempts to mask or apologize for this inequality by arguing that capitalists contribute to production and should be reimbursed, the fact remains that workers produce more than they are paid. Otherwise, how could profits be made? The participation of capitalists through the use of their machinery is a sham. Long ago, Marx demonstrated that the capital owned by the rich is stored labor power extracted from workers of the past. Dead and neutral property comes alive in this context. Unions have traditionally fought only for a more equal and safer quantitative exchange between capitalists and workers. Unions help workers have more, not be more. They serve to increase the quantity of goods the worker receives in exchange for his alienated labor, they do not serve to abolish alienated labor. Degree registered. This analysis seems to be especially revealing in terms of trade unions' role in the May events. In entering into the ill-fated Grenelle agreements, in trying to keep the student revolt separated from the working class, and in preventing whenever possible the formation of autonomous strike committees by the workers, the CGT continually attempted to channel the general strike toward reformist objectives. Qualitatively, the exchange between capitalists and workers differs in kind, energy for things. Workers might get higher wages, but that does not alter this qualitative inequality. Industrialization and pressure from unions have resulted in more things being allocated to workers, but qualitative inequality of exchange continues. It is a structural backbone of the capitalist mode of production, and it was this backbone that was challenged and nearly broken in May. Capital's control of the products and process of production excludes 99% of us from making decisions vital to all of us. This glaring undemocratic relationship was revealed in utmost clarity in May. Cultural poverty of consumer societies. Roots of the May explosion can be found in the dynamic conflict between forces and relations of production and in the rapid changes in France in the decades immediately preceding 1968. the May events reveal broader human grievances such as cultural fragmentation and unmet human needs that became glaringly obvious in France and in affluent countries generally. 188. A CGT trade union leader urges striking Citroën employees to return to work. Idea. For most people in the industrialized core of the world system, the drastic rise in standards of living during modern times, the allocation of more things to workers has come at a high human cost. Energy at the workplace has become more automated and fragmented, and what was formerly free time has become increasingly objectified and controlled. Assembly line production, the basis for consumer society, has routinized jobs, reducing workers to mere appendages of machinery. Vast differentiations in the division of labor, necessary for assembly line production, have caused workers to specialize in jobs that block the use of nearly all creativity. The increasing separation between decision-makers and executants has reinforced alienation and passivity. As space-age production has given human beings atomic weapons, for example, the decision to pull the trigger is beyond the power of the vast majority. In university classrooms, military service, and virtually all the institutions of modern society, the role of the individual has been reduced to a passive cog in the social machinery. The transition from public to mass, to use C. Wright Mills's words, has been accompanied by the growth of one-way communication and the demise of dialogue and collective discussion. In the realm of consumption, mass society reproduces the primacy of things, not people. Instead of a person going to a cobbler, for example, and having a pair of shoes specially made, one now goes to a shoe store where a variety of styles and prices are available. Instead of the commodity being matched to the person must match the commodity. Free time has become leisure, a huge arena for profit-making and standardization. Service industries have risen in importance, providing for cash what used to be available in the family. From acts of intimacy and love to cooking and cleaning, mass society gains what the atomized individual has lost. The exchange of human energy for things and the proliferation of the cash nexus to nearly all aspects of life have combined in their effects on the human psyche. People tend to view themselves, not simply others, as objects, things to be sterilized by deodorants for various parts of the body, much as cleaning aids are available for different parts of the house. Consumer society's chief strength has been its ability to deliver the goods to a majority of people within the industrialized nations. Urbanization and the mass media have centralized consumer markets, and as disposable incomes have risen, new markets have been developed through colonization of everyday life. Using a variety of advertising techniques, new ways of manipulating human consumption are continually devised. Desire for unnecessary products is created through advertising. On a covert level, advertisers and marketing experts design subliminal techniques for stimulating unconscious needs and desires in order to sell products. After establishing its capacity to profitably satisfy the physical needs of humans, food, clothing, and shelter, capitalism has moved on to new markets, manipulation of cultural and psychological needs for profit. The increasing importance of consumer markets for monopoly capitalism has created a new situation in industrialized countries. Henry Lefebvre taught that organizational capitalism now has its colonies in the metropolis, and it concentrates on the internal market in order to utilize it according to a colonial pattern. The double exploitation of producer and consumer carries the colonial experience into the midst of the erstwhile colonizing people. Coercion needed to maintain these internal colonies is predominantly psychological, in distinction to the Third World where physical force is more common. The human regimentation and standardization which capital imposes on its subjects in the industrialized core are hidden behind the freedom to choose among gadgets, pretty politicians, and other consumer rewards. Is it surprising that the May explosion erupted in spontaneous actions that challenged the power of manipulation and regimentation? As Raoul Vaneigem put it, who wants a world where the guarantee of freedom from starvation means a risk of death of boredom? The implicit message during May was do it, not watch it. Leaflets called for the formation of autonomous action committees in schools, workplaces, and 190. communities wherever people could organize themselves. In contrast to the ultra-centralization of France, self-reliance and self-management were stressed as new means for social organization. As one leaflet said, if you are a group of comrades, form a committee, draw up your own leaflet, set a place for daily meetings, make dates for demonstrations. Contact the Provisional Coordination Committee of the Acts and name a liaison delegate. If you are alone, contact the Coordination Committee within 2 weeks. Hundreds of ACS formed throughout France, more than 250 came into existence in Paris alone. A General Assembly of ACS was created, subject to instant recall and with no power beyond coordination. Action, the newspaper of the ACS, was an immediate success with a daily circulation of 30,000. In contrast to rigid bureaucratic structures of the traditional left, new forms for liberation and a new content of freedom were developed during May. The Freud Che Guevara Action Committee called on the movement to unite all those who are crushed or excluded by an inhumane system. The struggle must have as its final objective the establishment of a socialist system in which, through the destruction of barriers, the creativity of each individual will be set free. This objective implies a revolution not only in the relations of production, but in the mode of life, in ways of thought, in human relations, and in the concept of the sexual life of all. It is difficult to overestimate the anti-bureaucratic thrust of the May insurgents. The pomp of officials, communist or not, was everywhere held up for public ridicule. Rules, an essential ingredient of rational legal forms of authority, RABAUTE, were flaunted according to the slogan. It is forbidden to forbid economic and copyright. Bureaucratic domination were simultaneously challenged. Mankind will not be free until the last capitalist has been hanged by the entrails of the last bureaucrat. In word and deed, May marked the merging of a social movement for economic liberation with a vast cultural revolt. Romanticism of non-fragmented lives of the past was combined with modern awareness of the possibilities opened by space-age production. Science was not rejected, yet material ESTL-ANS coexistence since the French Revolution of bourgeois routine and bohemian cultural innovation, of bourgeois domination and working-class challenge, of Catholicism and laicism, has proven so fruitful in the sphere of culture precisely because of a common language. The continuation into an industrial epoch of these conceptions, combined with the absurdly backward aspects of much of French social organization, in May of 1968 provoked a convulsion. Typically, French debate about the convulsion has been concerned to a considerable extent with restoring the fragmented unity of the cultural community. Social fragmentation of French culture was answered by activists' calls for transformation of relationships between human beings and with nature. The forest precedes man, the desert follows, said one inscription. The notion of the unlimited interrelation of all life was present within the spontaneous and dramatic nature of protests and in the appearance of love at the barricades. If the May insurgents challenged middle-class cultural hegemony, they affirmed new values for life, not ones having to do with domination of nature but on playful and loving interaction with it. From this source flowed such demands as the liberation of the Luxembourg Gardens and freedom for the animals in the zoos. The May critique of the impoverished culture of contemporary society is an important contribution to the continuing development of revolutionary aspirations. The fusion of cultural and political revolt within a vast social movement gave the May events a new character within the long tradition of insurrections. At one point, de Gaulle said that the situation was incisable, impossible to grasp or control. The universities and workplaces were not held by armed force but through massive participation of their members, and demands were incomprehensible to those in power. Insurgents were not concerned with traditional political power, and they envisaged their victory through transformation of the general strike into an active strike. The workers would set their factories back into motion on their own account. Then, with the economy beginning to turn again, but for the workers and not for their former bosses, the state would succumb in impotence and be ripe for overthrow. A parallel power would arise in each town and village as workers coordinated their efforts with each other and the farmers. Socialism would be initiated from below as self-management and not handed down from above in nationalizations. Revolution in France. May 1968. 193. May 1968, Love at the Barricades. Léoniditz de Mai 68. Such a strike made it difficult for the state to intervene. When occupied buildings were retaken by the government, there was considerable bloodshed but not of the scope that followed the 1871 Commune. In this sense, the fusion of the forces of production and culture in May presented a new method and new goals for the transformation of society. The imagination of May opened possibilities for construction of a qualitatively new future, one where not only material needs but also cultural needs would be of prime concern, where liberation would not be decreed from above but achieved by an activated population. 194. May 24. Jill Karen. The political meaning of May 1968. Internationalism and self-management. The May insurgents did not act with an already developed model for a new society. Spontaneous escalation of the student struggle necessitated improvisation of strategy and tactics and brought new forms of social organization into existence. A vision where nations, hierarchies of domination, boredom, toil, and human fragmentation no longer would exist came to light during the general strike. A brief investigation of some of the aspects of this vision will be undertaken to demonstrate its qualitative difference from the status quo. Patriotism and internationalism. Insurgents in May knew no national boundaries. To hell with borders, expressed a popular feeling. Through leaflets and posters, a systematic campaign against petty nationalism was conducted, a campaign that encouraged international students in France to participate in the May events. As the student revolt intensified, foreign students' residence halls in Paris were occupied by their more radical members. Democratic reorganization of residences and support for liberation movements at home and in France were called for. A tricontinental committee was established in Paris that proclaimed that to contest capitalist structures within a national framework is also to contest the international relations set up by these structures. Bilingual posters urged such seemingly antagonistic groups as Arabs and Jews to turn against your common enemy, imperialism and capitalism. One episode of May occurred during a demonstration in support of Daniel Cohn-Bendit, the German-born Jew who was expelled from France after he and the March 22 movement helped spark the explosion. As the support demonstration unfolded, Daniel Cohn-Bendit symbolized the movement of a prominent contingent of Arabs, J9 Cent G. Topham picture point. 50,000 people, including, chanted, "We are all German Jews." Foreign workers in France, traditionally considered a threat to jobs of French workers and subject to racist attacks, were received as comrades during May. Immigrants from nearby countries have long been compelled to find work in French industry, even though they are hired for the worst jobs at the lowest pay. For the most part unable to speak French, these workers were often used by management to break strikes, or in periods of relative calm, to disrupt communication and organization among laborers at the point of production. Working at the grueling pace of an assembly line provides little time or space for discussion, especially if there is a Yugoslav on your left and an Algerian on your right. Moreover, foreign workers in France generally lived in company-owned houses where they were purposely assigned roommates who spoke a different language. The general strike temporarily transformed workers divided by language and nationality. Multilingual worker-student action committees very successfully canvassed the housing projects where foreign workers lived. Not only was management unable to mobilize strike breakers, but the vast majority of foreign 196 workers joined in the general strike. In early June, the General Assembly of Worker-Student Action Committees passed a resolution for abolition of the status of foreigner in France. Invoking the example of the Paris Commune, where a Hungarian was Minister of Labor and a Polish worker the military chief, the resolution went on to call for an end to residence cards, work cards, and deportations. These foreigners come under an oppressive special statute which subjects them to almost permanent special police checks and threats, which we Frenchmen avoid simply because of our nationality. This concept of nationality is profoundly reactionary. People work, are exploited, dream, and fight for their freedom in a specific geographic and social context. There they have every right. In contrast to the internetr. Availeur of the insurgents, the government attempted to seal off French borders to the many young people from Germany and Italy who attempted to get Francais to Paris. Deportations were used to rid France of foreign activists. In response, an action committee for the abolition of borders was formed in Paris and urged Europeans to spread the revolution throughout the continent. Their call to action did not go unheard, particularly in Germany and Italy. Traditional French ethnocentrism was swept aside by workers. French and immigrants united. Unleashed imaginations. The Gaullist counter-offensive in June, on the other hand, played heavily on the myth of foreigners who had caused the disruptions and riots. What may surprise some was the nationalism of the French Communist Party, an organization originally committed to proletarian internationalism. On June 10, Waldeck-Rochaith, the party's Secretary-General, proclaimed, "We communists have always fought and shall continue to fight remorselessly the lack of national feeling that certain anarchist elements vaunt as a sign of their revolutionary ardor. We, for our part, are proud to have restored to the working class what Fay Ragan so nobly called the colors of France. Radical activists questioned the nation-state as a rational repre. But national sovereignty had already been undermined long at a form for social organization in before 1968. Modern transnational corporations, which today account for well over one-third of the world's total production, are capitalist forms of global organization that transcend national boundaries. Is it so surprising that the New Left's vision for the future included a world without borders? Borders equals repression, authoritarianism and self-management. With the rise of large-scale modern industry and fragmentation of production, managers of all varieties have become a necessary part of the productive apparatus. Are they really? The May events indicated not. Many factory occupations exposed managers as essential to a profit-oriented economy, but also as superfluous, if not destructive, to a human-oriented system. In the first days of the general strike, many managers found themselves prisoners in their offices at the mercy of occupying workers. The first two factories to be taken over by workers who then detained their managers were Sud Aviation in Nantes and Renault at Cleon. Hostage-taking caused uproar in the government, as well as in the largest trade union in France, the communist-dominated CGT. Georges Seguier, Secretary-General of the CGT, broadcast an appeal to the workers in Nantes to release the management team, and he even sent a delegation by private plane to intervene. Alarmed by workers' drastic actions, the CGT issued a public statement praising the responsibility of its membership and guaranteeing safety for management and means of production. It should be noted that during the same period, some managers expressed sympathy for the aims of the strikers, and a few even contributed money to the movement. At Orly Airport, for example, the Air France staff donated 10,000 francs at the start of the strike, and the vast majority of management helped the strike committee in negotiations and upkeep of the 90-odd planes grounded during the strike. 198. In general, however, workers' actions against management revealed a fundamental aspiration of the general strike, autogestion. The main thrust of the vision of self-management was to abolish hierarchical authority, but this kind of authority was only one of many permeating France. As scientific innovations in production progressed, so did the need for experts with technical qualifications to develop and implement them, and knowledge became even more a means for power over others. The self-managed institutions of 1968 aimed to socialize such specialized knowledge. Workers take over the massive Renault plant at Boulogne-Billancourt. Idea. Because participation in the general strike included large numbers of professionals, technicians, and offline office and service personnel, the united working class was able to synthesize what had been a fragmented and partial view of production. The compartmentalization of knowledge and concomitant need for privileged experts and managers were refuted not only in desire but often in reality. In some factories, the workers continued production without the help of management. Utility workers, for example, ensured regular supplies of gas and electricity for the community. At the electricity plant in Cleaver, workers refused to readmit managers to the plant despite an offered increase in monthly wages averaging 150 francs. As one worker said, "The managing staff has been away for 2 weeks, and everything is going fine. We can carry on production without them." At the Atomic Energy Center in Saclay, the Central Action Committee, the organ of dual power, organized production to such an extent that when gasoline was running low in the area, 30,000 liters were delivered with the compliments of the FNAC strikers in Nanterre. In Vitry, at 199. The Renpoulenc factories, workers established direct exchange with nearby farmers and made contact with various chemical workers in Western Europe, hoping to develop similar relationships. These examples indicate a profound aspiration of French workers for control over their jobs and lives, not simply for more things in exchange for obedience to superiors. The absence of specific demands for the first 10 days of the workers' occupation at the Atlantic shipyards in Saint-Nazaire, even though under pressure from their union, is a spectacular demonstration of workers' disdain for management, whether capitalist or communist. As advances of capitalism in the days of Marx relegated the capitalist to an unnecessary component of the productive process, so it seems that modern capitalism has carried managers to the abyss of irrelevancy. Indeed, in 1976, 45,000 professional and managerial personnel were unable to find work in France, compared to only 14,000 in 1971. The concept of self-management did not originate in workplaces during May, but in universities. Nonetheless, it quickly became a general aspiration of the May explosion, a spontaneously created form for dual power. The Student Soviet at the Sorbonne developed a comprehensive plan for restructuring goals and methods of the university system. The occupied Sorbonne was managed by a General Assembly that had final decision-making power. Medical services, food, space allocations, and all other functions within the liberated Sorbonne were taken care of by occupiers. In Nantes, a democratically elected Central Strike Committee conducted food and gasoline distribution, traffic control, and other activities in the life of the city. This committee even developed its own currency. Occupied high schools, universities, offices, and cities established direct control, concrete realizations of a new vision for society that existed among nearly all sectors of the population. An eloquent articulation of this vision came on May 28 from a Student Worker Action Committee. Self-management as an economic and social system has as its goal fully to achieve free participation in production and consumption through individual and collective responsibility. This is therefore a system created above all for human beings, to serve them and not to oppress them. Practically, for working-class comrades, self-management consists in having their factories. Doing away with the hierarchies of salaries as well as the idea of employees and employers. Setting up workers' councils elected by themselves to carry out the decisions of everyone together. These councils should be in close relationship with the councils of other companies on regional, national, and international levels. The members of these workers' councils are elected for a determinate period and tasks are to be rotated. We must in fact avoid the recreation of a bureaucracy that 200 would tend to set up a leadership and thus recreate a repressive power. We must show that worker management in business is the power to do better for everybody what the capitalists were scandalously doing for a few. As a universal aspiration of the May explosion, self-management affected not only the occupied institutions, but also, as mentioned, unions that controlled large parts of the working class. Many younger workers struggled against the CGT from within, and others left that structure entirely. In the Wonder Batteries factory at Saint-Ouen, workers elected their own strike committee and refused to let CGT officials inside the occupied plant. In contrast to French ultra-centralization and authoritarianism, self-management provided a realistic alternative based on autonomy and direct participation. In contrast to passivity of consumer society, self-management demanded active involvement. In contrast to compartmentalization of knowledge, self-management required collectivity and pooling of individual skills. In short, self-management implied a qualitatively different social reality. Limits of spontaneity. During May, the fusion in action of subjective and objective forces of transformation brought France to the edge of revolution. The June reaction necessitated their separation. Without unified alliances of grassroots initiatives, the government was able, despite heavy resistance, to disperse localized protests in early June. On June 3, French radio and television workers went on strike to demand administrative autonomy from government control. Military personnel were brought in to replace them. On June 6, some public sector employees began returning to work, as did transport workers. 2,000 well-armed riot police suddenly appeared in Flins and took control of the Renault factory without resistance from workers who had occupied the factory for 3 weeks. The next day, however, thousands of workers fought back at Flins and Elizabethville, but police used tear gas and batons to maintain control. On June 10, fighting continued at Flins, while clashes broke out in the Latin Quarter. In the chaos of attacks and counterattacks, a young high school student drowned in the Seine River. Although 1 million workers remained on strike, scabs showed up at the Citroën factory and fought with striking workers. The next day, as students threw Molotov cocktails from the roofs of buildings, renewed barricade fighting in Paris took place. Hundreds of people were injured, and more than 1,500 people arrested. In Sochaux, a demonstrator was shot and killed by police. On June 12, rioting continued and Paris became a battlefield, with police resorted to ever more force. Using a law from 1936, the government banned 11 small revolutionary groups. 2 days later, right-wing OAS leaders were pardoned and quickly released from prison. The next day police surrounded the Sorbonne and evicted several thousand remaining students. The heroism of those who fought in June is impressive, but without a firm alliance, separate contingents could be defeated one by one. Furthermore, activists involved in isolated regional conflicts were often unaware of specific features of the uprising's generalized character as well as the state's systematic application of force. Jill Caron. 202. Elements of the May movement that at first glance appeared as strengths were also weaknesses. Spontaneity, a refusal to accept any form of hierarchy or leadership, and initiative solely from the base cannot be permanently maintained in a new social formation except after destruction of existing political power. The centralized organization of modern capitalism necessitates creating seeds of a new society, revolutionary culture and organizations prior to overthrowing the system. Since the possibility of revolution was unrecognized for decades prior to 1968, even its partisans were surprised by the rapid development of the crisis. The May insurrection developed outside left parties for good reasons. Bureaucratization of the PCF made that organization incapable of comprehending the totalized impulse for liberation, which emerged in May, and the Socialist Party was virtually non-existent at that time. The inability of May insurgents to advance the political crisis had its corollary in a rebellion against traditional left organizations without a dialectical negation of obsolete organizations. No development of a concrete political platform or plan for revolutionary power was evident. In the aftermath of 1968, many insurgents envisioned construction of a new kind of party. Besides destroying the traditional state, such a revolutionary party would need to be capable of fusing partial concerns of the subjects of social transformation: students, factory workers, new workers, the ecology, and women's liberation movements into a totalized future vision. Without bringing together the movement's autonomous streams into a revolutionary river, the fragmented consciousness engendered by capitalism would in time insidiously reassert itself through regeneration of specialized self-interest issues and concerns. Analyzed in isolation, each sector of the May movement was incapable of conceptualizing, let alone implementing a new society. The student movement was able to detonate a larger social explosion. Despite the modern-day entrance of academia into the real world, the limits of the student movement were marked by the confines of its environment. Students embodied a particular expression of the general contradiction between capitalist relations of production and productive forces. Only their momentary integration into a larger movement in 1968, the abolition of a purely student movement, allowed the student revolt to trigger such a vast upheaval. By themselves, the new workers tend toward the modernization solution. As educated executives, they tend to look for a better way to do this, a less painful way to implement that. The immense birth pains involved in creating a new society make it easier for new workers to adopt technical solutions to human problems. Generally speaking, new workers are relatively better paid. 203. Than other sectors of the working class. This relative privilege cut the other way in May 1968, however, as new workers, more often than others, stressed qualitative demands and were relatively unconcerned with pay raises. In the midst of the explosion, the majority of these new workers allied themselves with students and factory workers. Together they constituted a united force, which, if it could have been maintained, might have served as a basis to abolish different categories of existence while establishing a new mode of life. The student revolt would not have become much more than now usual springtime festivities had it not been for the general strike. In their rejection of the Grenelle agreements and examples of dual power they created, French factory workers momentarily demonstrated aspirations to transform the entire society. By themselves, however, factory workers neither initiated nor successfully concluded the general strike. Only after 2 weeks of student-led street fights in Paris did the working class act. What students had proposed a new social formation, workers were in a social position to implement. Unfortunately, when all was said and done, the working class by itself proved incapable of carrying through what many regard as its historic task. Neither absence of a revolutionary party nor reformism of the PCF totally accounts for limitations of the May movement. The questions must be asked: why did workers ultimately remain obedient to their unions and return to work? Why did students obey commands of CGT officials to leave factories, as on May 16 when over 1,000 students marched from the Sorbonne to the huge Renault plant at Boulogne-Billancourt? The next day an even larger march was not admitted inside the factory by CGT officials. Even after some chemical workers went to the Sorbonne and invited students to their factory occupation, few went and many opposed the idea, using the revolutionary argument that we would be substituting ourselves for the workers. Some of the answers to these questions can be found in the social conditions of modern capitalism, a system that has consolidated its hold on over half the earth while fragmenting people's needs, desires, and relationships to the whole. As Marcuse understood, in the domain of corporate capitalism, the two historical factors of transformation, the subjective and objective, do not coincide, they are prevalent in different and even antagonistic groups. The objective factor, i.e., the human base of the process of production which reproduces the established society, exists in the industrial working class, the human source and reservoir of exploitation. The subjective factor, i.e., the political consciousness, exists among the nonconformist young intelligentsia. The two historical factors do coincide in large areas of the Third World. 204. Workerism was common during May, accepting as it did a fundamental social category of capitalism. Marcuse's notion of a psychic thermometer, an internally conditioned impetus to return to the status quo ante, applies to the workers as well. At Saclay and elsewhere in May 1968, some workers showed how they viewed the long-term prospects of their strike by punching their time clocks in the usual fashion. Even at Saclay, the well-organized workers did not question the propriety of nuclear power. To overcome workerism and self-defeating behavior, a vision for a new society transcending fragmented realities of modern capitalism would have been needed. In such a society, property would be socialized, and the vast majority, not simply a fraction of the population, would view the modern productive forces as their responsibility. In advance of such a transformation, it would be necessary to recognize and challenge conservative cultural values. In France, that would include ageism as one dimension of how hierarchies of capitalist patriarchy condition people to only look up to God, to the boss, to the father, to those who make the rules. A transcendent vision could only have been practically conceptualized in the heat of May by prior existence both of human beings who had taken on responsibility for changing themselves, their needs, aspirations, and ideas, for healing themselves from generations of trauma and isolation from earth and community. The process of reweaving ourselves back into the whole would produce human beings who understand our connectedness, not only as human beings but as part of nature. Such beings would also create a variety of revolutionary organizations that refuse to define themselves simply in terms of social divisions brought into existence by capitalism. The May events came by surprise. Perhaps the privilege of historical hindsight allows mistakes to be made transparent, but it is the future that the legacy of May should serve. It is difficult to assess long-run effects of the taste of freedom in May. People will not simply forget the explosion, nor will the social contradictions that were then manifested disappear of their own accord. Mistakes made and victories won through the courage of those who rose up are a guide for the future. In shoving aside a social order and conditioning aimed to pacify them, the people of France reaffirmed the dignity of human beings, legacy enough for them and people all over the world. Some implications of May. Between the direct participation of self-management and a new international reality freed from the fetters of borders lay the power of the French state. The inability of the May insurgents to come to terms with national political power can be defined as their major shortcoming, the primary explanation for 205. Collapse of May's impetus to establish a new society and the apparent return in June to the inertia of the established order. Whether or not the French state could have been overthrown in the heat of the May explosion will never be known. That there was no organized force that could have led such an undertaking is also debatable. In the aftermath of 1968, everyone thinks they are a general capable of offering strategic and tactical alternatives that could have led to revolution. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise that the May movement did not culminate in a seizure of power. The disorganization of the movement could have produced a monstrosity weighing heavily on future revolutionary movements, once again disillusioning people about the possibilities of socialism. But such considerations ignore an important legacy of 1968, the possibility of revolution in an industrialized country. In the 5 decades since the demise of the Second International, the prospect of an end to capital's rule did not realistically appear until the May explosion. Revolution in France, practically inconceivable in the decades before 1968, appeared to be back on the historical agenda. If May succeeded in nothing else, it was not a total loss. Yet there were other results. Less than a year later, on April 27, 1969, the French electorate said non for the first time to a Gaullist referendum, sending the general into permanent retirement. His power and prestige were shattered in May, making it only a question of time before he would fall. Even before the end of the crisis, 3 hardline Gaullist ministers had been replaced, and the new Minister of Justice, although himself a Gaullist, resigned his seat in the National Assembly in May 1968 to protest the government's repressive measures. Fouchet, the hated Minister of Education, was forced out in favor of Edgar Faure, who in his first appearance before the newly elected assembly admitted to the government what French common sense had known all along: the grievances of the students rightfully pointed to much-needed educational reforms. Moreover, following 1968, a host of reforms was inaugurated in France which streamlined authority structures and gave a semblance of participation to students and workers. The thrust of most of these reforms was to provide temporary relief to an incurable patient. Increased government planning of the job market and university curricula helped reduce the number of workers and college graduates without jobs. In classrooms and factories, the stuffiness and formalism of pre-1968 France have been replaced by a more casual approach. University problems are now considered by councils that include students. The entire university system has been reorganized into a co-governing system, one with a more multidisciplinary focus for each school. An experimental university at Vincennes was created in response to student demands. 206. Of 1968, and academic disciplines within other universities were redefined and transformed. While the system's rhetoric may have come to include student power, the reality of genuine student power within universities remains a dream. Student power of the contemporary kind is little more than an attempt to legitimate the administration. Modernization in France has hidden behind the progressive rhetoric of its time, much as the ascendant bourgeoisie temporarily adopted the slogan Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité following the struggle of 1848. Accordingly, self-management was made into co-management, a profitable venture where more initiative from workers may replace some of their supervisors, thereby lowering the company payroll and helping to reduce the alienation of workers. While co-management may help bring the little people closer to the decision-making centers, it does not aim, nor will it serve, to abolish the hierarchy of domination. Co-management and other reforms institutionalized after 1968 served the authority of the top. Archaic structures inherited from the days of Napoleon were altered according to the modern needs of corporate capitalism, not revolutionized to meet human needs. Such modernization did not call into question fundamental assumptions of the present system top-down organization of production and consumption for private profit but merely attempted to make the system more efficient. These reforms were designed to keep protests scattered and ineffective while devising technical solutions for social problems. A widely propagated conjugation indicated a high degree of consciousness about co-management and co-optation. Je participe. Tu participes. L/il participe. Nous participons. Vous participez. L/ils profitant. Mais internationalism also had a use for those who wished to streamline the present system. A top manager of IBM, Jacques Maison Rouge, some of whose children participated in the May events, was heard to mimic them when he said, "Down with borders." After all, transnational corporations are bodies whose wealth and influence transcend any particular country. The global corporation, so he says, increasingly views the world as one economic unit, a unity that leads to a need to plan, organize, and manage on a global scale. But the global vision of transnational corporations is the internationalism of profit-making and domination, not of an anti-authoritarian socialism. Here. 207. As elsewhere, the modernization thesis rests on two assumptions. First, that what is needed are new people with better ideas to manage the same structures of society. It fails to conceive of a new type of system, one in which people themselves would govern their lives and institutions. Second, modernists conceive of social problems as technical ones that can be solved through science and technology. The need for fundamental change in the human structures of society is neglected, causing science and technology, originally great forces for the liberation of human beings from material scarcity, to turn into their opposite. Under the modern capitalist system, science and technology increasingly become means for domination and warfare, not liberation and world peace. In the aftermath of 1968, the political parties also channeled the groundswell of popular aspirations for a better society into parliamentary action. The Communist Party was temporarily swelled with new, younger, and more radical members. More importantly, the Socialist Party was rejuvenated by hundreds of thousands of new members and millions of supporters, and in 1981, the legacy of May 1968 brought the Socialists to power. Even with the election of François Mitterrand and the formation of his socialist government, the aspirations of the popular forces that converged in the May explosion were not satisfied. The contradiction between the possible and the real only grew more pregnant. The vision of a self-managed international order remained frustrated. To be sure, progressive governments can produce significant reforms, but these streamline and strengthen the existing system. They also recruit old radicals to become political operatives. Even Regis Debray, the companion of Che Guevara in Bolivia, accepted a job in Mitterrand's government. Daniel Cohn-Bendit and his Sponti sidekick Joschka Fischer became higher UPS in Germany's Green Party. Cohn-Bendit has played an active role in the European superstate in Brussels. Like Fischer, he advocated war on Serbia. As foreign minister in a Green Social Democrat government, Fischer spearheaded NATO's war on Afghanistan, in which German troops were stationed outside Germany for the first time since Hitler. The political-cultural contradictions that exploded in 1968 have only deepened. In 1978, for example, it was discovered that only 1% of French youth would give their life for France, compared with 20% in 1968. The feminist movement has grown by leaps and bounds since 1968, as has the ecology movement. Another indication of the popular awakening has been the radicalization of the French stage and the emergence of a popular theater movement. All in all, it appears that the French people were transformed more profoundly by the events of 1968 than were French political parties. 208. Whether frustrations like these will explode in yet another upheaval like that of 1968 remains to be seen. Enthusiasts of the May events will only be satisfied through a genuine revolution that would smash the militarized nation-state, not simply take hold of it. Could a qualitatively new society be built as long as such centralized, authoritarian states exist? In organizing within such formations as legitimate opposition, any progressive party is required to conform to existing laws that uphold political, economic, and cultural structures of the global system. Freedom worthy of the name in the industrialized countries presupposes the destruction of the centralized hierarchical state by an activated population. Such destruction is required of those who would construct a qualitatively new society, a formation that would have little in common with bureaucratic socialisms of the 20th century.